His was big too. It
We can't say that.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Chris has got a voice of reason here.
I had one too, but I wasn't allowed to call it that.
Well, exactly. I can. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of which, it's Chris Villar.
Brought to you by Wendy's. Brought to you by Wendy's. We'll get this going. Rocket Mortgage Classic play resume for round 2 this morning. Peter Quest and Taylor Moore were the clubhouse leaders at 8 under, and now it is 2 at 9 under. Taylor Moore still after birdieing his first hole, and Dylan Wu, who made a 2 yesterday on a par 5. Speaking of making a 2, Ricky Fowler is going to be teeing off this afternoon. He had some bathroom issues down the home stretch yesterday. Spencer Torkelson giving specific credit for his surge of power over the past few days. 3 homers, including 2 yesterday against the Rangers on the road. Yeah, his 10th and 11th dingers fueled Detroit to an 8-5 win. Reese Olson knocked out of the game early after taking a sharp line drive off of his leg at 103 miles an hour. They say it's only a big bruise after x-rays were negative, but he was in a lot of pain. Detroit will now fly from Texas to Colorado for their next series against the Rockies to finish up the month of June and begin July. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking, having a good time here, reminiscing about people's first concerts, whether they'll let their kids go see acts at Ford Field or anywhere downtown for that matter. John's daughter is 16 years old. She has her license, and John's going to chaperone. Now, he didn't realize that she has to be off the roads by 10 o'clock anyway, so obviously.
Gotta be there no matter what.
You got to, it's the law.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You don't break the law.
No,
Jansen household.
No. And obviously she wouldn't be able to drive and look at her phone at the same time.
Yes. So we're also asking,
Today's a new day.
What was your first concert? Greg Hargrave, what was your first concert?
Fall Out Boy in Paramore. I was 30 years old.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
32, actually, 2014.
So you never had.
By the way, you want to know the event so that day happened? That's the day Germany beat Brazil 7-1 in the World Cup semifinal.
I love that. I don't even have to check it. I don't even have to check it. I know he's right.
I think the Tigers had this long-ass game against the Dodgers in Comerica Park.
Oh, my God. You see,
I remember that because Dan Hasty was we kind of conversed about Fall Out Boy back then, and he had to work the game.
Oh, okay. Dan Hasty, of course, is the radio voice of the West Michigan Whitecaps and the University of Detroit Titan basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
Used to work here. All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom and Troy. You're 97 on The Ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys, and Heather.
Good morning.
Yeah, this wasn't my first concert, but back in the mid-'80s, my dad, God bless him, he let a buddy of mine and me take his Crown Victoria, and we went down to Harpo's, which we didn't really know, but back in that day, it was not the safest place to go see a rock show or anywhere for that matter. And we went and saw there was a Van Halen tribute band playing. So we're like, cool, yeah. We were like 2 young white boys, we had a great time, got out of there, no issues. But afterwards, man, people were telling us, man, you guys are nuts. I guess about 2 weeks before, someone had gotten killed in the alley right behind Harpo's. And I guess it was just wasn't a very safe place, but it was a great show. And God bless my dad. He let us take his car, and we had a great time.
Way to go. I went to Harpo's once. It was like the first year I was here. I went to see Brian Setzer, okay, before the Stray Cats and all that stuff. He was playing by himself, and he was great. And one of my good friend's sister's boyfriend was like he was like the sound guy. So we got high with Brian Setzer and the band in the bus after the show. I do remember that.
It's all his greatest moments.
Didn't the Lions beat the 49ers that day, too?
No, I didn't go to a concert on Sunday. First concert, October 29th, 1980. Jethro Tull and Whitesnake opened.
Wow.
I was 13. My dad was a burnout. Took my 8-year-old niece to see Slayer in Billings, Montana years ago. She was and is a huge Slayer fan. Thomas, I guess he's one of the singers of there. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Slayer's work. Saw us on the floor before the show started. Brought her on stage. She got autographs from the whole band along with pictures.
Cool.
You know, you said the word burnout there. That was always the word that was used for the bad kids that liked heavy metal and stuff.
Yes.
It's so hilarious, like the stereotypes that used to exist around like heavy metal music.
Oh,
I mean,
there's stereotypes for everything. One of my favorites, as you know, is if you saw a girl who smoked, you thought she was easy because she smoked. The stupidest thing
well,
in
you
the world.
thought I never heard of that until I met
I
you.
didn't either.
Times are different.
Why would you think that?
Because it seemed that was the case.
I like putting things in their mouth.
Oh, man. And you're worried about my fro comments? I was 15 when Woodstock happened. Wow. I really wanted to go, and my parents said no. Sure glad they were smarter than me. I don't know. If it was the first Woodstock, that would have been a 15-year-old. There's no way. First concert, Motley Crue in 8th grade, the Dr. Feelgood tour. Also agree with John, 100% no chance. Rich and Romeo.
Yeah.
First concert, Rush at the Michigan Palace, 8 rows from the stage and the amps. Thought I lost my hearing. Geddy Lee comes on stage in a white robe looking like Jesus. That's from Terry in Jacksonville, Florida. I love voice to text. I'm glad I knew who Geddy Lee was because it's Getting Lee. G-E-T-T-I-N-G. We'll be having a lot of voice to text now.
I know.
The
That's why I
laws
mentioned that
changed beginning
yesterday.
today,
Yeah.
yes.
Uh-huh.
Or tomorrow. Today it starts. Ken in Clinton Township, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, love the show.
Thank you.
So about 15 years ago, I was recently divorced, and my ex calls and says, hey, I want to take the kids to see Fluffy. And I'm like, who's Fluffy? They were like 10 and 7. And she's like, oh, it's a comedian. He does this cute little routine. It's Gilbert Iglesias. So at the Fox Theater. And I'm like, okay, we'll go. So we go and we walk in, and we're walking through, we're trying to find our seats. And I'm kind of looking around, and I noticed that, why aren't there any kids here? Like, literally, like, my kids were the only kids in this place. Like, everybody else is an adult. And I'm like, well, that's kind of odd. So we sit down, and the curtain opens, and the first comedian comes out, and the second word is F-bomb. And the entire 2.5 hours was just F-bomb after F-bomb. And I felt like people were, like, staring at us, like, looking like, why did these people bring their kids to the show?
And how much after that show did you get divorced?
Actually, I was just divorced.
Okay.
Embarrassing.
Thanks for the call. Embarrassing for me there too.
I'd leave.
Yeah, me too.
I wouldn't stay.
No, I know. That's
Soon after.
what are you trying to mumble there through your laughter? I think?
This is your question. So how soon after that did you get divorced?
It could have been the impetus. You want to take your kids to see filthy comedians?
Yeah.
Hey, honey, I'm going to take Marissa and Jessica to see Andrew Dice Clay. I'll see you later. Hey, Mom.
Hickory
Mom,
dickory. I got a new nursery
Mom,
rhyme.
Daddy taught us a new nursery rhymes. Jack and Jill went up the hill. Oh.
I thought it was a kid's show.
So I'm waiting online at the bank.
Uh-oh. They've lost it. gonna keep talking here, keep us on the air.
Oh,
They completely have lost it. It's uncontrollable.
Because the whole reel of Dice Clay is going in my head right now.
I know.
The great thing would be that the kid would initially be all in.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you get the punchline, they'd be like,
Oh my God.
Whoa, wait till I
I mean,
tell
I think
Mom.
I saw his stuff. When did he come around?
I
think
Yeah, 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I saw him not in person,
Oh.
but on TV at 14. I'm like, holy crap.
I saw him at the Comedy Store in L.A. I had no idea who he was. Sundays they just have people just show up, you
Yeah.
know, and try out new material.
Open mic, yeah.
Yeah. All of a sudden, this guy comes up and he starts. It's like I couldn't say it was the funniest thing I'd ever heard at the time because it was so unexpected. You see this guy with a leather motorcycle jacket and he's smoking cigarettes, you know, with his hands a weird, only a contortionist can do it. Right? It's like,
I hope there's a lot of people watching on Twitch right now.
YouTubers, Twitchers, hello, everybody.
Yeah. If you missed it, you missed a great moment right there. Please screenshot and send it to us.
And if anybody remembers the Piston bad boy days with one of the fans, there was a blonde woman who used to be at all the Pistons games at the Silverdome, and her name was Glitter. They used to show her all the time, and she was because she wore glitter and she was pretty good looking. Anyway, she comes on stage at that same show to try to do stand-up comedy. I'm in L.A. and it's Glitter on the. I couldn't believe it. She was terrible.
I've had Glitter and Fluffy in the last 3 minutes. I was afraid to Google Fluffy. Lots of bad things.
Just make sure you spell it right. You're going to get fluffer.
Fluffy opens up for Marshmallow. That's an act I can't figure out. The guy walks around with a marshmallow on his head. And,
You've always said it. Comedy, it's very
no,
subjective.
That's not a comedy. He's a DJ type of music performer. Marshmallow.
And he walks around with a marshmallow on his head.
Go look it up. You think I'm crazy?
I do.
I know.
Okay.
Don in Sterling Heights. Good morning.
Hey, yeah, how you doing? This is a great topic. My first concert, a lone concert, was at Cobo Hall. Me and my buddy, we were 16. We went to see Ted Nugent, and he had taken
the Nuge.
He had this, yeah, the Nuge, and this girl. He had taken this girl along. He had just started dating. Upshot of it is that she ended up liking me more, and then she ditched him, and we ended up going out for 6 months after.
Oh, all right.
So then the concert was so wild though. It was like the first time seeing the lines for the women's bathroom were so long. The girls were just cutting in and going into the boys' bathroom because they couldn't wait any longer.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
At sporting events, that's where I think you have the impetus to have equal bathrooms in arenas and things like that. Because people
John?
want girls.
Would you let your kids go see Marshmallow?
Well,
You'd have to hear the music first.
That's a great.
Initially, okay, I Googled it, and I would think he would be like the Wiggles, right? Like he would be a kid show.
No.
I'm guessing it's not.
Right, it's
No,
not
EDM.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's Dan Leach music.
Right, exactly. But the weirdest thing, it's like I remember once we were at the Wynn and he was playing there. Like anybody could walk around with that head. You think it was Marshmallow. I mean, hey, it's me. Let me in or whatever. I guess he doesn't talk until he gets on stage. I don't know.
So he's like a mascot to
Yes.
some degree.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797. Chris Draper will join us at 9:35. It is the Stoney and Jansen program. Our last show in the month of June. Thank God, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, I value my privacy, and that's why I use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a browser like Chrome with its own private search that's not going to track what you're searching for or your location. So if you're searching for something, and I search for a rod and reel, I don't want to be bombarded for the next month with ads for new fishing gear. I also don't get creepy ads seemingly following me around based on my location. Stop that creepy feeling that someone is looking at you and all your personal information on your phone or in your computer. DuckDuckGo is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. So download DuckDuckGo for free from DuckDuckGo.com or from the App Store or Google Play.
248-539-9797. NBA free agency beginning tonight around 6 o'clock. So already a story, one of the guys I would love to see the Pistons get. Maybe close to signing with the New York Knicks to be with his college teammate from Villanova, and that would be Dante DiVincenzo. Play with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
That would suck. But I haven't seen his name linked to the Pistons at all.
No.
He just opted out this week. Harrison Barnes, his name has been,
bandied about.
I don't think that's going to happen. Well, he's not now. He re-signed with Sacramento. Cam Johnson is the plum. Unfortunately, he's restricted. So we'll have to see what Brooklyn does. It'll be interesting. They have cap space, and I think the Pistons and the Red Wings are in a similar place, although the Red Wings are closer to making the playoffs than I believe the Pistons are. But just because you have money, you just can't spend it just to spend it.
Would you give Cam 4 and 120?
In a second.
See, I don't remember where I read this, but the luxury tax is a very complicated mathematical equation.
Right, that I can't figure out.
Yeah, but it was, if the Pistons really wanted Cam Johnson and they offered him 4 and 120, if the Nets wanted to match it, it would end up costing them nearly $300 million because of the contract plus whatever it would be in terms of the luxury tax.
Yes.
So is he worth 4 and 120 to the Pistons? I think sure.
Yeah.
Is he worth that much, 4 and basically 300 to the Nets? Probably not.
Well, he might be because you'd have him and Bridges as your building blocks there. You still got Nick Claxton.
Yeah, but then are you going to go out and spend more?
Maybe not, and who knows? Maybe somehow Ben Simmons saw the light. That whole thing,
Can't
man,
say that without laughing, can you?
I know, and now like with James Harden deciding to opt in with Philly
to get traded,
and people are saying, "Well, why would you do that?" Well, it's very simple, because you want the $30-some million that he's going to be getting by opting in, but you don't want to be there, so you'll go somewhere else and you'll sign an extension after that, or even a new contract, which will be for more years. Philly wisely does not want him for more than 1 year. This is perfect for them, because I don't think they want him at all, because who the hell wants James Harden?
It's amazing that there's always seems to be a suitor, because this is going to be, if he's traded, it'll be his third trade in 3 years.
Because you think that, okay, it didn't work completely great in Houston. He saw the team wasn't going great at the end, so he, wussed out, so to speak.
Wanted out, yeah.
Yeah. Then he goes to Brooklyn. That didn't work out. Now, it wasn't all his fault, but yeah, it didn't work out. Then he goes to Philly. It didn't work out. He had some great game. I mean, the Celtics, they won a game where Embiid didn't even play.
Yeah.
And so he was so inconsistent. You're not going to pay that guy as a free agent that much money.
No, it's always seems to be a mystery how he ends up getting, another team wants him, as well as another team not only wants him, but they're willing to give him an extension. That's the puzzle that I can't figure out.
No, I think.
What does he want?
Usually, right, exactly. Usually fans have these delusions of grandeur or these perceptions where players, once they get to a certain age, they refuse to look at how the player has diminished, as his skills diminished. Is James Harden still a very good player? Yeah, he's a good player. He's not a great team player, and he's not great anymore. He does things that nobody else can do. I granted that, but when he goes to the hole, he doesn't have that jump, that first step that he used to have.
Yeah.
And look, I'm biased because I just don't like watching him play basketball. He's boring to me.
Yeah. But if he can, help a team, possibly win a championship, which I don't know that that's possible for him, or the landing spots that he would have.
I know. Some of these rumors, the NBA offseason is always like a soap opera, even more than the NFL. Now, Aaron Rodgers made it more of a soap opera this year.
Yeah.
But, Kyrie Irving, is he going to re-sign with Dallas? There's talk about him having secret meetings with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Now that would fit Ishbia's, MO right now. He's just Mr. Knee-jerk. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get something. Yeah.
Yes, and everything. It's
name.
Well, he gets the job, trades for Durant. They lose, fires
Monty
Williams. He just fired the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury because they're on a losing streak.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Mr. Knee jerk. And look, he's obviously done a great job business-wise, but it's one thing to want to win, but it's another thing to know how to win.
Yeah,
In professional sports.
Yeah, sports franchises are a completely different business.
Yes, and he okayed the Bradley Beal deal. So look, Phoenix should be really, really good, and if he wins a championship, look, more power to him. He's I know him. He's a decent guy.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. Chris Draper will join us at 9:35. Right now, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, an 18-year-old drowned at a KOA campground in Monroe on Wednesday.
No.
Yeah, very sad. Officials say that the teen, who was from Ohio, slipped under the water and then never resurfaced. Campground staff and guests that were there were able to pull the teen's body from the water. First responders were called. They immediately began life-saving measures, but unfortunately, the 18-year-old passed away. And according to the campsite's website, there is obviously a small lake right there on the property that people can swim in, but it does say there are no lifeguards on duty and that, you're warned to kind of swim at your own risk. They do say this drowning is under investigation. So there's another Yellowstone visitor that's going viral. This time, however, it does not involve an animal. This time, a visitor decided to dunk her hand into one of the thermal hot springs. Just brilliant. A brilliant idea, of course. So the video of this woman has gone viral. She's there with a man. I don't know if they're a couple. I'm guessing so. And they leave the walkway, which you're not supposed to do, that they're, hiking on. And then they scurry down this little grassy embankment to approach this hot spring that's 174 degrees, right? Like, hot spring. You know they're going to be hot. You just don't touch them. Well, the woman rolls up her sleeve. She crouches down to the ground. And then she dips her right hand and the tip of her foot into the water. And then, obviously, quickly, she just jumps up, runs away screaming, yelling about how hot it is, how very, very hot it is. The video has gone viral because the man that's taking it is just saying, like, this is such a dumb idea. Like, what are you doing, And visitors at Yellowstone are told, hey, you are prohibited from touching or swimming in these hot springs. More than 20 people have died from burns suffered after they've either fallen into the hot spring or touched the hot spring in some way or form. And I guess now the video is actually under investigation with officials at Yellowstone. Just so many dumb visitors going to Yellowstone.
Yes.
Lately, I feel like we're getting a ton of these just dumb people. Come on, use your brain. A new NFL game to rival Madden is apparently on the way for release. It's called Wild Card Football, and it's made by the same company that created NBA Playground, that series. And on the cover of this new game will be Colin Kaepernick, which is an interesting choice. They do say this new game will feature stars from across the league, but rather than playing as a set NFL team like you do on Madden, basically here you can customize your roster with players across the league, and then you play 7-on-7 football.
Oh,
so it's
7-on-7?
A different concept there. But Kaepernick did release a statement about this upcoming game, basically saying that his love for football has never changed, and he's excited to be part of this new project.
Okay.
Yeah. It may be time now to really rethink your love, if you have a love for this, of Diet Coke, or maybe any other drinks or foods that contain aspartame, that artificial sweetener. Oh, yes. Aspartame is one of the most common artificial sweeteners in the world, and it's used in a lot more things than just diet pop.
Yep.
But it is now slated to be declared as a possible carcinogen, so basically a cancer-causing agent by the World Health Organization. And it can be found, like I said, in Diet Coke. It can be found in some cough drops and different types of gums and cereal and a lot of sugar-free products because they're using this artificial sweetener instead, right? Yeah, so
I use quite a bit of it.
The World Health Organization has been studying the effects of this artificial sweetener for a while, and they say that it could be caused, which I think we already knew as a health risk, but now they're basically saying it could cause cancer.
Is it going to change how you guys select your beverage?
Probably not. I wish it
No.
would. Because I've always known artificial sweetener is not good for you.
Yeah.
Like I think that's a common knowledge that you know. But I like Coke Zero. That's my
I agree.
That's my pop of choice.
I like both Coke Zero and Diet Coke. I would go Coke Zero ahead of it now, but I don't think it's going to change that. What it might change is maybe I'll use real sugar in my coffee instead of Splenda.
Yeah, they have. Well, I don't know how Splenda is though. That might be okay, but they do say certain coffee sweeteners include this aspartame. So you could rethink about that. Why? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with using a little bit of sugar, real sugar, in your coffee.
Right. That's true.
I don't.
But
I don't really
I
think
need
that
it
there
really
is.
sweet because I'm not a.
Yeah, you like a lot of sugar.
Yes,
Yeah. Just take the whole.
Yeah, spoonful.
I've done that.
A spoonful of sugar?
Oh,
Not just with
I've
medicine?
eaten sugar out of a box.
What?
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Like the old Domino yellow box with the spout.
Just pour it. Well, it's like a
Oh,
pixie
yeah.
stick, I guess.
Really?
Oh yeah, not in a long time, but I've done it.
Wow,
Like
I
poured
didn't
it
see
into
that
your
one
mouth?
coming. Yeah.
I've had spoonfuls of Nestle's Quick.
Oh, sure.
my
That's
gosh.
that's chocolate sauce.
No. The
Oh, you talking about the powder?
He's talking about the
Oh,
powder.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hershey syrup, definitely.
Oh, yeah, Hershey syrup, sure.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
that.
The best is, you know what the best is? Cookie dough.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
yeah.
Well,
we've completely changed categories.
yes.
Cookie dough?
Still
We
sugar.
went from pure sugar
Yeah,
to
yeah.
just sugar,
Yes.
cookie dough.
All
I know
right.
everyone likes cookie dough.
Thank you very much, Heather. We'll talk
Yeah.
Wings Draft with their scouting guru, the man who makes the picks, Chris Draper, next. 97 won the ticket.
Everybody red, green, and the light. Now business with no trouble, just a dance and a sing. Move your body, jump in at the hero, so we swing. Songs about the passion, songs about bell ring. Open this cookie, we rock it till the morning. What we do? Me do mingle with them posse, believe you me. Girl, a pressure me, Tanya. See how we dance. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me. I shake me head. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Come, come, follow me. I when me get tired, respond me, girl, true now. No matter hip hop, but hard, they want mercy. How we do?
248-539-9797 as we wrap up the last week of June.
Halfway there.
Yes, indeed. We will be here on Monday, and then you go on a little bit of a hiatus.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Enjoy the 4th of July, and you have some travel basketball and things to go to?
Yeah. Ruby's got a tournament in Kentucky next week, and then Orlando at the end of the month. And we're going to be down tomorrow night. Gov and I were just talking about weekend plans with the 4th of July. Last year was the first year that we went to Greenfield Village for the fireworks.
Oh, nice.
And we're going to do that again. We'll be down there on Saturday night.
I hope they're not canceled, John.
Yeah. Well, the air warning is supposed to go through, 1 o'clock in the morning, so we should be okay. I just hope it's not they're calling for some possible storms tomorrow.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear, but I'm hoping it's a great event that they put on there at Greenfield Village.
Oh, it's really supposed to rain this weekend? God, that sucks.
Yeah, I think there's a threat of thunderstorms probably about every day.
Yeah, probably. That means Get a little rain on that golf course. The greens will even be softer. Oh, the scores this weekend will be crazy. Right now, by the way, some guy named Adam Schenk is the leader, tied with Taylor Moore at 10 under par. Gov, what do you think the final under par is going to be?
It's at 8 right now?
10.
Oh, 10. Okay.
10.
24.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
22. 22. I'm
Especially,
at 22.
Especially if the greens soften up. Right now, the projected cut is 3 under. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be some big
names that don't make it,
who probably won't make the cut, including Justin Thomas, possibly the defending champion Tony Finau too, possibly, which would suck.
How do these guys? How do that caliber of a golfer play that bad on that golf course?
Just a bad day.
Well,
I mean, yesterday was.
The guys have bad weeks, and Justin Thomas has been struggling for all year, basically. I don't. Sometimes you're not locked in because you think it's going to be too easy, and maybe you're not there for the right reasons. I mean, Justin Thomas, the reason he's here, he needs FedEx points to get into the championships at the end, and probably some Ryder Cup stuff as well. And he's been playing so poorly that he, needs it for his game. And you thought maybe this would be the place for him to get well, because as we know. What do people do when they're hurting, they're playing poorly? They come to Detroit. They get
right.
well.
Yep.
Dak Prescott, remember, he didn't come to Detroit, but the strategy for the Cowboys was
hold them off another week.
Hold them off until the Lions come to town.
Yep.
A non-analytical answer to that?
Yeah.
Just like baseball, it's a game predicated on failure.
It is.
I agree with that.
Not as much as baseball, but yes, it's true. I mean, the thing about baseball that's so amazing is that the guys who are the most successful hitters, let's say, using the 300 batting average as the barometer, they're successful. They're making millions and zillions of dollars.
And they fail more than they have success.
And they have 70% failure rate based on a 300 average.
It's round bat and hitting round ball.
Yeah.
If I failed 70% of the time, I'd be fired.
Better than the weather, man.
That's true.
Flip a coin.
But so who is to blame, though? Is it the weather men or women, the weather people, or the...
Oh, I thought we were going to try and pick.
Well, no.
I thought that's what you were setting up for.
No, men or women. Or
they're funnier.
Or the meteorologist society or whoever providing them the data.
They all, from my understanding, they all use the computers at this point to pretty much dictate how they're going to forecast. So the computers suck too.
Yeah.
How about Mother Nature is unpredictable? How about we just go with that one? Like you can have a pretty sometimes
AI can't
what
get it
they
done.
say. Don't they use like different models, and when they all agree, then they really feel like it's going to happen. And they actually do a good job most of the time. They had no clue about this smoke this week.
Well,
they do a good job. You know what it's like?
I don't know that smoke is. I mean, yes, okay, it's Mother Nature, but I don't know that we're asking the weathermen to figure out.
Well, the airflow though, they've got the models that.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that the media?
I'll give them a break on that one.
Would it be fair to say the weather people are like, I don't know, officials in sports? They're right most of the time, and most of the time they do a really good job. But when they F up, they F up.
Yeah, because I think, especially we always point to snowfall accumulation is where they really screw up.
Yeah.
I think it's a very impossible thing to predict. Like sometimes
there's just so many variables,
right?
And one little thing
size.
changes. Yeah, one little thing changes, and all of a sudden, hey, you go from expected 6 to 8 inches, and you get a dusting, or hey, we're expecting a half of an inch, and all of a sudden you get a foot of snow.
I know
it's very unpredictable,
and especially in this area. Well, it's not just here. I've experienced it in Florida where it rains or there's precipitation in one area of the metro area, and then 5 miles away, it's sunny and beautiful, but it's raining 5 miles away from you.
It's the beauty of living on a peninsula.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
it's surrounded by water. It maybe not here in Metro Detroit, but on the west side of the state and in northern Michigan, sure, it certainly has an effect on it.
Yeah, I know. But
you said you just did. You weren't sure.
Is that the same thing with Florida though? Because they're on an ocean. Or part
they're
of
on
it
a
is,
peninsula. They're surrounded by water. Yes,
Yes.
it has a major influence on their
Ocean breeze,
weather.
and all that stuff.
but it's different. But like the states that get a lot of tornadoes, that's unpredictable as well. So there's no peninsula around them. So
There's just little nuances everywhere, though.
Yeah.
Like if you go up to, let's say, Stoney, you're going to go up and Jack's playing a game, a Little League game in April up in Port Huron, and we had a 70-degree day here in Metro Detroit. You better take yourself a jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Just
you're
in
going to
case.
get 10 degrees colder up there because the wind's coming off the water and all that stuff. There's all these little anomalies.
Yes.
We deal with it down by me a little bit,
Right.
you know? Because if you get that strong east wind in the spring, it
coming off of Lake
carries
Erie.
carries all the way to us, where it's a little cooler.
Sure.
Carson Anderson are coming up next. Hello, Doug. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you.
It's good.
Getting ready for
glad to hear it.
a nice weekend. Going to go with the fam down to the DGC at about 11 o'clock.
All right.
See some golf.
Cool. Platform life.
I know. Had a great time.
I'm a
with
big fan.
Had a great time with you and your family there last year.
We had a good time.
Yeah,
didn't we?
that was fun. We were making Big Ten jokes too, because it was right when it happened. Right? I think.
What, the USC UCLA thing?
Yeah, wasn't it? I don't remember. 'Cause I remember saying something to I don't know if it was Homa or one of those guys who went to or we gave him Pac-12 grief.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because that's how we heckle. We teach people about their Big Ten.
About
UCLA
realignment.
guys, about realignment.
Yeah.
Right.
College football realignment.
Exactly. But actually, that was before then.
You heard my
'cause-
Tony Gwynn story about how I was a big Tony Gwynn fan. I was at Wrigley Field.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm screaming at him. I'm a few beers in, and I'm out there in the bleachers. I'm like, Tony, you're the man. Tony, you're the guru, and all this stuff. And he never pays attention. And then like the 7th inning, and now I'm like 4 beers in, and I yell, Tony, we need a point guard after the game. Come run full with us. And he turns around and pretends he's taking a jump shot because he played college basketball
yeah.
at San Diego State. Huge mistake, because then all the Wrigley Field fans started heckling the hell out of him because they realized, oh my God, this guy got him to respond. But it's funny, like I'm trying to think of something different that'll get a response, and that's what worked. And so we went Big Ten realignment issues for
Yes.
Pac-12 golfers.
I've had some.
We're
I've
idiots.
had some heckling experiences where I really wish that I wouldn't have said what I had to say.
Yeah, well.
Calling Cesar Cedeno an assassin. Some guy named Stan Pappy, who I found
Let's
out.
get to the weekend. Come on.
You might want to stop, Stoney.
No.
I'm
I
scared
mean,
of
why
him.
would you do this? It could set you up for the first hour of the show.
Because it's the weekend, and I want him to get out of here unscathed.
Okay, I'll tell you off the air for this.
How would you heckle Aaron Hernandez? That's going to be your
No
topic.
comment. Absolutely no
boy.
comment.
Oh God, that topic's death. All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I tried to get you out of here, man. I tried to get you out of here. Friday indeed. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Hope you are doing well. Big long holiday weekend for many of you. So, hey, congratulations on that. Always fun. The middle of the summer, the July 4th weekend, and obviously a lot of local fireworks shows. And, of course, the own personal fireworks shows. Be careful with those. When I was a kid, there was an incident in our neighborhood, and some kids got burned. So,
oh, there's still incidents, Doug.
I know.
And by the way, because of the long weekend, I got a tweet, and I know you appreciate this.
Okay.
Thursday Mo was big this week.
Yeah. So Thursday Mo, so just two things about Thursday Mo. Thursday Mo, I was honestly worried. Like, I wasn't worried, but I was like, damn it, it's raining. But by the time I got home, because yesterday it was my son's baseball team, and so I got home after a rain delay, and it was dry enough that I was able to execute the Thursday Mo. So two things: Thursday Mo of the yard and Thursday Mo of the head. I'm clean shaven today, so I went double Thursday Mo. So there you go.
You do some edging up there too?
I did some. Yeah, sure did. So anyway, the Thursday Mo was executed, and I got up today and I walked out and I'm like, the lawn looks great.
Long weekend, my friend, and
Yep.
those that have Monday off, and just enjoy that lawn and the long weekend.
Mm-hmm. So hey, welcome back from Vegas. It's my first chance seeing you.
It's good to be visiting Michigan again, leaving my hometown of Las Vegas.
We always joke that Gator or Kang is a Vegas native, but you're out there all the time. You have one story that you started telling me, and I said, stop. I just want to hear it on the air for the first time. That's a bit wild. Let's start with that. That we will get to that. And he made his annual bet, a little bit different this year, but it's become a regular part of the show. Is every year, this time of year, roughly, Kang, you go to Vegas and you bet a long shot to win the Super Bowl. You've come close on one, and by long shot, you mean 100 to 1 or more,
No,
right?
50 to 1 or more.
Sorry, 50 to 1 or more. My bad. But didn't you come close on winning one of these one time?
Yeah, the Falcons was one that when they went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Last year I had the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I don't know if they were the long shot, though. I think they were only I want to say 25 to 1 or something like that.
But you bet them last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
I cashed that.
Wait,
it was a small amount.
Yeah, but but hold on.
That was a smaller one. Last year, did I? Yeah, I did go to Vegas last year. What was my bet last year?
I don't know.
It wasn't good. I think it was.
Was it Washington or somebody?
Yeah, it was Washington. You're right.
Yeah, that's not good.
No bueno.
No. But you wait, when you said you had Atlanta, was that the 31 to 3 or 34 to 3 lead they blew?
38 to
34, was it 34-3, 31-3? They blew it.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say. Oh no, that was your 50 to 1, huh?
Yeah, they were longer than 50. I think they were bigger than 50 to 1 at the time.
Well, that's too bad. Man. Anyway, so he made his annual bet. We'll get to that. All right, so look, probably the biggest news that could impact us today, Elliot Friedman reporting, NHL, Tyler Bertuzzi will be testing the free agent market on July 1st. Is this the play? Is this the play for Steve Yzerman and all the cap space that they have? Every single time a guy in a contract year gets traded, people pretty much say the same thing. Well, you can always get him back as a free agent. It is said, I would say close to 100% of the time. It is actually executed close to 0% of the time, right? Where you trade away a pending free agent. It does happen, but it's so rare. You trade a pending free agent and then go into it with the hope that you will get him back. And it just doesn't happen very often. So as we sit here today and Tyler Bertuzzi, the Red Wings traded for Boston, get a first-round pick in next year's draft, Tyler Bertuzzi's going to test the waters. If you look at this draft, the takeaway from this draft that I have is, and I heard this repeatedly, the Red Wings were looking for players that are hard to play against. Short on glitz, short on flash, deep on grit and two-way players. And now the Wings take $30 million into free agency. Now you could go get some goal scoring, but correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Tyler Bertuzzi the kind of player that's quote unquote hard to play against? And he can put the puck in it. So is this the play? Do they go after Tyler Bertuzzi?
It's weird because with Bertuzzi, you're like, what would he look like as a wing? Well, we've seen it, right? Like when you look at other free agents in general, you're like, hey, how would that guy do here? How would he mesh with his teammates? But we've seen this. And I remember when Yzerman decided to move on from Bertuzzi, a lot of people were upset because that's the kind of guy that you, on a team that's trying to get into playoffs, and when you get into playoffs, that's the kind of guy you need and want, right?
Yeah. And he was a fan favorite, I'd say, pretty comfortably. And, the pending free agency, no deal got struck, and so they moved him. And now, he's back out there on the market. And, does the ties to Detroit help bring him back? Now, could the DeBrincat thing still be in play? Yes, the DeBrincat thing could still be in play. Remember before the draft, their general manager had the quote that he didn't expect to get a first-round pick in this draft. And that's, that might mean that they could still trade him for a pick in next year's draft. Bertuzzi in the postseason last year played in 7 games, had 5 goals, 5 assists. And that feels like, kind of thing that makes it certainly justifiable. I don't think he scored a ton of goals as a whole last year, but he did great in the postseason. Yeah, he had 4 in Detroit and he had 4 in Boston in playing in 50 games. But in the postseason, he was wildly productive. So, look, bottom line here is the end of free agency. Yzerman's got a lot of money. It feels like this has been short on big moves in this postseason or in this offseason. So this could be it, right? Is this the go time? Or do you think he stays the course with these, I don't know if I call them undervalued signings, but they are what they are. They're, there's the acquisition of players. It feels as though, the guys that they are getting, you always hear, oh, he's defensively responsible, which, I mean, who runs to get season tickets because they added a guy who was defensively responsible? That doesn't mean it's not the right move. Doesn't mean it's not the right move. We also have a very unique situation here in Detroit with Steve Yzerman that is either going to be awesome or uncomfortable, I feel like. We'll get to that today at 10:18. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, by the way, Tigers win yesterday. Now 4 games out of first behind the Twins and the Gribe, who are tied with Minnesota. And certainly lots to talk about on that front. So we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. First feedback we get here. Come home, Bert. It makes so much sense. It has to happen. It's the dial of destiny. Thank you, Scott. And yeah, I mean, look, Bertuzzi news this morning is going to test the waters in free agency. And there was a post by The Score out of Boston that said Tom will not be a Boston Bruin next year. So, this is not always about getting the band back together, too. Some people, I don't want to be accused of that. It just, if you look at the repetitive theme, what I read out of the draft is this repetitive theme. They want players that are tough to play against. So is Bertuzzi back to Detroit to play? They have enough money where they can make multiple moves. But here's my question about Steve Yzerman. And I think we're all pretty patient with Steve. Now the question is, are we pretty patient with Steve because he's earned the patience? Are we pretty patient with Steve because he deserves patience? Or are we pretty patient with Steve because he's Steve Yzerman? Like, that's the thing about this, is he's a Detroit legend. And in going into year 5, in this day and age of sports, there's a sense of urgency. You don't typically get 5 years with this slow and steady progress without being on the hot seat, like legitimately on the hot seat in general. And I don't think Steve Yzerman is legitimately on the hot seat. And that could pay huge dividends because you know what we have a general manager that he's not doing? He's not operating out of this tremendous sense of urgency to make something happen right now. Right? He's not making moves because he has to win right now. And because of that, it makes me wonder if we are going to benefit from that long term, because he can be slow and steady. He can play cards that we won't see guys for a few years and doesn't have to, make a move for DeBrincat and give up players that he knows are going to be great players down the road because he's got the luxury of time because he's Steve Yzerman. Now, if he's wrong and he doesn't do it the right way, it's just simply going to be a lot of years and a lot of pain. But I'm intrigued by this formula because people don't get a ton of time to rebuild teams. So I'm just intrigued by this.
Well, I think every general manager, coach, whatever, they feel like they probably operate better, with some certainty, job security, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve Yzerman seems to have that job security here with the Wings. But it can work. It can be a good thing and a bad thing. I mean, the sense of urgency, there needs to be some kind of timeline, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like the fact that he feels comfortable in doing, he has job security and he's going to make decisions that's going to benefit this organization for years to come. But also, it can't be just an unlimited runway of do whatever you want for however long you want. At some point, you need results and you need a timeline because that sense of urgency can press you to start making moves that maybe are uncomfortable because, hey, we do want to win something at some point.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know that if we bring this up, there are going to be people that say that are growing impatient with Yzerman. But you're always going to find that. I guess, there's not real legitimate pressure here, and there's not real and he hasn't. Like, I got the sense he was going to go for it a little bit more this offseason. And so far there's been, even though the resources are there hasn't been that go for it move.
Yeah, I don't want to make a move just for the sake of making a move, but at some point, you do have to take a certain risk, right?
Yep.
Whether it's a draft, a free agent, whatever, you have to find that player that hasn't hit their ceiling or is going to get better. That happens in sports all the time where that's where the value guy comes in. You didn't expect him maybe to be that good, or maybe you did expect him to be that good and he didn't get the opportunity, the right organization, whatever it is. You've got to have the foresight to see that as a general manager.
Yeah, and so, we could benefit from this. We could. Now, I do expect steady progress. Like, every year I want to be better than the previous year. And the one thing that Yzerman has that really will help in the court of public opinion, in his back pocket, he built a Stanley Cup champion in Tampa. So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dean. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dean?
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
Doing good.
I think the answer to your question, the three, you put A, B, and C, right? I think the answer is D, yes, all the above. I think the reason why you have to give them an opportunity is because here's the thing. We're Detroit. We went 25 years in the playoffs. We won a bunch of Stanley Cups. That's what we want. That's what our fan base is. I mean, think about it. For 25 years, no one went during the regular season to the games because we said our season doesn't start until the playoffs.
That's true.
Like, it's something that we want to go back to, and I think that since he built that dynasty in Tampa Bay, there's no reason you shouldn't give him the patience, because do you want one cup or do you want three?
Right. And you know what he's not going to do, Dean? He's not going to trade for Blake Griffin, right? And by that, I mean an aging superstar that was in the moment, felt great, and felt like it was a move that would really take a team forward, and what we got was a guy who wasn't the player that he had once been.
Well, here's the other way that I look at it, too, is like we in Detroit always get angry that coaches don't answer questions. They dance around everything, give the most generic answer. And Steve Yzerman is literally the most blatant human being in all sports. And then there's people getting mad where he's like, no, I'm not doing anything dumb this year. I'm going to wait and see what I got and then move on. Like, that's how you build a dynasty. He has all these young players and let them mature together so you can throw a superstar in there and it's not going to mess up everything.
Right. No, Dean, I hear you. 248-539-9797.
The thing, no one, I don't think, whether you criticize Yzerman or you're for Yzerman, I don't think anyone ever even wants him fired. But I think the criticizing of Yzerman is that it's been 5 years, right?
Yep.
And you may say he helped build that Tampa dynasty, but it didn't help the Wings win a championship as a GM yet. I mean, guys like Joe Dumars, Ken Holland that have won championships as a front office guy here were chased out of town. And Steve Yzerman gets, I mean, complete benefit of doubt, and he hasn't brought this, they haven't made the playoffs.
Right. Feedback coming in. Dylan Larkin would like it, talking about Bertuzzi. Another one here. I like Bert, but I also think he's mistake-prone and not great defensively. I think that might be why they aren't jumping on DeBrincat. Seems like the new system, they're stressing responsibility defensively. Well, that 100% feels like that. And you're right. But at some point, the question is, did you get all these defensive responsible players and these two-way guys so that you can mix in others and try and balance out your team? Unnamed texter, stop it with the Burt talk. Average skater, always hurt. One-way player, look at 5-on-5 and OT. Horrible. I totally hope they go after Bertuzzi. I hadn't bought a jersey in 25 years and finally bought a Bertuzzi jersey the year before they traded him. That's from Bill streaming at work. 248-539-9797. We go to Chris next up. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going? I just want to kind of pour a little cold water on Bertuzzi.
Okay, we can barely hear you. I don't know what just happened to your feet. Are you talking away from your phone, or you got us on a headset?
No.
Okay, better.
Not on a headset. Yeah, I just want to say, like, with Bertuzzi, he's a great player. Love to have him. But like most guys now in free agency, they want these long-term deals. And he's had a lot of injuries, including a major back surgery like 3 seasons ago. So I think they're going to be reluctant to sign him long-term.
Chris, thank you. We go to Daryl next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daryl?
How you doing, Doug?
Good, thank you.
Here's the thing I think people are not understanding Yzerman. Number one, I agree with the previous caller. Bertuzzi, I would love to have back. I think he's mix for our team, but are you going to give the guy 7-8 years that he wants long term? He's going to be a Miguel Cabrera towards the end of his career. His body's going to break down. And the second point I want to make is I think Ottawa's making a big mistake because they're not allowing teams to talk that are interested to DeBrincat. He could be commanding $9-10 million a year, and we're not going to trade for him anyway. So that's the thing I think that fans need to understand and be patient, because I think he's got a plan. I think he's going to make a move, but it just can't happen overnight.
No, you're right about that. And typically, and one of the things that he's not being rash. He's not. Is he operating like a guy who's under pressure? Not at all. Is he Is he making what most hockey people seem to deem smart moves? Yes, but it's not flashy at all, is it? It's not. You remember Troy Weaver before the NBA draft said, "I like to swing for the fences." It feels like Yzerman is trying to put together a big inning with a whole bunch of singles.
Yeah, it does. But I like the trade he made yesterday, and I believe that he's going to do something. It's just that he's worked hard to develop all this, and I believe that, again, he went through as a player all these championships. He wants to be good for a long time and wants to be relevant. And you just don't make a move because, we have the money and I'm going to make a move. And the thing about DeBrincat that scares me is I think that they're asking for too much for a player that had a bad down year, bad plus minus, and Ottawa's not dealing from a position of strength. We are. Yzerman knows that, so give him the benefit of the doubt.
Hey, thanks for the phone call, Daryl, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Got a text here. Steve in Madison Heights. Under no circumstances, I repeat, under no circumstances, bring back Tyler Bertuzzi. He's an okay player. We want guys that are better than Dylan. Don't bring them back just because he's Dylan's buddy. Nobody's in favor of bringing him back just because he's Dylan's buddy. Okay? And they've got enough cap space where this would be part of the offseason. I'm going to suspect that it's more likely they'd make a trade for a player better than Dylan than sign one. But Nick in Utica says, I have no interest in paying Tyler Bertuzzi long-term, not at the amount he's going to ask for with his injury history. Let's see. Steve has to show something this upcoming season. He needs to make a big free agent move. If he can't make the playoffs, he should be on the hot seat. Wanted to bring in one of our hockey gurus, Kenny, who answers the phones and always is interested in what's going on.
Guru, that's polite. I like that.
Yeah, well, I'll call you what you are.
Thanks, man.
Do you think that's fair?
Strong words there, Doug.
Oh, he kind of is.
Accurate words, King.
So what do you think of this offseason?
First of all, I thought the draft, I was a little underwhelmed. I was underwhelmed as a whole with the draft, basically, because I thought more trades would happen league-wide. They didn't. I was disappointed that Dorian, the GM of Ottawa, wouldn't let anybody talk to DeBrincat's agent. He was my number one guy, as a lot of you might know. I was underwhelmed that they didn't make a big splash. We had a lot of draft capital. We had 2 firsts. We had back-to-back-to-back seconds. I thought something there would be, but even more, I was disappointed by Steve Yzerman's comments about how, hey, we're still acquiring assets. I thought that's not something you should say.
Well, I mean, it's basically admitting I have the luxury of time.
Right. And I think entering year 5 of a rebuild, you shouldn't be acquiring assets still. I think if we took Steve Yzerman's name out of it, replaced it with any GM of any sport, we'd be like, well, that's something.
Yeah.
Fans would be trying to run him out of town.
So
if he wasn't Steve Yzerman.
Right, but that's the question. The question is it allowing us to be more patient? And well, obviously people are being more patient, but are we going to benefit from that? Because he's not being super aggressive or making rash moves because he's got the luxury of time.
I think we could benefit from it. I'm not running him out of town, certainly. I think it could work out. But entering year 5, you're right. He has earned or acquired the luxury of our patience, whether it be from Tampa or wearing the number 19 in the city.
Yeah.
It could be both. I agree with the caller earlier. Dean, I think his name was. He said that, it's option D. It's all the above. And that as a fan base, I think, is what we're all kind of going through right now.
All right, so what do we got? What do you want him to do in free agency?
See, that's the problem. That's why I was such an advocate for trading in the draft, is because this free agency is notably shallow. There's not a whole bunch of great talent. We're probably going to have to nickel and dime our way to putting together a team because we still have a salary cap floor to reach. A lot of people don't realize that he has to spend money to reach the
It's
floor.
like $8 million.
It was, yeah. I don't know how much the contract of the 2 players we acquired from Edmonton was. I'd have to look at that. But still, at some point, we have to reach that salary floor. So I feel like you're going to see moves like you saw years ago when we acquired, like the Perrons, the Kubaliks, those types of players, where you're going to see middle 6, and we got a right side of the defense to fill as well. And those players we drafted, the defensemen, they're not going to fill there quite yet.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. I'll read some more of the swath of texts we are getting. Why are Detroit's fans so afraid of getting good players? Why are we stuck in this constant cycle of mediocrity? No, we don't want to re-sign old players. The laziest take I've ever heard. Can we please get better? You can do both. That's the thing. It's not like their one move in free agency could be Bertuzzi, or the one salary they take on would be Bertuzzi. Reading prior to the draft, there was a quote from an anonymous GM that said, it's so hard to do anything because people don't have cap space. It's highly restrictive. Detroit has cap space. One of the few teams that have cap space. If we're going into year 5, you're not already uncomfortable, then it means you're biased, hypocritical trash. Other GMs get 3 years to rebuild, and Yzerman gets 12 years of failure. LOL. See, this is nobody thinks he gets 12 years of failure. Nobody believes that. But if you are impatient, that's fine. I'm not telling you how to feel. I'm just saying the overall sentiment feels like Yzerman has the luxury of time. Is it because he built a cup winner in Tampa? Yup. And is it because of what he did in Detroit? Yup. The other thing is this offseason isn't over. Like, it didn't end at the draft and the lack of aggressive moves at the draft.
You're absolutely right about the offseason not being over yet. Gator's take this week was wait and see at least, right? Like let him cook, let him still work. But I think it's what he said at the draft that has certain people concerned that he isn't going to do much, right?
Yep.
And I think the time thing is, Yzerman's clearly working with job security and he feels like he has time. The question is, what is a reasonable amount of time?
Yep. And he's getting a lot of time. He's getting a lot of time. 248-539-9797. More feedback here. If we're going into, I don't care about the future. I want to win now. You can't build a winning organization without that first win. I mean, they're poised to win more next season already, but NBA free agency tonight. The Pistons will be bringing on at least 3 relatively notable free agents during the free agent period. Okay, thank you for that prediction. We'll get into the NBA a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John next here on 97.1. Hi, John.
Morning, Doug.
What's up?
This is John in the thumb, and it's more than okay.
Okay, good to hear.
Sitting on the beach watching my kids play. It's awesome.
Nice.
But anyway, just been listening over the last couple of days. People calling in and some certain radio hosts losing their mind over the fact that we need more stars and we need people better than Dylan Larkin. But if you look at what happened with the Vegas Golden Knights, Dylan Larkin, he would have been the leading scorer on the Golden Knights. So to me, if you look at it, I think what Yzerman's trying to do is build a better roster from top to bottom. More people that score around 50 points a year, and we only have two as of now. Where the Vegas Golden Knights had 7 50-point or more point scorers this year, and that would make a huge difference. And you can't just add all those people overnight.
So it's interesting in that I talked to somebody in the league in the midst. It was right around the time Bertuzzi. The question was he going to get an extension? And this person told me, and I've said this on the air before, and I don't know if you've heard it or others, but he said he doesn't want to pay anybody that's not clearly better than Dylan Larkin any more than Dylan Larkin because he's trying to build a roster top to bottom. Right. And that means, he's very, very adamant about not overpaying. So.
Well, and one of those two people that scored more than 50 points this year was David Perron, who was acquired last offseason. So he's making the moves to build that roster that's better from top to bottom. But like I say, you can't overspend and do it overnight. You can't have a bunch of guys scoring 50 points making that $7 million range. You have to have some through the draft. And I'm growing anxious as much as anybody, but I understand why it's taken so long as well, So.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It feels like there has to be a step forward, and I don't know how big a step forward this season, but they have to keep moving forward and showing a little bit of progress, if not a lot of progress. Like, I get it. Even a little bit of progress could put them on the hot seat, like the legitimate hot seat, not the fan-driven one. I think there's a difference. And I'm not invalidating fans' feelings. I'm just saying in the real world, typically fans grow impatient quicker than organizations do. 248-539-9797. Sean is next. Hi, Sean.
How are you doing today?
Okay.
Hey, just listening to you guys. Love the Wings talk. It's nice to finally get some good hockey talk going. I think the draft overall, Yzerman made some strong moves. I think he has something that a lot of teams want, though, is cap space. So I'm going to expect him to make some moves here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of guys are talking about, any other GM, if it wasn't Yzerman, would be ran out of town. And we're going on 5 years. It is Yzerman, though. Like, the guy has earned the right to take his time. He's building a foundation, and this thing is going to take off eventually. It may take a little longer than a lot of people want, but we're getting a lot of good young talent and players in positions of need, whether we're going to see him come up and make an impact on the team or use him as trade bait in the future. Like, we're going to have a great foundation because of the moves he's making.
Well, if you start thinking about the whole patience card, the honest truth is the patience card should be more about what he did in Tampa than what his name is and what he was as a player, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, even though they didn't win when he was there, right after they left, they made a few moves, a couple small moves, I believe, at the deadline. And look at that. Next thing you know, made the Stanley Cup 3 years in a row, won 2 of them. I mean, they have and they still are a solid team. I mean, I don't know if I'd say they're a Stanley Cup favorite anymore, but they're still a playoff contender because of that good foundation. Yeah, they're having problems with cap. A lot of good players that they're going to have to probably move to free up cap in Tampa. I mean, they just got rid of Colton because they weren't going to be able to sign him, a few other guys. They have a good team because of that.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear
think
you.
Also, too, one last thing I wanted to ask. The DeBrincat, I heard, I know Ottawa's owner wasn't letting them, or the GM wasn't letting the team, because none of the trade offers were that serious. They felt like once they got a serious trade offer, they would let the team talk to the agent to potentially, make a long-term contract happen.
Right. Well, look, if that might not be over. That might be far from over, in fact. It might be going on right now. One thing I'll keep saying over and over again, off-season's not over. Off-season's not over. But I'm looking at the text come in, Kang. Am I wrong? Is there more impatience being shown?
I think with the text, it's about 60-40 impatience. You know how like ticket text can be though, a little bit more negative usually than the calls. But but I say 60-40. I think I can't stress this enough. Even the impatient and the criticism the impatient text and the criticism that comes in, no one's calling for Yzerman's job, but they are calling, I think, for some kind of real timeline and from progression, right?
Yep.
He has job security. No one wants him to be fired, but yet they also want to see something. And I think at some point, I know he's trying to build a foundation here, but you do have to pick and choose at some point to take that chance, right? To maybe overspend on a guy or to take a risk on a prospect or whatever it is. But safe and I mean, if it was that easy, everyone would just wait for that safe guy. At some point, you take a chance.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson. Okay, got to talk about that Tiger win last night. And what's going on with number 20? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Kang back from Vegas. Kenny's on the phones. Glad to be with you on a Friday. Hope you have great long holiday weekend plans in store. Lots to talk about today, including Steve Yzerman, who is, it was a non-flashy draft, wasn't it? This was a lot of talk about two-way players and defensive responsibility, and not the kind of thing that gets the juices flowing, but I'm not saying these aren't the correct hockey moves, and also pointing out that the offseason has there's lots of offseason to go. It's not a great free agent class, but it is a class, or they do have cap space where they could still pull off a trade or two. But this GM is getting patience. He's getting patience in part because of his name, and he's getting patience in part because of building a cup winner in Tampa. And so, yeah, that's, he deserves it more for building the cup winner than for his name. But bottom line here is we could benefit from this, that he's making moves that are going to pay dividends down the road because he's operating like he's got no pressure. He's not trading for a Blake Griffin. He's not making that kind of move. And maybe Bertuzzi falls into that category. He is a tough player to play against. People pointed out his injury history, which is true. And last year, he wasn't great. He was really good in the postseason, or productive for Boston. But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We go to Dave next up. Hi, Dave.
Hey, yeah. Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just real quick, I'm in the patience camp only because of a couple of reasons. One is I think you got to give Yzerman a little bit of grace on season one because he had to kind of undo some of the contracts. He didn't get rid of Blashill. So he kind of stood pat where he was to kind of get a good, honest assessment, I think. So I give him a pass on year one in the contract situation as well. And additionally, I think if you look at the other variable, two things. Number one, he is putting a lot of foundational pieces in. So I think you got to give the development pipeline a chance to develop and then let those guys kind of show what they can do. But additionally, the thing that I haven't heard yet is that you can't discount the motivation that the players have that are currently on the roster. I don't think that Larkin and some of the other guys that are coming up are, number one, going to be satisfied with another rebuild season. I think that they sniffed the playoffs last year. I think they are all hungry to get there because none of them have been there. None of them have enjoyed the success that the Wings had previously, other than Yzerman and Draper and the other guys that, Lidstrom and those guys that are in the organization at the upper echelon. So I think that that's a variable that I don't think you can discount because I think that and of course, we don't know what those players are thinking or what's being said behind closed doors, but I think that their motivation level to get back to that state is something that I don't think we can, number one, get a really good gauge on, or B, underestimate. Because I don't think that those guys, especially Larkin, is going to be satisfied with, another rebuild year, and I'm going to spend my entire career in a rebuilding mode. So the other piece is, too, is that Bertuzzi is kind of like going back with your ex-girlfriend. The magic may be there for a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's time to move on. I think that his injury tendencies are something that probably work against him. Even though he's a tough player, I think one of the things that we got to get is some consistency. And then finally, from a goals for, goals against standpoint, the Wings were, I think, 20 goals off the league average last year. So they're going to need some of those guys. Maybe it's a marquee player, DeBrincat or not, to kind of close that gap. So I'd be curious to know what your guys' thoughts are.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, that's why I keep saying this off season isn't over. And the thing about DeBrincat is when his name came up, we got plenty of texts and some calls listing his flaws. But he did put the puck in the net. He has put the puck in the net in his career. And look, we played that soundbite from Elliot Freeman earlier in the week that says Yzerman sets his price and doesn't budge. He's not going to panic. He doesn't get bullied into moves. He just says, look, take it or leave it. And Ottawa has chosen to leave it. Now, Will they continue to choose to leave it, or eventually do they say we got to do something? And that's the thing about this is, that might not be done. I would expect they're going to get a goal score here. 248-539-9797. All right, I mentioned it before the break. Want to get into it here a little bit. Wednesday's show. No, it was Tuesday's show. Tuesday's show, we started talking about Spencer Torkelson. He was flailing a little bit, right? And so as we discussed him, this idea that he is defined as a bust certainly came up from some listeners. And, every once in a while somebody hits a nerve. And by that, I just mean they say something that's a little bit different or that resonates or it makes me think. I remember, file it away. One texter wrote in, he is what he is. Give it up, guys. Then he went out and proceeded to hit a bomb on Tuesday night. He had a scheduled day off Wednesday. And then last night, he hit 2 more home runs. So I'm going to make the hottest take in the world right now is for me to get on here and say, see, I told you. Or he's here. He's arrived. Here it comes. But that would be foolish. It's honestly not time for a victory lap on my part either. But this is why when you look at these situations, you and young players, I am more of an advocate of patience, of a guy that's got talent, shows flashes, and but he's not. He's got a long way to go. But this game can beat you up, and you have to have a mental strength and ability to overcome the blows that you will take as a player, because there are setbacks and there are trap doors all over the place, and it's not everybody hits the ground running. But Torque showed some signs of what they hope he can be in his last 2 games. So, yeah, I'll remember that text. He is what he is. Give it up, guys. And that person in the end might be right, but the last 2 games are the reasons why I'm not ready to go there and wasn't ready to go there on Tuesday prior to that game. So, hey, 248-539-9797. If nothing else, I bet even that person is happy to see it, right? Glad to see that, we've got that guy who went 1-1, went out and did in 2 games, which is an incredibly small sample size, but he did some 1-1 type things. There is no, and I want to make this very clear. This isn't a victory lap. This is why you don't give up on him. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Greg. Whoa. Okay, Greg, I'm going to put you on hold. I don't know what all the noise was, but Greg, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry,
Okay.
I missed Thursday Mo because of the smoke, so I'm out here getting it done.
All right, gotcha.
No, but on Torque, I think some other caller said it the other day that we forget that he kind of came up as a power hitter, not really much of an average hitter. And like what he did in AAA was the same thing. So with ball hit, the velocity and all that kind of stuff, I think that's what we need to hope is coming around. And 2 home runs, you can't really scoff at that too much, right?
No. Look, it's nice to see a bounce back because you can get down. We were talking about whether or not a AAA might be in store for him, but hey, he bounced back at the major league level, and he's got to feel good going into this Colorado series.
Yeah. And then I was calling on Yzerman. I think the biggest critic of all is probably himself. And I know you kind of alluded to that before about the person you talked to about, how he runs things and what he's aiming to do. Every single moves towards the Stanley Cup. So the people, that like Kang, like talking about, we're not giving up on him, but there's got to be a little bit of heat. He's got a ton of heat and he knows it, and he probably needs to hear it from us. So I mean, I think that's all right. And you can't avoid the parallels between him and Harbaugh. You know, how it took Harbaugh a while to kind of shuffle things around. He had to fire people, move things, and seemingly he's got something going now.
Interesting. I mean, that's obvious, such an obvious correlation. I don't know why I didn't even bring it up. So well played by you. You used the term, and you said he's got a ton of heat. And I guess I don't know if I want to get into like just arguing over the definition of how hot the seat is. Do you think he has a ton of heat? Do you think he feels a ton of heat right now?
No, it's probably just from listening to you guys too much because Cookies is all over it, and he was parroting kind of what Valeni was saying yesterday. Both of them just feel like the draft, wasn't enough, and you were kind of talking about that too, which I understand. I kind of agree with, but he's going to fill it in. He's going to fill in the goals with guys that've done it before, not in draft picks that, I mean, he was there when, what's his name? Who was the GM? Sorry, Kenny?
Holland,
I mean, he would always, Kenny would always let guys cook, right? They would be sitting there just, in the minors for seemingly we thought way too long, but that was always what he was doing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that.
Thanks for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Rocket Mortgage Classic leaderboard. It is day 2. That means cuts will happen following this round. And Taylor Moore, well, he's nowhere near the cut line. In fact, he's birdied 5 of his last 6 holes, 13 under par, and a 2-shot leader through 13 holes today. He's got plenty more in him. Adam Schenk is 2 shots behind him at 11 under, 4 under on the day. And then Justin Suh is at 10 under par. He is 3 under on his round, and many of the big names have yet to even tee off until later this afternoon. Steve Yzerman and his scouting staff filled a lot of needs for the future of the still rebuilding Red Wings during 7 rounds of the draft. However, those kids still at least 2+ years away, so Detroit will need to continue being patient. Chris Draper, the head of amateur scouting, had a message to the fans who are having a hard time continuing to wait. Draper was on with Stoney and Jansen this morning. Free agency opens up this weekend for the Wings to begin using their enormous amounts of cap space, but Stevie says he won't force anything for the sake of doing it. Also, the Pistons looking for upgrades as NBA free agency begins tonight at 6 p.m. Draymond Green, Gabe Vincent, Dante DiVincenzo, and of course Cam Johnson all rumored to be of interest to Detroit. And the Tigers will hope to finish out their rough month of June with a win. The first of 3 games in Colorado will have Michael Lorenzen starting. A.J. Hinch said he'll have to wait and see how Reese Olson feels after taking that bullet off the leg during his start yesterday, resulting in a major contusion. First pitch tonight, though, is at 8:10 right here on 97.1. Dan Dickerson, of course, on the call. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Anderson out today. A lot of calls about the Red Wings, huh? A lot of discussion about the Red Wings. People want to see this team take a big step forward. The draft didn't really engender a feeling that they were taking a big step forward, did it? So here we sit on the brink of free agency. Bertuzzi, more of the feedback saying people don't want him back, but he's going to test the market. Reports out of Boston. There's still the DeBrincat move that could be made. But there's a lot of underwhelmed people in Detroit. Now, offseason's not over, and I made the point a couple of times we could benefit from the fact that our general manager is operating under the guise that he's got time. And maybe that means a whole bunch of underrated smart moves that pay dividends down the road. I mean, look, that's the glass half full approach to this, right? Is that he's making a bunch of moves, responsible two-way players that are hard to play against. I heard that over and over, it felt like, with the draft. So, do we benefit from that? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, some Tiger talk. I do have a question for Tiger fans that we'll get to in a few moments. Plus, coming up today at 11:20. Kang, you missed it because you were in Vegas, your hometown. But we had a caller call earlier in the week. We were talking about Rocket Mortgage Classic, and he wanted advice going as a fan, and he was taking his 2.5-year-old. He has reached out about how it's gone at the Rocket Mortgage Classic with a 2.5-year-old boy. We'll get to that today at 11:20.
I'm sorry I missed Gator's reaction.
Gator's reaction was great. We'll revisit all of it at 11:20.
All right. Well, I'm sorry about being gone. I had a city council meeting I was attending. There's a lot of stuff going on back there, man. You know.
No, I know.
It's busy over there, Got fireworks, city ordinance stuff I got to vote on.
Yeah, you've got a lot of responsibilities out there in Vegas. Let's go to John. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, John?
Hi.
Hey.
What is the advantage of signing Gobrinen and Bertuzzi? The Red Wings will make the playoffs and exit in the first round. The only way to win is to be in the top 6 in the lottery. The only way to get a superstar is the lottery. That also makes your lower draft picks higher up. Do you trust Yzerman to make the draft picks? I do. 100%. The NHL is littered with 500% teams, and they don't win the Stanley Cup.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the NHL also has a long history of teams that just get into the playoffs making deep runs. If I check the record books and go all the way back to like a few weeks ago, Florida was an 8 seed, and they made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, I'm not saying that means you want to be the 8 seed, but that's where I disagree with you a little bit, is getting in is a big deal. It's not like the NBA, although the NBA just had an 8 seed make it to the finals.
The Red Wings are not Florida, though.
Well, no, of course not. But to get to that point, to be an 8 seed, they'll be more like Florida, won't they?
Yes.
So that's the point. And look, I what you bring up about winning the lottery, my God, yes, that would help. They have had next to no lottery luck. The lottery has been unkind to the Detroit Red Wings, for sure. But, I mean, let's call it what it is. You still have a job to do, and Yzerman talks about it all the time. He's not going to make excuses, and he's not going to, he still wants to build a winner. But, yes, you are absolutely right. Winning the lottery would help. Having more lottery luck would help. I hope we're not in the lottery next year or years after. Right? 248-539-9797.
Ticket Text brought this up, and I want your opinion on it. When Steve Yzerman comes out and says something like they're not ready to win yet, they're not there yet, they're at that point, what kind of message does that send to the current team and all the young guys? Is that a motivating thing, or is that like a discouraging thing to hear?
Well, it better not be a discouraging thing. I mean,
we want it to be motivating, but how do you think that can come across?
It's a great question. I hope it doesn't. I hope it motivates them. But their play and their development has to justify a stronger move from Yzerman. Now, Yzerman he's in the job of acquiring talent. And it's not gone great, but it feels like there's consistent steps forward, albeit small steps. So it's time. I would argue that with this kind of cap space, it will be disappointing if there is not a more significant move made in free agency or with a trade. But I've emphasized it, and I know it's repetitive, but offseason's not over. Offseason's not over. 248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
I think they screwed up the draft. I don't know if Stevie's the guy.
Why?
They drafted like they just won the Stanley Cup. What's their number one problem?
Well, there's a couple, but putting the puck in the net is one of them.
Exactly. How many forwards do they draft?
So that was weird, right? No, I hear you.
Score the goals.
Was I a little surprised at how many defensemen they took? Yes. Now, the first defenseman they took is allegedly the best offensive defenseman in this draft.
Right. I got no problem with him. But the others, we're drafting defensive defensemen.
Big
how's
bruising.
these guys going to score?
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. I was a little surprised by the number of defensive defensemen they took. They took a goalie.
You draft 7 or 8 forwards, and 2 or 3 of them pan out. You're on your way to improving your situation,
Well, and that's why, John, and I'm extremely curious of what else he's got brewing.
Yeah, I hope it's something big.
Yep. Well, I do too. The potential is there for it to be something big. For sure, the potential's there.
Exactly. But who?
Yep.
Nobody wants to lose their star players.
No, but it could be. Like an example is DeBrincat, a player that doesn't want to sign there, and becomes available because of that. 248-539-9797. Scott is next. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, thank you.
I think the Red Red Wings, I think that what they need more now than ever, and this is more on Chris Illich than Yzerman even, we got to spend some money on vets. Vets that are pretty good. Because, like I was telling Screener, the way we stayed good for 2 decades is we never really had a lottery, I don't think, for 2 decades. We weren't in it. But the thing is that we were able to get good players in. They got to play with really good vets, and then they'd come up through the system, and it was just a never-ending wheel of Red Wings, and we stayed good. That's the way you do it. But that's going to take some spending on the owner's side.
It's hard to compare this era to that era because of the cap. And you're right. They constantly brought in known commodities, big ticket players that you can't quite hoard as much as you used to be able to hoard them.
Right. No, I agree with that. Not at the same pace, but I just think like the hot name obviously is DeBrincat, and there's a few others. And I just think we need to do whatever we can since we did go so defensive heavy. And, for me, that's telling me we're in the free agency, we are going to go get some big forwards. At least we should.
Yeah.
Because that's what he left the door open for. And I think these players need that in practice. They need that in games because you need to learn in the NHL how to win. And is there anybody on the Red Wings that can teach that right now?
I mean, David Perron.
Yeah, there's one.
Yeah, but I'm just very, very curious as to what's next. Very, very curious. All right, so we got to follow up on the 2.5-year-old that his dad took him to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1. So, Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit. Thing's great. If you've never been to it, I highly recommend it. Had an absolute blast last year. And Stoney was talking to me today about, because he's heading down there, and Stoney was there. We hung out with Stoney a little bit, and he's the best. And so we just had a really, really, really good time in watching this thing and being there. And I mean, one of the challenges is that a lot of the players at the top of the leaderboard, they're not household names. In fact, the guy who was leading after round one was a Corn Ferry guy, which is basically the AAA trying to make it into the bigs. And Peter Kust, who was I was reading a Free Press story today. Get this. He was one of 3 players to get into the field via Monday's qualifier at Fieldstone Golf Club in Auburn Hills. He made the playoff when Hayden Spencer was eliminated for having a 15th club in his bag. He had too many clubs, and so this guy made it in. And so far today, he has yet to tee off. Whole bunch of people have exceeded. He was at 8 under, and now a whole bunch of people. He's at 8 under or better. Taylor Moore leading the way at 13 under through 14 holes. But earlier in the week, we were talking about this thing, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and how how to see it, how to watch it, what some of the tricks are. People were telling us, one guy I park a mile away and ride my bike in. Another one was a big fan of going to the practice area and just watching there. I talked about my love for the platform life. They have a record of PGA high 6 platforms around the course, which are open to those just with a general grounds pass. And you can stand up there and see a bunch of different things. It's good height, good vantage point. But a guy called, Sam. He called on Tuesday as we were talking about the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And Gator was in. And he said, yeah, guys, I'm just looking for advice. I'm taking my 2.5-year-old and, what to see, what they might be interested in. And I knew immediately what was going to happen. I knew immediately that Gator was going to be against taking a kid to a golf tournament. I know I remember years ago being with him at a game and there was a kid there crying and Gator was like, kid shouldn't even be here. And a golf tournament calls for a higher level of decorum, if you will. A golf tournament calls for somebody, people need to be quiet. They need to behave themselves. And a 2.5-year-old can have a meltdown. And the guy said, yeah, he kind of had a meltdown in church on Sunday. And so Gator's first response was, He kind of grunted, and then he started getting uncomfortable in the seat, and he really desperately wanted me to be the one to say, don't take a 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Now, was I going to say that, even if I believed it? No, because I wanted to watch Gator struggle through this. And he tried to hold back, and then finally he said, don't take a 2.5-year-old. 2.5-year-old shouldn't be there. Now, you can make a case, and I started thinking about my own kids. I got 2 boys. The oldest, as a 2.5-year-old, I felt like he could go to a golf tournament and be quiet when he needed to be quiet and understand and comprehend and be patient enough with the event and get some enjoyment out of it. My youngest barely can make it through 18 holes when he's golfing. And in fact, at one point when he was younger, I remember taking him out to golf, and my first 2 kids, my oldest son and my daughter, were all into golf. Like they could go for 18 holes, no problem. My youngest, about 7 holes in, one of the first few times I took him out there, he literally said to me, maybe golf's not for me. Now he's into it. Now he's 16 and he's into it. But I knew that I wouldn't have taken him as a 2.5-year-old, but I would take my oldest. And Gator couldn't believe it. Gator couldn't believe it. He was like, no, 2.5-year-old doesn't belong there. Well, God bless Sam for sending us a tweet, and I should retweet it, First of all, Kang, I want your thoughts on a 2.5-year-old at a PGA Tour event.
I agree with you, Doug. I mean, it really does depend on the child. We've seen it. Parents have seen it. You have more than one kid, and they're completely different at the same age in their life, whether it's 2, 4, 5, 12, 20, right?
Yep.
Generally speaking, I would say you don't want to take a really young kid to an event like this. I understand why Gator's coming, but he's thinking all kids. And I think all kids aren't created equal, though. That's the thing. But generally talking, I wouldn't send or bring a little child to one of these events. But if I know my child, you have to know your child.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a parent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could things happen? Of course. But generally speaking, if your child can handle it, I don't have a huge problem with it.
Could either of your kids handle it?
Yeah, I think my oldest could handle it. My 4-year-old.
Yeah.
She's pretty mature. And if things go wrong, which can happen because they are kids, you got to be able to, abort mission, right? You got to get out of Dodge. You got to keep things under control. You're in survival mode. You don't want to ruin anyone else's time, and you get, you get the situation taken care of.
Yep.
But if there's going to be a lot of situations with certain kids, you don't bring that kid.
No, and so anyway, Sam followed up, and maybe I'll try and retweet what he sent us. Sam sent us a picture, and he's at the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and he writes, "Here with my 2.5-year-old, and all is well. We are loving it, and he is quiet." He sent that. I don't have a timestamp on it, but it looks like it's relatively early in the day. I'm assuming it's relatively early in the day. Then 21 hours ago. So this was yesterday, and I do have a timestamp on this. So yesterday afternoon, he says, "For all the callers who called in after and said not to bring him, I want to talk to them. We're having a blast. He has listened, been quiet when needed, ran around where allowed, ate lunch, had a good stroller nap, still going." I got to tell you, and all of that, you know what the key is? The stroller nap.
Oh, my God. Naps are huge with little children, toddlers, babies. That nap can make or break your day.
Yep.
It can make or break your day.
Yep.
If my kids don't nap, you don't know what you're going to get.
Nope. And the thing about it is, it has twofold. If the kid's asleep for an hour, hour and a half, that's an hour and a half. You don't have to worry about them. And B is when they wake up, they're more likely to behave than if they powered through instead of taking the nap, right?
Oh, I mean, the other day, you could just tell that my little girl, she was starting to break down. It's because she was incredibly tired and fighting it. Kids don't want to sleep, right? They don't want to take a nap. She said to me, it was funny. She was tired, clearly tired. And she says, "But my body wants to keep playing." I'm like,
she said that out loud?
Yes. And I'm like, I know. You think your body wants to keep playing. You need to take a nap.
That's funny. That's really funny.
And they get worse. But then you put them in the car or a stroller, and within a couple minutes, they're out, right? You look back, and it's like, wait, I haven't heard anything. And they're out because they're so overly tired. Yeah, that nap is huge.
248-539-9797.
Doug, that's why Gator takes a nap after the show every day.
That's right.
He gets incredibly annoying with himself.
The dog finds Gator annoying.
Yeah. Lois is like, "You need a nap."
So anyway, a couple things about this. One, have you taken your kids to games? And have you had either extreme? Greatest experience or disaster? Have you had either extreme? Greatest experience or disaster? How old were they? How to go? It has now been tweeted from our account. Listener Sam, the picture with his 2.5-year-old, so you can see it at Doug and Gator 971. It's the follow-up to the phone call he made where there was some sentiment that he shouldn't take his kid. He took his kid, and it looks like it was working out. Now, so 21 hours ago, so roughly 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock, he said everything was going fine. That doesn't mean there wasn't a meltdown at 3:30 or 4 o'clock. But if he made it that deep into the day, that's when it's acceptable to pull the plug and get the hell out of there if the kid has a meltdown, right? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Rocket Mortgage Classic. If you want to get into it, feel free. You ever taken your kid to a game and had it work out or not so much? Will the bad luck ever stop? We'll get to that today at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. The reason you don't take a 2.5-year-old to a sporting event is because they don't even know what's happening or even remember it. And other people don't want to deal with your kid. For the record, I have 6 kids. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I do agree with the kid doesn't really remember it at 2.
But I made the point that I did a lot of stuff with my kids when they were that young to introduce them to things. And so, you know, it becomes sort of their norm. But it's possible that the kid won't remember. It's possible that the kid will. But it's possible that the next time you go, it will jog the memory and they'll remember that they liked it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying to use the Rocket Mortgage Classic as the first introduction to crowds and learning how to behave. But when you take them to other things, and you do have to take them out to public so they do learn how to behave and things like that. So, like my little girls, I brought them to I still played rec basketball this past spring, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, that's not the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and you don't have to be quiet. But you bring them into crowds and other places and events so they get used to that stuff. So when they're not, freaking out when you do take them to a big event. Now, would I bring my little girls to the Rocket Mortgage Classic? No, because it's selfishly, I just want to enjoy it, and I have to literally watch someone's kid. Oh, wait, that's my kid, right?
Yep.
So that's me. But if I had to, I think that my 4-year-old would be fine for the most part. But yeah, I understand people that don't want to see kids there.
Another one here, and especially kids that aren't well behaved or a parent that won't do anything about it. I agree with Gator. I was at the Rocket Mortgage Classic yesterday, and a young child started crying while Morikawa and Kim were putting on hole 7. It is simply irresponsible bringing a child under 5 to a professional golf tournament. That's from Trevor. Well, I would disagree. It's irresponsible to let the kid keep crying and not vacate the premises, vacate the area, the immediate area when people are trying to putt. That's one. But if we're all super concerned about behavior and people misbehaving, they probably wouldn't sell alcohol on the course either, which they're not going to stop doing that. David Clarkson says, wasn't Tiger Woods 3 when he was swinging clubs at the driving range? He was really, really young. It's important to remember that we shouldn't make decisions based upon your kid being the next Tiger Woods. I would think that would be foolish. But it's also different swinging a club and being active as opposed to being asked to be quiet for long periods of time.
It's okay. My kid's the next Tiger Woods. Try explaining that one.
Yeah. Unnamed texter, isn't John Daly really just an overgrown 4-year-old? Excellent point. Another one here. Took my kid when he was a toddler to a Tiger game. He wanted nothing to do with it. Said if Johnny Damon hits a home run, we'll leave. He went yard. We left in the second inning. It's fair. Like I said, it's depends on the kid. Depends on the kid. Kang, you think you could take your 4-year-old daughter?
Yeah, if I had to. But like I said, honestly, I really wouldn't want to. I haven't taken my kids to a one of the Big 4 sporting events. No Wings, no Tigers, no Pistons, no Lions yet. Just because it's an ordeal. I mean, when you go to Home Depot with the kids, if you got car seats and if you still got one of the kids in diapers, the whole nine, everything like that. So we're gonna go downtown, and then one of them just says, "I don't want to be here." And then you're leaving in the second inning like that one guy. Now, of course, like I said, you got to introduce them to certain things in public so you can get that next big step. But yeah, I haven't done it yet. But right at this point, though, Doug, I do feel comfortable if I had to take my 4-year-old.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Dude took his 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. If you want to see the picture he sent, and as of like 2:30, 3 o'clock yesterday when he was there, he said things were going very well. So if you want to see the picture he sent, you can check it out at Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. A few things just to let you know about. One, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We push that a lot because more and more people are using it. And the best part about it is when you're outside of our area, and let's say the Red Wings or Pistons make a huge signing, right? 4th of July weekend, you're going to be outside the area, many of you. And when the Red Wings or Pistons make a huge acquisition over the weekend, you might be curious as to what's being said in Detroit. You'll be glad you have the Odyssey app. So download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can tune in from anywhere in the United States. Additionally, you can stream through our website, 971theticket.com, and you can stream with video at go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are, myself and Kang. And you can see the Thursday mode didn't just account for the lawn, it accounts for the bright, shiny head, which is the haircut. It is awfully shiny today. But you can check it out on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. Also streaming on YouTube. Same thing. Search up 971 The Ticket. Okay, will the bad luck ever stop? What was I talking about? Tiger pitchers getting hurt? I mean, right? I don't expect this team to be a contender to win the World Series. I don't even really deep down expect this team to win the division, although I would argue if there was ever a division to be won by a team that isn't particularly great, this is the division. But for F's sake, how about a break here? Reese Olson last night takes a hard-hit ground ball off his knee, off his left knee, and has to leave the game in the second inning. It was the third pitcher in this series that had to leave the game. Third in one series at Texas. So who are the Tigers' injured pitchers now? Well, Matthew Boyd is done for the year, in need of Tommy John after his injury earlier in the series. Will Vest is now on the 15-day DL due to right knee discomfort. Reese Olson, thankfully, is just day-to-day. Then you start getting into Eduardo Rodriguez, Tarek Skubal, Spencer Turnbull, Alex Faedo. We just got Matt Manning back, Bo Brisky, then other guys, Tyler Winiger, Jackson Jobe. Can we catch a break here? Can we catch a break here? And look, there are people that get mad at us for talking about the Tigers and talking about them being in this chase. And for the division, technically, they are. They are. Now, are they particularly good? No, they're 10 games under. They're not really, really good. But with a few breaks here, they could make a run at this horrible division. I mean, it is what it is. It's not a good division. But, hey, man, they're overcoming some stuff just to loiter. I mean, 4 games back, I'm not particularly excited about 4 games back. And now it's Minnesota and Cleveland tied for first. But I never would have expected him to be just 4 games back. They're just 4 games back. Okay? So my question for Tiger fans is, there are some of you out there that I can read it coming through in the text messages and the feedback and some of the calls that the games back, the being in the hunt in this division isn't thrilling them at all. They just don't seem to care. And that's fine. Because we all make the choice of how emotionally invested we want to get in a team. And we all make the choice, the own personal decision about how much we care. Like, do you tune in the games really caring about the outcome? Because I thought I'd spend most of this year tuning into the games, not caring about the outcome, but caring about how Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson did and how any young pitcher they had did. That's what I thought the only thing I'd care about is how guys that we were hoping to be around long-term into the future, how they did. And so, but I am intrigued for those that don't care about the outcome of the games and don't look at that games back column and find it intriguing. I guess I want to get into a little bit of why not. And I'm not judging. We all, like I said, it's an individual decision, how much you care, how much you don't. But look, I thought that the fairy tale ended when Riley Green and Eduardo Rodriguez both got hurt. And they immediately dropped, 7 in a row, 8 in a row. I can't even remember how much it was, but they started to stink up the joint. And now they've kind of clawed back in. They've clawed back in, and they've done it in the most unlikely of circumstances. You can say what you want about, hey, I don't like A.J. Hinch, or I don't think this team's any good. But in the 2 games in Texas where they lost pitchers, one game they lost a starter in the first inning, and the first reliever they went to, they also lost him in the second inning. They won that game. Last night, they lose Reese Olson in the second inning. They won that game. I always say don't want to overstate the case, don't want to understate the case. I don't know how they won those games. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Tiger fans, hey, 4 games out. 4 games out. Does that resonate with you at all? If not, why not? If so, why? Now, I've got my reasons, long-term reasons why I care. We'll get to that today at 11:48. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's a great time on some of these hot days to have a great refreshment at lunch. Might I suggest Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Now, they got the summer mocktail party going on right now. The new strawberry margarita, island punch, and watermelon mojito smoothies are available and fantastic. Order them via the app or online at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. The strawberry margarita and island punch smoothies, they're making a splash. You want to get them before the summer mocktail party is over. Make every day a getaway with the bold flavors and better for you pairings. Only at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Everything's fresh, tastes great, and not bad for you. Made to order smoothies and food. You could customize them as well. Fresh add-ins like almonds, spinach, kale, chia seeds, ginger, or supplements like Fat Burner or Energizer. Do what I do, which is order on the app. That way, you save yourself a bunch of time and you accrue rewards points. And every once in a while, you get a free smoothie, free wrap, free sandwich, free flatbread. Earn those reward points by ordering with the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic Time now. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Friday before a long holiday weekend. I hope you got big plans. I hope you're fired up. And I hope everybody's safe. And remember, it's a little dry out there.
Well, Doug, what's the air quality like? I know a couple days ago it was really bad. I read that 1 hour, or is it 2 hours outside, was the equivalent to one cigarette.
Ugh. So
I know you're a big smoker, so no, I'm kidding. But yeah, so what's it? Is it better? Is it worse? Should we even be outside lighting off fireworks? Oh yeah, because they canceled certain fireworks in cities too because of the air quality.
I was coaching baseball yesterday, and the kids said they couldn't see fly balls. Like they were struggling just picking up the ball if it was hit high in the air. And it was just kind of this overcast hay. I mean, everybody's seen it.
When I landed here in Metro, we could see it.
Yeah.
You could tell. It was like, I was like, hey, I left Vegas, but am I in L.A. right now? What's going on? What's the smog?
Right. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Open lines. Carson Anderson. Scott is on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Okay, thank you.
Hey, I'm going to snap here. I don't understand. I got three issues. I don't understand why you even draft pitchers. They're such a shot in the dark. They're such a long shot. Why not just draft your freaking bats and get these guys in there that can hit and go get your free agents off the scrap heap? I mean, it's like the quarterbacks and everything. Why? What's in? Gosh, letting a 3-0 pitch go by just drives me nuts.
Well,
you know what? If you're coming to our team, you're getting Tommy John surgery, and then we'll talk.
So there's a couple things about that, and I've cited this. In the moment, I mentioned it twice in high-profile pitcher acquisitions, which was, through the years, you get to know people that work in the game, and I got a guy that's pretty reliable and predicted to me that Michael Fulmer and Casey Mize would have arm issues, and it all had to do with the stress they put on given their delivery. And the stress they put on their arms given delivery. He didn't know for sure, but he said, look, there's a score that you come up with, and these two score very high on the probability of having an arm event. And they both did. And I think...
Wasn't Scherzer like that?
I don't remember. But I will tell you, Scott, that under Avila, it seemed to be something that it was either overlooked, they didn't subscribe to it, or they simply took the chance anyway, because there's no 100% predictability when it comes to injuries.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, I hope that this regime under Scott Harris, and Scott Harris seems to be pretty progressive in this regard. I'm really, really hopeful that our young progressive GM pays more attention to this stuff than our old guy did, because I think I just feel like, Scott, that the injuries were to a degree predictable.
I agree.
Yep. So,
but that's the thing. And you know what? Now that I got you, what's your opinion on letting a 3-0 fastball go right down the middle?
I mean, it's frustrating, but if you're not hitting, but I mean, almost everybody does it. Like if you're a great hitter, you can jump on all over that. But it's situations. Like you choose your time. When you let one go right down the middle and you end up getting out, and you're like, oh, I should have swung at that pitch. But it's not like they're doing something completely out of the box here. 3-0 fastballs get taken all the time by every team in Major League Baseball. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Matt next here. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you this morning. Thanks for taking my call. So I just wanted to say, this has definitely still been a team to watch, not necessarily for the wins, but just to see how they're trying. I think that they are definitely playing with heart. They're just not playing with all the talent in the world. And you can see that A.J. Hinch is coaching with the mindset that, hey, we're out to win every one of these games, but I don't think that he's also going out there with the blind optimism thinking that all of them are actually winnable. He's an intelligent man. You can see it in his eyes that some of these are just gonna go the other way, and it is what it is. And I think keeping guys around like Maton for as long as we kept him, I mean, he cost us some games. I think if you really wanted to dig down into the numbers, you can see how many games that Cabrera has cost us. So there's definitely some wins to have been had over the course of the season thus far, and I think the record could look a little better, but I just don't think that record is ultimately any worse than anyone should expect, I guess is one way to put it, because no one expected them to be even where they're at right now. Like you said, 4 games out.
Yeah, I think, you know what I think it is? I think people expected the record, 10 games under. I don't think they expected them to only be 4 games out.
Right.
Right.
And with
So
a poor division, that number kind of lives in exile. It's a number that can't even really be discussed in terms of the entire, league of baseball. But on when you look at it under the microscope and you say, well, they are definitely still 10 games back, and that's probably about what this team is.
10 games under. 10 games under, not 10.
10 games under. Sorry, 10 games under. And they just don't have all the pieces that they need to be a real contender. But I don't think that they're going out there thinking to themselves like, hey, we're a bad team and we may as well just pack it in before the first pitch. I mean, they're still going out there and playing, with everything they got I think for the most part.
So, and I think it's important to give some of these younger guys, even if it is, we all know the circumstance, but give them the idea that they're in a chase here. Get them used to it, right? I want them to step to the plate with a sense of urgency because they're trying to win a division. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah, it actually works out. I mean, the effort's definitely there, and it's kind of working out where you're playing the young guys or guys that might not even be part of this future, but they're getting a chance at something, even though they're not good because they're just overall talent's not there on this team. They are in a chase. It's crazy that they're closer to first place than they are to 500 as a record. I tweeted this out this morning. The Central Division, the American League Central, is the equivalent of like the 8th seed in other playoffs, in the NHL playoffs, in the NBA playoffs. I mean, you have a chance to make the playoffs, and you're not that good. No. It really doesn't happen in baseball because you got to win your division. The wild card teams are usually pretty good records. But this is one of those years, and someone pointed this out to me earlier too, the 8th seed in hockey made it to the finals. The 8th seed in basketball made it to the finals. The AL Central maybe is the 8th seed in Major League Baseball.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Not that good, but hey, by rules, they can get there.
Yes.
The rule says.
The funny thing is, by the look test, are they a playoff team? Literally no. By the standings, are they a potential playoff team? Literally yes. Right? I mean, it is what it is. Now, I mentioned I think it's important to give their young players the feeling that they're in a chase, the feeling that these games that matter. I think it's important to create that atmosphere. I also think it's important to be close to winning this division. The Tigers are going to be in the same division next year. It's not as if this division has got a juggernaut that's like asleep at the wheel. And I'm talking about teams that have underachieved, St. Louis, the Padres, teams like that. So somebody is going to go into this offseason and make some big changes and come back next year poised to dominate this bad division. If you are close to first, if you're in this thing into September, 4 games back, damn it, Chris Ilitch, time to step up. Scott Harris, make that kind of move. And it's not because they're close to winning a World Series, but the division is there for the taking for whoever decides to get aggressive. And if you're close, it's a lot easier to do it than if you end up finishing 17 games out of first. So, am I wrong? Does it increase a sense of urgency? Feels like it to me. If you stay close throughout the year. So, hey, we're in the end of June, and I care about the outcomes of the games. And that's why. I mean, there's just the carrot that's out there, which is be a postseason team by winning the division. Then there's the long play, which is justify big free agent signings. justify having an aggressive offseason, not a dumb one, but there's a ton of money to be spent, right? 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Mark next here on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Doug. Is it okay if I move it back to the Wings here real quick?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. I was talking with Kenny, and I'm trying to figure out how this works out. And you had mentioned earlier how a big part of the patience is not necessarily that he's a legend, but it's what he did in Tampa. And I'm seeing him replicate what he did in Tampa. It's just so similar. I mean, the type of player he's drafting, building exclusively through the draft, even removing high-ceiling popular guys like Druin and Verana. So I'm trying to figure out how it works. And the only pathway I see is that, I mean, two of these kids that he's taken on the forwards, they don't just have to elevate. They got to turn into Nikita Kucherov and Braden Point. Sebastian Kosa has to not just be good. He has to go on a 6-7 year run where he's the undisputed best goalie in the world. And Dylan Larkin has to turn into prime Steven Stamkos. And could that happen? Sure. But the odds of that and hitting the lottery that many times with your picks, it's hard for me to find a way for this to work.
Well, quickly. I mean, I don't know if the template is Tampa, right, and it worked for him there. Okay, but if the template is Vegas, that might be a little bit different. And I don't know that he's even following a template. My guess is he would tell you he's not following a template.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, that's just what I'm
seeing.
Yeah,
no, I hear you, Mark. That's all valid, but I don't think boxing him in that he has to do it the same way Tampa did. But look, that's another team though. Offseason's not over. What's he got brewing? Feels like he might have something brewing, right? 248-539-9797. We'll see. Okay, a follow-up on the 2.5-year-old at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. The dad has reached out again to let us know how the day went. And now a prominent Detroit sports television personality has sounded off on the topic. We'll get to that today at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. The hell's he war chesting for? He's got to be war chesting for something, right? I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Okay. So I mentioned we get to a follow-up on our guy that took his 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Sam sent us the picture. You can see it if you follow us on Twitter, @DougAnder971. Then Sam sent us a follow-up that things were going well. Was 2.5-year-old at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. We're having a blast. He has listened, been quiet, and when needed, ran around where allowed. Ate lunch, had a good stroller nap, still going. And that was like 2:30, 3 o'clock. I said, I wonder how the day ended up. And he tweeted us again. Sam, thank you for keeping us abreast of what's going on. Sam writes, made it all the way until 5 p.m. and he was great. Had an exit plan in place at tee boxes and greens just in case. The wife stepped aside and let him play, get this, let him play in an unused bunker for about 20 minutes. But all was great, and I'm so happy I took him. My man had his kid in a giant sandbox, an unused bunker. Fantastic. I wonder how the course felt about that. You got a kid playing at an unused bunker? Here's my question, Sam, and this is an important follow-up. When he was done in there, did you rake the bunker? You got to rake the bunker. Sam, I hope you rake the bunker. And I hope they were approved of what you were doing. Then, Jenna Trotman, sports anchor at WXYZ.
Gina,
sorry.
Okay.
Gina.
Well, I met her at the Jamie Samuelson.
I've met her too.
softball.
My apologies, Gina. My apologies. She writes, okay, I listened to this on the way in today. If your child is quiet and behaved at a PGA event, it's absolutely somewhere you can go together. We took our son last year, and he was 1.5. However, as Kang said, aborting the mission must be an option at all times.
You got to be ready to go. I
Yep.
mean, when your kids were younger, I'm sure you and your wife knew the look. Like, you just gave each other the look, right? And like,
Yep.
hey, we got to get out of here or do something, right? Grab that kid.
Yep. Yeah, we were pretty fortunate. None of our kids ever had those like epic meltdowns, but they can happen. And when they do, you become a firefighter, right? You're just trying to put the fire out, and you don't want anyone else to get burned. You just want it to be all about you. Now, do I get a little bit frustrated at the screaming kid that the parent isn't doing anything about? I almost feel like if your kid is screaming and you're not doing anything about it, that typically means that parent has been defeated.
Defeated. Loss.
I'm out. Right?
Yeah, because, like I said, you're just in survival mode. Like, on the plane, there was one moment where my youngest, which is, she's 2, she just, like, screamed. Like, it was one scream. And because she didn't, like, they wanted to bring up the tray, when you're about to take off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to put the tray back up, and we put the tray back up. She didn't like that. So it's like, give her candy. Give her anything, right? Give her, what do you want? You want ice cream right now? I'll get it. Whatever it is. Give her the iPad, whatever. And then because you just want.
You struggle with the reward for bad behavior, but I hear you because you're trying to put the fire out.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we're in public. I'm on a plane. I don't want to ruin everyone else's time. At home, I'm like, no, that ain't happening. There's punishment or whatever. I'm not rewarding you for bad behavior, like you said. But if you're at a golf course like that guy with his kid, or you're on a plane, hey, man, you just got to put out the fire.
So we now have another follow-up from Sam, who tweets us about the bunker sandbox. He writes, bunker raked. The crew loved him. He was a star yesterday. I am so glad to hear it. So it worked out. Now, to be fair, it depends on the kid. It won't always work out. But it worked out in this case. And so glad your kid enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it as a family. And a win for all. I'll be intrigued, Sam. I want you to follow up in like 5 years and ask your kid if he remembers that, or if it's just a 2.5-year-old and you took an unnecessary risk.
And maybe the kid remembers, maybe he doesn't. But this is like 1-year-old birthday parties. It's for the parents. I bet you it's for Sam. Sam wanted to share a moment with his child.
Yep.
And brought him. It happens especially a lot with like father-son things where the dad just wants to be like, hey, I brought him to, this and that. So it's sometimes, or a lot of times, it's for the dad or for the parents.
Yep. Well, I'm glad it worked out. And it sounded like the kid behaved himself. And the bunker sandbox is just such a brilliant idea, especially if the grounds crew is cool with it. So, well played. Well played. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, Tigers win last night, 8-5. More bad luck. Reese Olson, he took a ball off the knee in the second inning and had to leave the game. Sounds like, however, it is not serious. He is day-to-day. But Torque hits 2 bombs. Tuesday was a Torque is a bust show here from 10 to 2. We expressed some concern. Actually, just to be fair here, the Torque is a bust tag wasn't coming from Gator or I. It was coming from listeners. We said it might be time to look at a trip to AAA. Apparently it wasn't necessary because he hit a bomb on Tuesday, hit 2 more last night. This is not the time for victory laps, but it's also why it's too early to declare the guy anything, bust or otherwise. But the Tigers 4 games back of Minnesota in Cleveland. Tigers playing at Colorado tonight. Not a great team, but of course neither are we here in Detroit. But for all the people that are locked into the belief that they just suck, they are a 10-game under team, and it's not worth watching what's going on in this division. I question, why not just enjoy this faux division chase, even if it is just to get hammered in the playoffs? A team that's close can maybe accelerate in the offseason. So I'm caring about the outcome of the games, which I'm happy about. Steve Yzerman has got the benefit of time as he's building this thing. It's nothing flashy in the draft, no big move made. He didn't trade up. He didn't trade for a veteran. In fact, the guy they just traded for, they're going to release. It's kind of weird. And it's hard to get a read for what's next. Yzerman is non-committal to anything at this point. But people are starting to show some impatience. It feels like they've war-chested for something, but what? 248-539-9797. Coming up, Kang was in Vegas, and you saw something kind of wild. I don't know how it concluded, but you were faced with a challenge, and you had to make a decision.
Yeah, I started this story, and you were so like, oh my God, just tell me
Save
the
it.
rest on
Yeah.
the air. You want to? Yeah, it's a wild story. It never happened to me before.
I want to hear it in real time. So we will get to that today at 12:20. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. couple things making the rounds in the National Basketball Association. Draymond Green, according to Brian Windhorst of ESPN, he says his terminology, the market has dried up for Draymond Green, and he will be back with the Warriors most likely. So there is that. Also, James Harden is picking up his $35.6 million option, and Harden and the Sixers are working on exploring trade scenarios, sources tell ESPN. It's expected that Harden has played his last game in Philadelphia. So that's the latest on what's going on in the NBA. Free agency starting tonight.
6 p.m., yeah, they're allowed to start negotiating. So we talked earlier in the show about Tyler Bertuzzi, maybe the Wings bringing him back. What would you think about bringing back Jeremy Grant?
Doesn't thrill me, but he kind of checks some boxes, right?
Well, I think it actually hurts him that he was already here.
Yeah.
I think if he's one of those, I felt like if he was never a Piston, I think Piston fans would be like, hey, what about Jeremy Grant? But
Yep.
they've already seen that.
Right. No, I hear you. I hear you. And so, yeah, it doesn't necessarily thrill me, but at the end of the day, it might make a ton of sense. Is there anything about Cam Johnson?
Yeah, this is the latest. The latest is the Brooklyn Nets, because he's a restricted free agent, are willing to match any offer up to $21 million per year. Now, if the Pistons really want to get this done, they could be like, you know what, $25 million per year. We'll overpay for him, and if the Nets really want to, keep him, they're gonna have to overpay as well, I guess you would say. But yeah, I guess the report is they're willing to go to $21 million per, depending on, I guess probably length as well. But yeah, the Pistons, he can be had, I believe, if they go over 21 per million, and that's a former Monty Williams guy. It's a guy that I like. It's a guy that you like. I think he fits well with this Pistons team, what they're looking to add. So we'll see what happens there. But 6 p.m. tonight, things get they can't sign until July 6th, but you know all the talks are going to happen.
Sure, and quite frankly, we've got some NBA odds, like free agency odds, and in those odds, there's some intriguing stuff that I want to get into. Who makes the most sense for Detroit? Because they are mentioned a few times. 248-539-9797. All right. So you're in Vegas, and you and your wife go out for a late dinner, and you saw something a little bit crazy. But take us through, set the scenario. What's the scene like?
Okay, so we actually don't, I'm out there a week, but I don't spend the entire week on the Strip. I think that'd be insane. Probably 72 hours is the max. We were talking yesterday about staying on the Strip. Otherwise, you don't know what time it is anymore. You don't know where you're at. You've indulged in every vice possible. You're probably destroyed your body.
Yep.
So we spend 1 or 2 nights on the Strip, and this is one of those nights. We had a late start, so we had the great thing about Vegas is you can always get something to eat at any point, right? And we're feeling, all right, let's get some Korean barbecue. And it was about midnight at this time. And we found a spot right off the Strip off Spring Mountain, and it was open till 3 a.m. We went there, had a really good dinner, walk out about, I think, 1:45 in the morning or something like that, okay?
Right.
Go to a car. I go to my side of the car, the driver's side. My wife goes to the passenger side. I open my door, and I see her. She's kind of standing there waiting. And I see it's because there's a car parked right next to us, and his door is open. The car is on, so I'm assuming he's just getting into his car. He's got to shut the door, and then he'll leave, and she'll be able to go. About a minute goes by, 60 seconds. Seems like a long time, right? And she says, excuse me, and nothing. So I decide to walk over and see what's going on. The car is running. The car door is open. The man is in his seat, the driver's seat, with his seatbelt on, and he's passed out at the wheel. So I'm like, oh my, this is close to 2 a.m. It's Saturday night. He probably just got hammered and tried to leave and passed out at his wheel. This is ridiculous. So for everyone's safety here, I'm like, hey, go grab someone from inside the restaurant, a manager. We've got to deal with the situation, not just us. And so that, because maybe he was in the restaurant. I have no idea if they overserved him or he came from another place, because it was in a plaza, right?
Yep.
And so they close his door, knock on his window, and he wakes up, looks at everyone, and then proceeds to fall back asleep. So now I'm really worried. Clearly, this guy was trying to drive because his car is on. His seatbelt is on. No one knows what to do. Like, they're restaurant workers. They're not, they probably weren't trained for this either. So I tell my wife, I'm gonna go turn off the car. And she said, no. She didn't want me to get like close to this guy, but I was like, I have to. What if he just gets up and decides to drive out of here? So I go slowly to the passenger side door. I check if it's unlocked. I pull on the handle. It unlocks. It opens. He's still sleeping. I'm doing this very cautiously, by the way.
You're reaching into another person's car.
I reach over the passenger seat to the ignition where the key is in.
Which is incredibly close. Like, you can't.
I'm right there.
Yeah.
He could grab my arm. He could have a gun, a knife. I don't know. Maybe he knows jiu-jitsu and he can do it in his sleep. I have no idea, right?
Yep.
My wife's worried, but I'm like, I got to turn off the car. I wouldn't feel right. So I turn off the car. He opens his eyes and looks at me.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, we are looking each other in the eye. And I'm like, oh, crap. This was a huge mistake. So I look at him. He looks at me, and I go, I'm just turning off the car. And I pull out the key, and I show him the key. Like, I'm not trying to steal your car. Because I don't know. He has no idea probably what's going on. I slowly back away. He proceeds to fall back asleep.
Wow.
So he's passed out. I go over to the restaurant manager. I'm like, hey, here's his key. And he's like, I don't want it. I'm like, well,
come on, man.
Come on, man, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So I'm like, well, then you guys got to call the cops here, first of all. And we got to get someone here because maybe he's having a medical condition or drunk, whatever it is. He should not be.
No.
He tried to drive, all right? We should get somebody. So they end up calling the police. They're on the phone with him. I felt like I did my deed, right?
You did probably more than many people would do.
I gave him the key. And I think he tried to, like, put it on the windshield or hood. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, hey, are we good here? I asked them. And they're like, I think so. I'm like, all right. So me and my wife got in the car, and I do not know how this thing ended.
All right. So, first of all, you did something, which is more than what others might do. Okay? The reaching into the car.
Was that sketch?
Was it? I mean, I'm going to guess that a cop would tell you just call us. But to put your hand across the passenger seat, because you had to lean in too,
yeah,
right?
I wasn't going through
so
the driver's side.
When he woke up, you guys were like probably close to face.
Yeah, like a foot apart or something, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's obviously scary too and dangerous at the same time. I think you did more than what could be expected. I think you did the right thing. And you took it to the manager, and you would have to think that they deal with stuff like this.
Yeah, like at least because I even asked them, hey, was this guy in your restaurant? None of the three people, the two servers and the manager, did not know. They didn't think so. But yeah, I mean, you have to learn how to deal with drunk customers at least, right? Now, I don't know necessarily when they're already in their car.
Yeah.
But this guy could have came from anywhere. So, and I was thinking also, he was by himself. Did he eat by himself? Did he ride with friends? Did he meet people up? Did they let him go to his car?
Right.
This is ridiculous.
Well, you did something. Now, you said the manager, did they say they were going to call the cops?
Yeah, they were actually on the phone with the police.
Okay. All right. Well, then you did what you should do.
Would you have done that, Doug?
I think I probably would have gone straight to the manager. I don't know that I would have done the reach in.
Like,
that feels a little aggressive. But
like, what if I'm in the process of reaching for the key and he wakes up and just pulls in reverse and I'm in the car or halfway in the car? I'm like,
yeah, that part is probably like I mean, it's not the worst that could happen because, like you said, you don't know that person. They're clearly out of it if he keeps waking up and going back to sleep.
Yeah.
But in your situation, and this is what's scary, is this is a complete stranger. You don't know where they keep their firearm, right? I mean, you don't know anything about them, so it does come with a degree of risk.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I don't know why. I just felt like it was, hey, we got to turn off the car. At the least, we got to turn off the car. But I guess I didn't think about, what if he backs out while I'm in the car or whatever. But yeah, I mean, this could have happened. It didn't have to happen in Vegas. Could have happened anywhere. But this was one of the craziest things. Like every year we go to Vegas. It's a big family reunion. We do all this stuff. This is probably one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me since I've been there.
Yeah, well, that was something.
I'm going to bring it up in the next Chamber of Commerce meeting.
248-539-9797. Ryan, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hi, I just wanted to say, King, that was very noble what you did, but don't ever do it again. I think your intentions were definitely good, and we can appreciate that. But as I've been a first responder for almost 20 years, and people are crazier now than ever. So your intentions were good, but let's just call the cops next time.
I know that's what everyone wanted me to do. I just felt like I had to do something too, and
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's a police officer listening. They could call in maybe what the protocol is for any citizen, what they should do in this case. I mean, we did call the police, but I just didn't feel right having him sit there with a car on. And I don't know if he was on drugs or anything. I had no idea. He clearly was.
Exactly.
He wasn't in the right mindset. That's for sure.
My man's right. Noble, but maybe maybe not what you should do.
Yeah, especially with wife and kids and all that stuff. So.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. 248-539-9797. All right, something new seems to be gaining momentum. We'll see how it goes, but we will get to that today at 12:35. Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 the ticket. the feedback on this story. It's just from Scott. Kang sounds surprised to see a sleeping guy in a running car in Vegas at 1:45 in the morning. This isn't Farmington Hills, Kang. Next text. This just in. Las Vegas police on the lookout for a weird man going around turning off drivers' ignitions.
It's not the hero we need, Doug. It's the hero we want.
Good thing that person wasn't on bath salts and trying to eat your face off when you leaned in.
You're right. This isn't Farmington Hills. This is Vegas. That could happen. He turns around and just says to me, "You looking to go to a strip club tonight?" And hands me a flyer.
Kang, you did the right thing. Probably saved that guy's life. Unfortunately, he will now have nightmares of an Asian guy breaking into his car.
He's like, "Did I dream that or did it happen?"
Last time I went to a dentist, a lady was keeled over in a car. She was elderly and didn't move for like 5 minutes. I thought she was dead, so I went back into the dentist and got the front desk girl who knocked on the window, and she was alive. That's from Jan in Canton.
This is like one of those pretzel questions I asked, remember?
Yeah, it is.
You see someone sleeping in their car?
Yeah, what do you do?
How long do you wait before you knock on the window?
Yep. Tom in Flat Rock, I had this experience at a Taco Bell in a drive-through line. The person in front of me doesn't move for minutes. Honks don't work. So I went and knocked on the window, and they woke in a drunken stupor and pulled forward. My wife wasn't thrilled with me even knocking.
I just got this text from Gary at work. Kang, you have advanced in the Squid Game. That was a close one, man.
God, it was. Sounds like it.
Your goal is to turn off the ignition without having your face bitten. Good luck.
Congratulations. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Barry. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Barry?
Hey, great show, guys. Kang, I think you did the right thing. Years ago, I was at a bar, and I was waiting for a girl to get off work. And there was a guy, same thing, engine, the car's on, he's in a truck, running, and he looks like he's sleeping. And all of a sudden, some smoke started coming out. So I'm pounding on the window. His doors were locked, trying to get him to wake up. He finally wakes up, and he looks confused. I'm like pointing to the engine and all that. He shuts it off, and shortly after that, his whole engine caught on fire.
Wow.
Like, it was crazy. Yeah, and it looked like a work truck. I was thinking, dude, you shouldn't have taken your work truck to the bar and got it. But, yeah, I mean, it's good that you shut the car. Who knows what could have happened? Like, that guy, who knows, it overheat or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, I think he did the right thing, Kang. Take that 3,000-pound weapon out of service, and then, you know what I mean, let the police handle the rest of it.
Yeah, well, it's really, first of all, it's dangerous. And yeah, isn't being in the car with the keys in it drunk, even if the car's not on, isn't that a DUI?
I think it depends on the state.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, you did the right thing, Kang. Brave. You're a brave man, Kang.
or stupid, whatever.
Yeah, we're not sure which, but.
Yeah. I just couldn't get out of my mind, like, if this guy drives, I would be, he hurt himself or hurt someone innocent out there. That bothered the hell out of me. I'm like, I got to at least turn off the car.
Well, it's better than doing nothing. In this case, it turned out better than doing nothing, I should say. It just so happens that the guy didn't try to bite your face or didn't grab a weapon. So, Kang came across a sleeping individual while he was in Vegas behind the wheel of a car with the engine running, and he ended up reaching into the car and turning the car off, taking the keys to the manager of the restaurant. So,
yeah, after multiple efforts of trying to get this guy to wake up.
Yeah. Okay. So it feels like this is becoming a new thing, and not at every level, but this weekend, I'm pretty sure, is NASCAR's first ever street race through downtown Chicago. Now, there's a few things here. There's been a street race. I did some Google searching today. There's been a NASCAR street race before at a NASCAR-sanctioned lower-level event, and it looked like it was basically in the parking lot outside the Coliseum in Los Angeles. And it was back in the late 80s, I think it was. Other than that, I can't find record of a NASCAR street race. So they're going to be in downtown Chicago. They got this thing set up in the shape of an 8. It's not a figure 8. There's no crisscrossing, but it basically looks like that. But the truth is, am I wrong? Racing crowd? I like talking about stuff that we know nothing about. Hey, hold your criticism. But am I wrong? Is street racing getting some momentum in automotive sports? Because the Indy cars came back downtown. And I mean, I guess it technically was a street race out on Belle Isle, but it came into the city. Vegas is getting an F1 race. And it feels like they're choosing more urban or cooler settings to try some of these races. If Chicago is a success, I mean, doesn't it feel like it's only a matter of time before there's a New York street race? Doesn't that seem like there's no way that some racing at some level won't decide to go to the Big Apple? And I am curious about this. I'm definitely curious about this because, I'm not the biggest racing fan, although I watch the entire Detroit Grand Prix. I watch most of the Indy 500. I watch the Coca-Cola 600. I mean, I'll take in some of these races, and I'm a fringe fan as it is, but I would like to see some of downtown Chicago and see how it goes.
I don't know if New York City could handle one or would they want to handle one, but Chicago that's a big step towards that direction for sure. I mean, that's one of the major metropolitan cities in America, very urban. Las Vegas, where I live, Doug, is having a race this November. And that's going to look fantastic.
I mean, it's there. These are F1 cars on the strip.
Yeah. And
so, I mean, this is, of course, ridiculously simplistic, but when you see a race in a place that you have been, and I've been there, it's more interesting. I've never driven or walked the Sonoma course in California I've never walked around the track in Richmond, Virginia. But most people around here, I would say, have been to downtown Chicago.
Oh, there's the Nike store that I was just at, right?
Right? There's the Bean. I actually think it's closer to the Bean than it is the Nike store. But there's Soldier Field. Like, we're going to see places that we have been. So I think this is kind of cool. And I'm not sure. You always have to wonder, too, about how the hardcore fan feels about it. Because there was a time where NASCAR had its traditional tracks, and it feels like they got 2 races a year. And, they were going to Rockingham, and they were going to Bristol, and all that twice a year. And now they're branching out to do new stuff. And so this might be the kind of thing that a fringe fan like me goes, oh, cool, I want to watch this. And the old school NASCAR fan, like, this is a gimmick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if race car fans feels the same way as when, like, if baseball does Field of Dreams or basketball plays basketball on an aircraft. Hockey does the outdoor games. We all love that stuff, right? I have no idea how a race car fan feels about taking their events to different locations and not the norm, right?
Yep. I think it's cool. All right. But I'm probably not. I mean, maybe I am the target audience, the fringe fan. We talk about it all the time with sports that we are more familiar with. When you get the fringe fan, you get TV ratings. Kang, do you suspect you will tune in just to see what this is like?
I would definitely be more likely to.
Okay. Than if it was just another race.
Yep.
At Rockingham.
Mm-hmm. Because I got to see someone drive past a Italian beef sandwich. That's what I'm into.
All right, race fans, 248-539-9797. In the meantime, NBA free agency does start tonight, or at least the time where players can talk to teams officially. There are some Vegas odds. Detroit shows up on a number of teams and a number of players. They have odds that they could land. One of these players is awfully intriguing to me, and the question is it fool's gold? We'll get to that today at 12:48. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. We were talking earlier about dude Sam, who took his 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic, called in on Tuesday and had all kinds of people saying you shouldn't take your 2.5-year-old to the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And he has circled back with tweets letting us know how it went. It sounds like it went pretty well. Unnamed texter says, Midland Loons are a good intro environment for kids. I like how they have a play set next to the field. Lars writes in, I started taking my son to concerts at 6 years old. He loved it so much, I kept taking him. He's now 17, and he's seen over 60 concerts with zero problems, and it's been an amazing experience. Another unnamed texter, why would a 2.5-year-old even want to go to a golf tournament? Well, as Kang pointed out, it might be as much for the dad to just experience it with his kid. And if the kid behaves, I don't know, get the kid used to going to events. Larry in White Lake says, I took both my children as young as 4 and 6 to Tiger games. You have to plan and know the tricks. Italian ice with the wooden spoon or stick takes a child forever to eat. Also, peanuts that they have to open the shell keeps them busy for at least 4 innings. 4 innings. It's the same thing as taking your freaking dog everywhere. Just don't do it. That's from an unnamed texter. Oh, boy.
Well, Gator wouldn't bring Lois to this event. We all know that.
No, but would he? And look, you can't bring dogs. Let's be clear on that. But actually, I guess I don't know that that's a fact.
Well, it's not. You can bring. There's no rule against children.
No, there's no rule against children. But if there were no rule against dogs, is it not true that some dogs are different than others?
Absolutely. What if we gave Gator the option of, hey, Gator, take my 4-year-old or take Lois? He'd take the kid, wouldn't he? And we all know he likes dogs more than kids.
Yes. He probably would take the kid. I mean, Gator's dog has got some energy. So he might take the kid, yeah. He might take the kid. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, 97.1 the ticket. Also talking about the Tigers. Good to see Torque get some stuff going. A couple of home runs last night. Yzerman, look, he gets the benefit of time for 2 reasons. One that has a whole lot of reason as to why, and that is he won a Stanley Cup elsewhere. The second one is probably less to do with substance, but he is Steve Yzerman, and so people are a little bit more patient with him. Feedback coming in regarding the street racing. Mitch and Taylor says NASCAR needs to appeal to a larger audience. The traditional fan base has been dwindling, and the road courses have brought a lot of outside interest. With F1 being the world motorsport, NASCAR is trying to develop that type of following. Same reason they entered a next-gen car into Lehman's this year. And yes, the street courses are just plain cool. The Detroit Grand Prix was a blast this year. It's from Mitch. Unnamed texter says road course, not street race. Okay, a road course is Watkins Glen. A road course is Sonoma. Is Chicago being called a road course? I mean, should I call it? I'm not a NASCAR guy.
Dude, you're a racing guy,
I know,
man.
right? But I don't
deep
know.
in your roots. MIS.
Should we call Chicago a road course?
You tell us.
Or is it racing on the streets? I call it a street race. But Chris in Livonia says open wheel racing races on streets and road courses. NASCAR does not. They barely turn right at all. This will likely be boring racing, but interesting to see them on the streets. The race is down by Buckingham Fountain, so not right downtown, like the Magnificent Mile. That's from Chris. John in Lake Orion, if NASCAR races in New York City, it would have to be on Staten Island or Eastern Long Island. Downtown Manhattan, forget about it. Why? I'm seriously asking. I have no idea why you couldn't do it in downtown Manhattan. You do it around Central Park or something? I don't know. Curious. I don't know. 248-539-9797. All right, NBA. Let's get to some of this. Free agency opens at 6 o'clock tonight. Pistons show up having odds to land some guys that are free agents. Even though Brian Windhorst said the market for Draymond Green has dried up, The odds for him to land in Detroit, 14-1. Other guys that are available, the odds that their next team is Detroit if they leave. Dylan Brooks, 18-1 to come to Detroit. Jeremy Grant, 18-1 to come to Detroit. Chris Middleton, 25-1 to come to Detroit. Russell Westbrook, 16-1 to come to Detroit. And Austin Reeves, 18-1 to come to Detroit. Kang, you mentioned Jeremy Grant. If he hadn't already been a Piston, people would probably be a little bit more excited about that. His name is somewhat synonymous with a less than thrilling era of Piston basketball, but would he check a lot of boxes? Yep. Austin Reeves is fascinating to me. And the question is this a young player that's just come into his own, that's ready to be more than the third option on his team? Or is Austin Reeves just the guy that cleans up because the Lakers have LeBron James and Anthony Davis? And I suspect it's more the latter. He's a capable third option. But this guy averaged over 21 a game against Denver in a series they lost. I felt like his second half performance in game one against Memphis kind of won that game for them. And he averaged over 16 a game in the postseason. I have to go look that up. I'm curious, but I don't want to be like ridiculous on this one. Does he make sense in Detroit?
I think the kid can play. I watched a lot of Austin Reeves this year. He stepped up for the Lakers when they needed somebody to step up, not named LeBron James or Anthony Davis, right? It seemed like they're trying to find somebody else. And sometimes it was Schroeder, and Lonnie Walker had his game, but Reeves was the most consistent third guy that they had. I don't think he'll ever be an all-star, but the kid can play. He's got good basketball IQ. I honestly think whatever team throws a number at him, the Lakers are going to match and bring him back. And I think that's a good match for Reeves and the Lakers. Now, I like Cam Johnson more than I like Austin Reeves,
I do
especially
too.
for the Pistons. But Austin Reeves, if they were to pick him up, I wouldn't be mad at him. But I also know that it's probably going to take a lot of money, and I think the Lakers would match.
I was looking at a list of the best free agents. It says, of Austin Reeves, Reeves evolved from a useful rotation player to a nightly starter for an essential playoff performer in a matter of months for the Lakers, who have the ability to match any lucrative offer that comes his way. A return to L.A. seems likely given the Lakers' financial restrictions. But there's also a chance that Reeves' price tag simply gets too high.
I'd like to see someone throw the bag at Austin Reeves and make the Lakers overpay for him. But
Right.
I think they have to bring him back. But yeah, if the Lakers were to let him go and the Pistons made a run, I think he's a very useful type of player. Like I said, good basketball IQ and really stepped up this year.
I mean, he's only 25, too.
Oh, yeah.
So you're talking about getting on board. Now, if he's given more responsibility, it becomes the focal point of the defense, becomes a higher bullet point on a team's scouting report. Can he still play? Is he still the man? Because he was great. He really evolved with them. But you're right. I mean, if being a restricted free agent, but then again, so's Cam Johnson. Who probably makes more sense for Detroit. The thing about it is, I almost feel like when you're a 17-win team, agents will take your call for the one reason and one reason only, to drive up the asking price. Agents will take your call because they want you to just say, hey, you're a 17-win team. You got to overpay. Then they can take that back to their franchise, especially a restricted free agent. So I suspect Detroit will get agents for these players to pick up the phone. But will they really consider Detroit? Will they really want to be here? It's a tough call. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, I think you always got to be careful of that for sure. But I think, yeah, because money is a big motivator. And in NBA, these contracts are guaranteed. The whole thing.
Yep.
So this is a lot of money being thrown around. And some teams, if you don't get Cam Johnson, yeah, you got to start. I mean, I'm sure Troy Weaver's got a list of guys he's going to go down, right? But you got to have a plan B, plan C, plan D. And then how high is Austin Reeves on this list?
Yeah, look, if you haven't seen him play, he can put the ball in the basket. He can definitely put the ball in the basket.
But here also, we talk about him having LeBron and Anthony Davis, like you said, Doug.
Yep.
If he becomes the man, awesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't need to be. What we need is Cade Cunningham, Jaden Ivey to become the man. Maybe Jalen Duren as well. So Austin Reeves proved that he can be that third or fourth guy when you need it. And you read off his numbers in the playoffs. He stepped up when the pressure was on.
Yeah, he was really, really good in the postseason for them. And, he was comfortable in the limelight of playing for one of the marquee teams in the league. Coming to Detroit is certainly stepping off that marquee. And maybe that in and of itself is going to make it something he doesn't want to do. I mean, you'd be Laker. If you're a Laker, you're more marketable in terms of the ability to land endorsement deals and make income away from the court. But look, it'd be something that would be very nice to see. I'm still Cam Johnson, number one. Austin Reeves, I'm interested. I feel like there's a high burn potential there, though, in terms of he benefited from playing with LeBron and Anthony Davis. So, 248-539-9797. Any of those other names appeal to you? Reeves, Westbrook, Middleton, Jeremy Grant, Dylan Brooks, Draymond Green. So open lines, Carson Anderson, Gator out today. Hey, coming up next hour, I want to get to what your long shot bet in Vegas was, Kang, and a question for anybody who was at the Morgan Wallen concert last night. And it is sports related. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers in action tonight. Baseball team that won 2 games at Texas in a 4-game series, and in both of those games, their starting pitcher, got knocked out because of injury. Michael Lorenzen takes to the hill for the Tigers tonight. 4 games out of first place, but it's now Minnesota and Cleveland tied for first. Tigers still 10 games under, but as we like to say, loitering near the top of the American League Central. So hopefully they can put something together and have a good series on the road against not a very good team. Anytime you say that, it invariably comes with feels like the caveat that the Tigers aren't particularly great either. But if you want to know, Cleveland is playing at Chicago against the Cubs, who aren't a great team, but see what happens there. And Minnesota is at Baltimore. They're pretty good. So that's one to watch. See if Baltimore can do us a favor. And, of course, we need Detroit to take care of business. All right, something that's become an annual part of the show is Kang's long shot bet. You go to Vegas every summer, and the summer was no exception. Although I don't know if I'd say you changed the rules.
No, I've always been 50 to 1 or worse.
Okay.
Of odds, but I did change the amount this time.
Okay. So you did take a 50 to 1 long shot to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I believe they're actually, well, I'm not going to say the exact odds because unless you want to guess, but I think, go ahead.
Yeah, tell me who you took.
All right, I think they were 60 to 1. I got to look at, hold on, let me grab my my betting slip here.
Oh, you actually have it?
Yeah. Well, I threw it in my wallet, and I haven't taken it out since I got back.
You need to put it in a safe place.
Yeah, I do actually. Good call on that. All right, here we go. They were a 60 to 1.
All right. I don't have odds in front of me, but let me just take a quick gander at the NFL standings from last year. 60 to 1, huh?
Yeah, I can give you one other clue too.
Well, let me
go ahead, go for it.
Figure out if I have a serviceable guess. 60 to 1. Carolina.
No. I don't think people are going to be happy with me, but it's not like I'm rooting for this team.
Oh God, you didn't take the Bears, did you?
I took the Bears. The Bears. Listen, I'm not like it was a smaller bet. If I win, awesome, I could cash out or I could hedge if they make Super Bowl somehow. I'm not rooting for the Bears, okay? But I looked at my rules, right? These are my rules. I play by my own rules here. 50 to 1 or worse. There's 60 to 1. And I looked. I eliminated the AFC right off the bat. I mean, it's just a bloodbath over there to even get, the good teams are going to have a problem getting out, let alone a long shot to get out of the AFC. So I said, F the AFC.
Yep.
So I went directly to the NFC. I went and looked at each division, right? And I got to tell you, do I think the Lions are the favorite to win the North? Absolutely. Is there a chance? Because they're the Lions, and we've all seen this here before, that they don't live up to expectations? Of course. Aaron Rodgers is no longer in the division. Everyone knows the Vikings are a fraud. The Bears have this chance for a leap, the same type of leap the Eagles made, particularly because of their quarterback. Jalen Hurts, which I made my Super Bowl pick last year. Now, I don't think Fields will necessarily make this leap, but if he does make a big leap like Jalen Hurts did, he's a dynamic quarterback. That offense, now with DJ Moore, and I know they lost Montgomery, but they did fill those positions with other running backs because they're going to do a running back by committee. They traded for Chase Claypool late in the year last year. They went and got the tight end from Green Bay. They still have Cole Kmet. That's the offense. They went and drafted Darnell Wright, who will start right away at tackle. They went out and got a guard to start to help that offensive line. So that's the offense side of the ball. And that's the biggest key, of course, because if Justin Fields plays really well, they could win the division, right, and possibly move on in the playoffs. Defensively, we all knew they entered the offseason with a ton of money to spend. And you could say they overspent on the linebackers, Edmonds and TJ Edwards. But they got them, and that's all that matters. They have a Jaquan Brisker, which is a very one of my favorite players coming out of the draft, and he's a really good young safety. So I look at the other acquisitions they had. I think they got a shot to win the division, and that's the first part.
I got to tell you, I don't think that because the first thing I did was look for a weak division, okay? And that's why I went with Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking, all right, if they caught lightning in a bottle with Bryce Young, maybe that could be a team that could be a playoff team that, puts them in the mix. The first step is to make the dance and then do with it what you can. But Carolina's, I wouldn't feel comfortable making that bet.
A rookie quarterback.
Here's the thing, though, about what you did. Everything you said is logical. I couldn't do it.
You're just throwing money away, right?
No, I couldn't bet on the Bears.
Oh, that's the part.
Even
it wasn't easy.
Right? I don't know if people can do this, what you just did. You say it wasn't easy, but you did it. Can people do what you just...
Does money talk? I'm like an NBA free agent. Money talks.
Do you feel dirty?
Yes. No, like I said, I'm not even going to root for them necessarily. Like, I'm just going to, it's one of those just, look at the score and, That's why I don't... That's, I think, part of the reason also I didn't place a lot of money on it, because I don't want to be invested into the Bears like that, If I lose, it's like, whatever, I lost, very small amount of money.
I will say, I want to warn the audience here. You get to know a little bit what people think of the show. You are a tremendously popular part of the show. People like you.
Sometimes.
I'm asking people not to judge him on this alone.
Please don't. If Gator were here, I think he'd be he'd pretty pissed at me.
I think Gator would be very upset with you. But I am...
Could you do it?
I don't think I could do this.
People call emotional hedging. They do it all the time during the year. Right, if the Lions are... Okay, they played Green Bay last year at the end of the year.
Yep.
They really wanted the Lions to win. But emotional hedge, they would bet a small amount on the Packers, because if the Lions were to lose, at least they may gain some monetary value out of it, right?
How much money would I be happy paying for this win?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know people that do that and say, I'd rather win the game, but if we're going to lose, at least I make $100.
Yeah.
And if our team wins, I paid $50 to get what I wanted, or whatever your number is.
Mm-hmm. This is different because it's a season-long thing.
Yeah.
And a postseason thing. But it didn't feel right, man. It didn't feel right, but...
No, I hear you.
I tried to look at it from a logical point of view.
Well, you did it. You took emotion out of it. But, man, that's tough. I can't do what you did.
You couldn't do it?
No, I couldn't do what you did.
Yeah. I don't like the Bears. I don't know if they're my most hated team. I really don't like the Cowboys. Probably the whole NFC East, to be honest with you. But,
no, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm not asking Red Wing fans to bet on the Maple Leafs to win the Stanley Cup. That would be very hard, right?
Those that like to put some money down, could you do what Kang has done? 248-539-9797. And the truth is, if you can't do what Kang has done, it's best not to do anything at all. Because there are going to be people out there that only are interested in sports because of the betting, right? You bet, and that might be very easy to remove any emotion from it. But if you're a fan first that occasionally puts some money down, I think doing what Kang just did is tough. I think it's tough. But, we'll follow along now. This might be the first time, because I think everybody's always rooted for you on this front.
I'm not even asking anyone to root for me here.
I know you're not, but I think this might be the first time that you've...
If the Bears are somehow good this year, people are going to blame me.
There's no doubt they're going to blame you.
And by the way, for the record, when the Bears play the Lions, I'm not going to be rooting for the Bears.
Right, but that people are going to refer to them as Kang's Bears.
Don't. Unless they make it far, then I'll take credit.
Unless they score big on your 50 to 60 to 1 long shot bet?
Yes.
Wow. All right, 248-539-9797. I'm intrigued if people can do this. Meanwhile, the NFL didn't announce their suspensions yesterday. And the Colts have officially waived defensive end Rashad Berry and cornerback Isaiah Rodgers, who the NFL suspended for at least 1 year for violating the league's policy. Some players have come out and been critical of the rules. Jonathan Jones of the Patriots tweeted, "I understand rules are rules, but I can risk my life so that my team wins, but I can't risk $1,000 on my team winning." And I'm just thinking, actually, no, you can't.
Because the first part he just wrote, rules are rules.
Yep.
That's the reason why.
Yep. And you can't mess with the integrity of the game, right?
Yeah, but as more and more comes out, it's clear when we called this from the beginning, Doug, the NFL and the teams have done a terrible job of putting this message across to the players.
I think the teams have done a bad job. I think the players have done a terrible job of clearly following the rules, like paying attention or knowing the rules. Many of them say they didn't understand. That information was made readily available. But
it's got to be a point of emphasis, like a real point of emphasis from the NFL and the teams.
And I don't know if they emphasized it enough. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. We'll get to, I'm sure there's some responses coming in via ticket text on what you've done, my friend. Don't judge him on this alone. He's wildly popular. Maybe the most unpopular thing you've ever done.
It's probably up there.
97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Friday, long holiday weekend ahead. So I hope everybody gets a chance to enjoy time with family. Be safe. As always, be safe out there. Lots on the table, including the Red Wings. Kind of a low-key deal. Not much happened there in this with the draft. Also have the Tigers with a pair of Spencer Torkelson home runs last night. Doesn't mean victory lap for those that continued to support him through these struggles and didn't want to call him a bust yet, but certainly good to see them get that win last night. Despite Alex Lang's struggles, anything else, quit hurting your trade value. But Tigers win 8-5. Now they're off to Colorado. Talking about Kang's long shot bet. He did something that I don't know that many could do, and that is his long shot. And he has an annual long shot bet that he makes out in Vegas. His long shot is the Chicago Bears, which I don't think I could do that. Got a question?
I felt dirty doing it, Doug.
Okay,
right.
You're not comfortable. But the first text that comes in from Kyle in Plymouth, it's not personal, just business.
It's true.
I just can't bring myself to do it.
You can't separate the two.
Which is why I only bet $1 at a time, even when I do bet, is because
you couldn't even bet $1, though.
No, I couldn't even bet $1.
This is the principle.
248-539-9797. Charles is on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Charles.
Hi. I'm with Kang on this one. I think that it's a very, I wouldn't say good, but it's a fair possibility that the Bears could take the division. If Jared Goff has regressed, if he regresses this year, we haven't added any receivers to our core. We don't have, we didn't add any kind of defensive end. And if Justin Fields takes a big step forward and he has a better O-line, I think they have a good chance of taking the division. I don't want that, but I think that a lot of people are blinded by the fact that we had a half of a good season last year. It was only one half of the season that was good. It was really good, but I think that was Jared Goff's ceiling. And I don't know if we can necessarily do that again with what we currently have.
So, look, I'm not saying this isn't a decent, it's anybody who's more than 50-1 is a long shot. Let's start with that. But you got to try and find a path to the unexpected. You starting with a division where the Lions are the favorite isn't a bad idea. Okay? And I think the Lions are going to win the division. And I like their chances, and I like them. But just as a principle, right? Starting with the division that the Lions are the favorite isn't the worst idea. So it's not the most illogical thing I've ever heard, Charles and Kang. It's the emotional strain of having my money on the Bears, where there might be some scenario where I want the Bears to win because I don't even want to ask you how much you spent, but I know you didn't bet $1. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, and yeah, putting money on it is a different story, but I only bet on fantasy, and I'm decent at that, but yeah, I don't know if I would put money on that, but I still think it's a good possibility, and my heart doesn't want that because I would love to see the Lions take it, but I don't know. To me, the sample size isn't big enough for me to division winner.
Thank you for the phone call, Charles. He did bring up fantasy football. Fantasy football does put sports fans in bed with some weird scenarios where you're rooting for Aaron Rodgers or you're rooting for Justin Fields.
Yeah, but in those scenarios, you can always have your cake and eat it too, right? Like even if, let's say your quarterback is Justin Fields and they're playing the Lions, you could absolutely root for Justin Fields to have a monster statistical day.
Yep.
But also the Bears lose the game, and that's where you get both.
That's true.
This is a tough one because the Bears actually have to win for me to win this, to cash this ticket.
Feedback coming in. Kang gave me the Thursday Mo, so I'll forgive him with this bet. but you're walking a thin line, my friend.
I know. I'm sorry.
Kang, you're fine. The Bears are harmless. It's not like you picked the pack. Then we'd have issues. That's from Ben in Roseville.
That I can't do.
Really?
Yeah, I think the Packers.
Chad in Chesterfield says Kang is a traitor.
Yeah, I understand.
Don in Montana. I'm officially calling for Kang's resignation effective immediately. This is an outrage.
I understand the negative feedback, Doug. Like I said,
you're
I'm
man
not
enough,
proud.
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, this isn't something. It was. Like I said, it felt a little dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely felt a little dirty.
Steve in Madison Heights. The Bears, really? Little Bears, really? Of all the other teams, you picked the Bears? I've lost faith in you. That's from an unnamed texter.
I did say to myself when I made the bet, I was like, I can't believe I did that. But I just looked at it. I'm like, just like the caller said, I mean, the Lions are favored to win this division. You know, we've seen this collapse before, and I'm not rooting for it at all. I think the Lions will win the division. They should win the division. But nothing is definitive in sports. And you look at the Packers lose Rodgers, and the Vikings are frauds. With the upgrades the Bears made, they might be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Romo.
248-539-9797. Paul is next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You gotta love damaged Lions fan, right?
Yeah.
So, Lions have a great end of the season, 8-2, and he questions that. The Bears were the worst team in football the entire season, but doesn't question that. Thinks Fields can do something because Goff might regress, even though Goff has done infinitely more as a professional quarterback than Fields. Lion fan is so damaged, they call up and say 0 sense whatsoever.
Paul, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, we're damaged. Absolutely.
The psychology of being a Lions fan leads to weird conclusions, doesn't it?
I mean, when you get on the phone and you say the Chicago Bears, with the worst record in football, and Justin Fields, who literally, I don't think he had, how many games?
We lost you there. Well, Paul, I hear you.
Yeah, first of all, he's absolutely right. Lions fans are damaged. I mean, when's the last time we were favored to win the division? We don't know what to do with our hands.
Yep, you're right.
What am I doing in this picture with my hands? I don't know, because I've never been here before.
We don't know what to do with our hands is a perfect way to put it. Okay. I want to ask this question. Morgan Wallen's in Detroit, country music artist, hugely popular, and he played Ford Field last night. And he received a long ovation. I was reading a recap, and at one point he received a long ovation and said something interesting. He was there's a picture of him wearing a Lions jersey with the number 12, which is Hendon Hooker. And he said, and I quote, I think it was in the Free Press, I saw this today, "I already like Detroit because you drafted my boy Hendon Hooker, but I like you more now." So when concerts and musical artists come to a town, they will gratuitously put on that hometown's jersey just for applause. That is standard operating procedure. Just throw the jersey on and everybody goes crazy. What I always like is what Morgan Wallen did last night. He showed a little knowledge. Showed a little, wasn't a ton, but he just said something that said, I'm paying attention to what's going on in your area. And he actually gave a reason why he liked Detroit. So my question at 248-539-9797 is, when you have seen a musical artist that either A, just put the jersey on and didn't even acknowledge it, but just did it for cheers, or B, show that they're paying attention to what's going on and made a Detroit-centric comment. Morgan Wallen last night did it at Ford Field. Maybe he did more than that. I just read the one quote. I wasn't there. But he said he liked Detroit because we drafted his boy, Hendon Hooker. So, obvious conclusion is Morgan Wallen's a Tennessee fan. So, 248-539-9797. Have you ever seen this? And if you did, who and what did they say? Love to hear your stories. It's Carson Anderson, open lines on a Friday, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox from NASCAR guy in a truck. He writes, NASCAR street race in Chicago's just dumb. It's all about trying to tap that market. They had a track in Joliet they used to run every year. NASCAR needs to stick to its roots and give Michigan back its second race. From Dimitri, the people calling for Cam Johnson to the Pistons are the same people that are always wrong about everything basketball. Cam Johnson would be Charlie Villanueva Part 2. I hear that claim, and I'd like to know why you believe that. So please tell me why you believe that.
Yeah, because it can't just be like, oh, they've drafted a European 7-footer before, never do it again, right?
Yeah,
like you can't. Oh, you drafted the Lions drafted a receiver in the first round before it didn't work out. Like you can't just do that.
One of the reasons Charlie Villanueva didn't succeed is Charlie Villanueva got paid and stopped caring. You go back and read and do a little deep dive into that era, he stopped caring. What about Cam Johnson's personality? Do you equate him to Charlie Villanueva, Dimitri? I mean, it's fine to make that. You might be right. But when you make a statement like that, I want to know why you think that.
And the huge difference, and I don't know how the Cam Johnson thing would turn out if he came to Detroit, but the one big difference is they didn't know that Charlie V was going to be like that. Monty Williams at least knows Cam Johnson and hopefully his work ethic, right? And the type of player and personality he brings. And so if Monty Williams says, yeah, bring this kid here, then I would think that he's going to at least try, like whether it works out or not.
Right.
But at least it's because it's not because he's not trying.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Let's get back to your calls. Dave is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dave?
I was talking about the Draymond Green you mentioned, 14-1 odds, right?
Yeah.
To come to Detroit?
Yep.
I'm thinking Detroit muscle, Motor City muscle. Now, I could be wrong, but we could put that on the head.
All right, you're breaking up. Are you there? You could be wrong. And then what did you say?
I said if Draymond Green comes here, Motor City muscle, we finally got it in Detroit since the Bad Boys.
Well, there's a lot of things about Draymond Green to like in terms of leadership, knowing how to win, and, the fact that we have an in. People could be saying, I'm adamantly against it. But I am gotten to the point where I always talk about when you're a bad team, you don't have access to everyone. Would we like to get a better player than Draymond Green? Yes. But who are the realistic players that Detroit has access to? Draymond Green's one of them. Now, to be fair, Brian Windhorst said this morning, reported on ESPN, that the, quote, market for Draymond has dried up and that he's likely headed back to Golden State. But, at the end of the day, if that is not true, he is a player that I think Detroit, quote, could have access to. Feedback coming in. I'm seriously, Kang utilized some questionable judgment in Vegas. Tell Gary Fensick Jr. to take his pizza fork and go eat the bean.
This has nothing to do with the city. It was, hey, I saw a long shot. What did you want me to do, Doug? You understand my logic. It's just on principle, you couldn't do it. And
No,
I get
couldn't
that.
do it.
And apparently a lot of listeners couldn't do it either.
Right.
I understand.
Regarding artists that did more than just put the jersey on, they made some comment or something that showed they were paying attention to what was going on here locally in Detroit and said something Detroit-centric, like Morgan Wallen did last night to Ford Field. From an unnamed texter, when Weezer and Fall Out Boy were playing Comerica, Pete Wentz of Fall Out Boy put on a Tiger jersey and mentioned he was going to pick someone, but the Tigers already have a Wentz. This was the summer of 2021, so Joey Wentz was probably in AA or AAA. So he's paying attention to the Tigers minor leaguers. So when he picked out the jersey, he went with the Wentz. Garth Brooks did the same thing as Wallen did. He wore a Barry Sanders jersey because both were athletes at Oklahoma State.
That was Evan's wedding day.
Oh, was it?
I believe so.
Was that the day?
I believe
when downtown was insane?
Yeah, Garth Brooks was across the street.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Another one here. Paul McCartney, please don't ask me what year, had a Red Wing sticker on his acoustic guitar. Well, that's going for the gratuitous cheers. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, okay? Let's be clear. I do love it when they say something that says they're paying attention to what's going on in Detroit. Morgan Wallen said, I already like Detroit because they took my boy Hendon Hooker. David is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, David?
Doug, I do not care about any entertainer that comes in here wearing a sports jersey. Could care less. Okay, let me get to the Lions. You bring in an ACL injured Emmanuel Mosley at cornerback. What a disaster. That's going to be a disaster. David Montgomery, injured. What did he have? Did he have a knee injury? I don't even know what he had. Jamal Williams rushed for 1,000 yards, averaged 4 yards per carry, and you get rid of him and you bring in a David Montgomery, this is all going to lead to a disaster. The general manager, he should have taken Luca Van Ness at 12 and Micah Smith at 18. You build a tenacious defense. This is how you win in the NFL.
Not anymore.
Brad Holmes, I'm going to keep saying this all year, doesn't know what he's doing. He thinks he's the smartest GM in the league. You're not, Mr. Holmes, and I hope you're listening. Stop this madness. A running back in the first round, give me a break. A linebacker in the first round, Jack Campbell, you could have got that guy in the second round.
David Montgomery missed one game last year. If you look at historically who's making the playoffs and winning Super Bowls, it's more predictable if you have a great offense as opposed to a great defense anymore, David. And that's been true of a couple of years in a row now.
Wait a minute. You got to have a defense. You need both of them. Don't say you just need an offense. No,
you just said you just need a defense.
You need a defense to stop people, to get your offense back on the field. A tenacious defense. The Lions do not have this.
It doesn't hurt to have a good defense.
A great pass rusher who really gets to the quarterback. When he goes out of the game, when Hutchinson go out of the game, no pass rush.
Where do you think Kansas City's defense ranked last year in points allowed per game?
I do not know what their defense
no
ranked.
Kidding. They ranked 16th. 16th, the team that won the Super Bowl.
That's not bad. Out of 32 teams, half of them,
that's not a tenacious defense.
You got a great quarterback.
That's not a tenacious defense, David.
You still need defense.
Well, I'm not saying you don't need defense. I'm saying you don't need a tenacious defense, and you started the call by saying you need to build the defense. They put plenty of effort into the defense. I mean, got it. You don't like Emmanuel Mosley. But they did more than just that, didn't they? They went out and they got Cam Sutton. They got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And they did draft some guys on defense. And that group was improving as the season went on last year. I'm not dismissing defense, okay? I'm not. But if you take a look at the teams that are more predictably making the playoffs and making runs in the playoffs, it's the great offenses.
Yeah, it is. I think this is an offensive league for sure. But if his complaint is defense, they revamped the entire secondary. And you may not like where they took the defensive players in the draft, but they drafted defensive players to help that defense. So, I don't know what David's talking about, to be honest with you. Like, he didn't even know where the Chiefs' defense ranked. Yeah, 16 isn't tenacious. And it's just enough.
David Montgomery missed one game with a sprained ankle. You know what? His career's not over. 248-539-9797. Mike is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I was just commenting back on what you guys were talking about, the Red Wings and people getting impatient. And I think I was 18 when they drafted Yzerman in 83, and they didn't win a cup till 97. That was 14 years with him. So I think you got to give him a little time. He's got some good young players out there, and I'm sure hoping he can get back and win us another cup here. But that was 14, 15 years after they drafted him, and he was supposed to be the guy to lead us to the cup, which he did. But again, it took him 14 years as a player. So I think we got to give him a little more time, be a little more patient.
Well, there's a couple things about that, and maybe the biggest is it doesn't help when Vegas, an expansion team, goes out and wins a cup. And it makes people think it should happen. It feels like people think it should happen quicker. Steve Yzerman at no point.
I'm not saying give them 10 or 15 years, but another year or two to let some of these kids develop, and hopefully they get a couple free agents. And trust me, I'd rather see them win one sooner than later. But I'd say another year or two, but before we start panicking and jumping off the ship.
I'm kind of with you too. And this offseason is far from over. I mean, there's a lot of movement that could still take place, and I am really interested. Yzerman's war-chested for something, right? For something. Now he makes comments like paraphrasing here. He's not just going to spend money to spend money, and I don't think we want him to, but that doesn't mean he has to have a plan. I mean, he's not sitting there waiting for his phone to ring with no plan. Right? Would that make sense? I mean, that would speak to unthinkable incompetence. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean he's not trying to do anything. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Ken, you got any holiday weekend plans?
Yes, I do. 2 barbecues this weekend and a birthday dinner for my mom.
Now, are you hosting any of the barbecues?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, let me start by
my
saying,
kids can cause a mess elsewhere.
Happy birthday to your mom.
Thank you.
Before I forget. So my boys are like once a week. They're committed to making chicken fried rice on the Blackstone.
Chef's kiss, Doug.
Dude, you came in with this idea, and I'm like, what's the big deal? Years later, I'm like, this is the best food I think anybody in our family has ever made. Is when the boys and they got the recipe off TikTok.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody does now, Doug.
Yes, and it's
so they're dancing while they're making the fried rice. They're doing their little dance.
I've got a video. They were out in the back the other day, and they're both. I mean.
They could be social media influencers.
They could be well, I'm not sure taking somebody else's social media post on how to make chicken fried rice and then just doing it and putting it out on social media makes you an influencer.
First of all, that's what social media is now. Everyone's just ripping off each other and posting it. That's what it is.
Well, you know what they were
reposting.
Honest to God, they were both out in the backyard doing this without shirts on. Maybe that's the gimmick.
Yes. So now, of all the dishes anyone's made in your household, your daughter, your wife, you, the boys' chicken fried rice off the flat top griddle is the best.
In terms of
just tasting,
oh yes,
yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, look, it probably isn't, but it exceeds the expectation by the widest margin, which makes you say it's the best when it's not really the best.
But
your expectation is moderate to below moderate, and then they come in with this restaurant quality chicken fried rice, and so I'm like, oh my God, this is incredible. When it's not really incredible, but it's
good. It's good.
It's definitely good.
The video is great. You're right. And the video you sent me, one of your boys didn't have a shirt on. The other one's like, I think, cracking eggs open on the, on the griddle. The rice is on the side.
100 degrees out, and they're standing
awesome.
over the hot griddle, but they love doing it, and it's pretty good, so I give them a ton of credit. All right, feedback coming in. Nick in Oak Park says, Kang is just doing something as a Lions fan I don't ever want to admit. The Bears at that number is insane value, and maybe they're good. People missed it. Kang makes an annual bet in Vegas on the Super Bowl. It's 50-1 long shot or more. And he did something I couldn't do. He bet on the Bears. He bet on the Chicago Bears.
I'm sorry. First of all, I'm sorry. I felt dirty doing it. I asked myself, did I really just do that when I made the bet? But when I looked at any team 50-1 with or worse odds, I told you I eliminated the AFC right away. Bloodbath over there.
Yep.
Couldn't see it. Many good teams aren't going to make it out of there, let alone a long shot. I went to a weak division, and you understand my logic. You wouldn't have done it.
No, well,
but you understand what in weak division, I mean, I still think the Lions well and should win the division. But if there's somebody else that could rise up.
Yeah. So I'm looking at your other alternatives, and it's probably solid to eliminate any AFC long shot. Because even if you're good,
right?
Good luck.
Yeah.
So the only NFC team that was over 50-1 and had better odds than the Bears was Atlanta at 55-1. So what would you be betting on there? You'd be betting on Bijan being like offensive rookie of the year. You'd be betting on who's the tight end?
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts. Are you betting on Taylor Heineke or Desmond Ridder?
Yeah, Drake London.
I mean, I'd be more likely to do that than bet the Bears, but I'm not sure I'm trying to see if you had alternatives. Oh, wait, the Rams are 60-1.
Yeah. That's actually a decent that's a decent play. I actually picked them to win the division.
So why didn't you just take the Rams?
Because
of the Niners?
Well, yeah, the Niners. Well, here's the thing with the Niners. Okay, there are two quarterbacks. I look at it big time on the quarterback play of who I pick, right?
Yep.
Trey Lance obviously only played a game and a half, was not good. We don't know if he is any good. Brock Purdy, maybe, was that just a magical run that he had? He is the last pick in the draft. You know, it's not like if he fell off, would anyone be shocked? No, I think they're more shocked that he actually led them to a bunch of wins. And he's still coming off an injury as well. If their quarterback play really is, just craps the bed, the Niners, they got a really good team around them, but they could lose that division if Stafford's healthy, Cooper Kupp's healthy, Aaron Donald still anchors the defense. I know they lost a lot, but yeah, the Rams are a decent play as well.
I went with the uncomfortable Carolina pick, and I just looked down. They are also 60-1.
But I don't trust rookie quarterbacks.
No, I don't really trust them either. But you don't want to bet on Baker Mayfield in Tampa. Foot Commanders got Sam Howell. Probably wouldn't do that. Yeah, the options are limited. I would have gone Rams over Bears.
No, solid.
But I also don't love Chicago like you. Sorry.
Don't ever say that.
My bad. That's completely unfair. Unnamed texter, Kang, I am a degenerate gambler, and I could not do what you did. Anything to do with my teams and my sports book is out. I can't jinx or do anything to my team like that. If the Bears are good, this is on you. I've done some pretty unpopular things here and said some things that have got me in some heat with the audience. This might be the standard setter moving forward.
It's not like I'm directly betting them against the Lions.
Are you sure?
Like, I mean, that's not like.
I mean, you didn't bet them in a game, but you bet on them to win the Super Bowl. Now, only a few teams fit your parameters, and the Bears was one of them, and this is your own thing. Far be it from me to tell you what to do with your disposable income.
Oh, it's disposable.
All I'm saying is that I couldn't do it. I would certainly do it, Kang. I can't stand Apple products, but I own their stock. It's an investment. Is that the same? Hating Apple products, but buying stock in Apple, is that the same as hating the Bears and betting the Bears to win the Super Bowl?
It's weird because I'm assuming he has a phone, so it must be Droid.
Yeah.
But I understand where he's coming from. Like, I don't like the Bears. He doesn't like Apple products. We think it might be a good play.
I have no problem with Kane's bet. Kane, there it is. I have no problem with Kane's bet. Gambling is different than rooting for your favorite team. If you can't separate the two, you should not gamble. He's kind of right. I would imagine that the guys that are the best at this are fans of the game, not fans of teams. In general, if you're trying to make big money gambling, you should be fans of teams, not fans of teams, but fans of the game. Watch the game, pay attention to the game, but don't let any influence, let your fandom influence what you're taking to the window. That is probably a mistake. Someone here said, give me Miami. Miami's not 50-1. They're 25-1. So they don't fit the parameters.
But by all means, if you think Miami's going to make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you don't have to follow Kane's rules.
These are my rules.
I bet Rico could do it.
Oh, Rico could definitely do it.
Now, I don't have any idea whether or not Rico ever makes a bet. But do you? Do you ever make a bet?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kang has this annual thing he does that he goes to Vegas and bets a 50-1 long shot or more. Did you hear what he did?
No. Though I was out there not that long. Hey, Kang, I saw where the A's are going to play. They're going to build a little statue of you out there. Kang's Corner.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Right next to the Porta-Johns or something?
So the teams that are 50-1 are New England, Atlanta. These are 50-1 or more. New England, Atlanta, Vegas, Chicago, the Rams, Washington, Carolina, Tampa, Tennessee, Indy, Houston, Arizona. He bet one of those teams to win the Super Bowl. I know I'm catching you off guard. Which one of those teams would you bet?
Which one would I bet? Give them to me real quick.
New England?
No.
Atlanta?
Okay, maybe Pile.
Las Vegas, Chicago, and the Rams and Washington are all 60-1. So is Carolina. Tampa, Tennessee are 75-1. The Indianapolis Colts are 100-1. Houston and Arizona are 180-1.
I would say probably Atlanta or Washington. If Washington's defense actually did what they were supposed to do,
yep.
Offense, all you have to do is just not turn the ball over. It would be one of those Trent Dilfer type things. Just don't screw up. Let the defense win us the Super Bowl.
So I would play the Rams at 60-1. He bet the Chicago Bears.
Really?
And I couldn't do it.
You know what? But here's the thing. I could because, I know in this city everybody thinks the Lions are going to go 17-0. I think the North is going to be a lot like the AL Central, where they're going to be knocking each other off, and the winner may only have 8 or 9 wins.
Yeah, could be the case.
And Justin Fields, I think this may be his breakout year. He's got a coach that believes in him for the first time in his career.
So we had discussions about why it makes sense, but it's just betting a Chicago team.
Oh,
that's the catch. That he just couldn't do it. Or he can do it. I just couldn't do it.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. But,
as long as it's not the Bulls, I'm okay. That's the only Chicago team I absolutely hate.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Even still to this day?
Yeah.
I can see that. But you got big plans for the weekend? Holiday weekend? Anything fun?
Hopefully the air gets better and I don't sound like because I laughed, but I was like, yeah, hashtag air quality kicked my behind yesterday. I did some outside work.
Did you?
Didn't have on a mask, forgot it. And later that night and all yesterday.
You could tell, huh?
Because Jimmy was like, are you sick? I'm like, hey, you know what? Maybe I am, Jimmy. Send me home. Go ahead and send me home.
Well, have a good and safe weekend, all right?
You too, man.
Rico and Mike coming up next. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Have a great holiday weekend. 97.1 The Ticket.
Not really sure what the hell I'm supposed to do with that. Rico looked at me. I'm like, that ain't my idea. I looked at Rico. Yeah, no, not yours. What the hell was that? What was that, like a riff on one of the zillion
free time
podcast things they do here?
We all heard the spot the other day, and we were like, what the hell is this podcast about Harlem and corrupt cops? I said, you know what? I think I should be on that podcast.
Perfect. Yeah, my dad has a tanning bed.
Yeah, we did things. We had drugs
in the Tecumseh area.
Saw people.
All right. Well, here's the question.
I packed a 9.
I have a question for the people as we start a Friday, and it's a holiday weekend, so we'll try to have some fun. But it's so frustrating. How much more are you guys going to take? I mean this when I ask it. You know, yesterday we were only on for a little bit because of Tigers. Big win by the ball club. Pennant chase. 2 out, Maton adjusted. But the fallout from the Steve Yzerman thing, which is, you know, you're girded for war, you're ready to go, and nothing. And you get the Steve bots versus those of us with common sense. Now, what's going to happen is the Steve bots will make straw man arguments. Well, we're not ready to win a cup. Nobody said you are. We're not ready to go all in. No one said you need to. When you're $8 million below the salary floor and you don't have any frontline scoring and no free agent has come here in 20 years, and really the trade market's way better than the free agent market based on the fact that other teams don't have cap space and you do, I don't understand the patience line. Then we talk about 3 hours, 55 minutes from now, the NBA free agency period opens. And instead of reading pieces about how Troy Weaver and the Pistons are going to go shopping as one of the 4 or 5 teams in the sport with cap space and go out and twist the knife in the Brooklyn Nets and offer Cam Johnson, I have to read articles locally of preaching patience and piecemeal and bargain bin.
And and they basically will be the, as I like to say, the bail bondsmen of the NBA. They'll call you when they're in trouble, when they need to get rid of some players and get some cap relief.
Why am I reading about a Brooklyn Net not named Cam Johnson? I'm not interested. And then you talk about, look, we're going to come out of this weekend. I think we're going to be 2 games out of first. And yet people yell at me when I say, geez, it'd be nice if Scotty Harris could make some small tactical moves to just find a Matt Carpenter, a dead body who can help you, or do what the Dodgers did with Trace Thompson last year. Guys, my question to you is simple. It seems like Brad Holmes the only one in this town taking it serious. Well, how much more are you guys going to take? If you're a Red Wing fan, how much longer are you going to be patted on the head and told, yeah, well, we don't care about you. We're just going to, take our time. Patience. Trust in Steve. If you're a Pistons fan, how much more are you going to take? How much more are you willing to accept where you're like, yeah, I trust in Troy and things? Like, the whole plan for those 2 teams, Rico, this summer is you got to take a step forward and you got to add legitimate players.
Yeah, this was supposed to be the summer of splash, where both of them were going to come out and get something, that face, that name, something to help take this from just being awful to just mediocre or good. Not great. But so far, nothing.
Oh, no, they got Tommy Yakamoto. Oops, they cut him.
Stevie just basically said, yeah, we have stuff, but I'm doing this at my pace, not yours.
So that's why I asked the question. Yeah. Troy Weaver gets on the microphone, talks about, outside of saying talks about being a home run hitter. And what have we done? Just sat there and did what we always do. Made a couple of picks, and now free agency comes around. Now, I'm not saying you had to go get John Collins. Could have. You chose not to. It's all right. You flirted with DeAndre Hunter. You didn't get it done. And now, if you read some local reports, I don't even know if they're in the Cam Johnson business. And at that point, if there's not an offer to Cam Johnson by 6 o'clock, you just fire Troy Weaver. Get him the hell up out of this town. Like, what the hell are we really doing? You're telling me a 25-year-old doesn't follow the timeline? A stretch 4, a 40% three-point shooter, a guy with a relationship with the coach. Oh, by the way, you spent $100 million on a head coach? Like, if we're sitting here with Steve Yzerman in the 5th year of the rebuild, and I don't care how some of you idiots want to spin it, that somehow it's magically delicious and it's not year 5 because he had to clean up Kenny Holland's mess. No, it's year 5.
Yeah.
And I didn't ask him to win in year 1. I didn't ask him to win in year 2. I didn't even ask in year 3. I was hopeful this year would have gone better. It didn't. And only now am I trying to apply some pressure to go, you know what? Show me. Yeah. But if you're a Red Wing fan, a ticket holder, someone who just watches the game, how much more are you going to take? How much more patience do you have if you are a Pistons or Red Wing fan? Because as we currently sit here right now, I'm terrified at both off seasons. And if you believe Steve's got big moves to make, hope you're right. But I haven't seen it. And after that comment the other night, sure doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, the comment was, I don't know what was worse. Was it Weaver saying, I'm going for the home run and I'm swinging for the fences and not? Or Yzerman just saying, yeah, guys, I'm just not going to spend money to spend money. I'm just not going to make moves to make moves. Both disheartening. I guess for Weaver, you kind of got a little bit of excitement thinking, okay, Troy, this is your day. You're going to do something at the end of the night. I told you. I was kind of like Kenny for the draft. I'm not going to get angry until this thing is over, until I see the lights shut off, and the lights were shut off, and you came away with 2 guys.
Well, now you're waiting. And again, the shopping starts tonight at 6 o'clock when NBA free agency opens up. We should be hearing about a report today that the Pistons are making an offer to somebody. They're one of the only teams in the league with money. Yeah. Why am I reading about scrub-a-dubs like Max Strus, like DiVincenzo?
Because for some reason,
Torrey Craig,
they've decided that they want to be the people who help bail out the league. So if you got a bad contract, we'll take that contract.
Yeah, but we just saw the Atlanta Hawks, who are mandated to get under the tax. They could have landed DeAndre Hunter if they wanted him bad enough. They didn't. Yeah. They could have had John Collins for free. Nah, you don't have to love either player. But I'm making an example. Every time I see one of those deals happen and you're not in it, I think I have a right to question it. So here's the deal. Whether it's baseball, hockey, basketball, I can't say football because Brad Holmes is the only one who seems like he's taking this serious.
Well, see, I would just say this for Scotty Harris. He hasn't been even on the job 6 months. I would take him out of the equation. I would just leave this at basketball and hockey because even though we want him to do something, especially if they're 2 games out.
We're in a pennant chase.
He just got here.
We're in a pennant chase. I listen. No. How about this? I'm asking him to do the least.
Okay, fair.
I'm asking him to collect pop bottles and redeem them for like Pete Incaviglia's dead body. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
He's still looking at swatch patches for the wall.
I know. But the other guys?
Yeah.
I'd love to know. I'd love to know how much more patience you have left. I mean, I don't know where Kenny's at. Kenny's emotional today. He let the door shut in my face as I was attempting to walk in the studio. He's not in a good mood. He is in a lovely floral shirt. I mean, Kenny, I know you're not going to comment on the Pistons side of it. You're the Wings guy. How much more patience do you have left?
Well, my expectation going into this season was the Red Wings need to make the playoffs. It wasn't a lofty expectation, and I think it's a pretty valid one for year 5 of a rebuild. Is that unfair in any way?
No.
Okay. So to do that, the idea would have been to grab a top-line scorer. They have failed to do that. Now comes the free agency part where you piece a team together. They could still make trades. The opportunity to make trades is not done. So if nothing is done in that regard by the end of this free agency period and they find themselves floundering again this season and they find themselves out of the playoffs for, like, remember when they had that 5-minute playoff stint?
18 hours.
18 hours, right. If that's all we get next season, man, my confidence might just be shot. And I don't think that's unfair.
No, I don't either. And look, the draft does represent the most ammunition you're going to have to make trades. Let's be real about it. Dealing picks right now gives teams immediate return on their investment. If Stevie goes out and makes a trade and you're offering the Bruins pick next year, well, that's far less valuable than this draft, which was deep, which had quality. Right. You had 2 first-round picks in 3 seconds. You did nothing with them. And nothing you drafted here is going to help you in the next 3 years.
No.
And on the Pistons side?
Now, you didn't even move up to try to get the guy from Russia. You just kind of said,
dark man.
We're good.
And again, for Troy Weaver, we've given you the math. We've talked about the salary cap. We've talked about how the Nets won't be able to match a formidable offer on Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson's the perfect player for this team. Cam Johnson has a relationship with Monty Williams. Cam can come here, improve you defensively, offensively. He fits a need.
He's your shooter.
He's a stretch four. It really allows.
There's literally no competition in front of him.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Rico. Go ahead.
I was about to say, yeah, he's going to start immediately because you don't have this on your team. You got a bunch of backcourt people. You got a bunch of retired centers.
I just want to know how much more people have left in the tank. Like, how many more years are you going to talk about, well, Steve's building a great foundation. A foundation for what? That it's going to take 5 years to become a playoff team? Forget about the Stanley Cup. A playoff team. Half the league makes the playoffs. No one's talking about winning the President's Trophy. Pistons, same deal. Half the league makes the playoffs. No one's talking about going to Eastern Conference Finals. We're talking about putting a product on the floor or the ice, respectively, that any of us care about. This idea that you get an endless runway, it befuddles me. That some of you are able to get out of bed in the morning and go, it's all okay. We'll eventually get there.
Well,
how about a standard?
Well, how about this? But these are the same people that got upset when Holland came out and said it's going to take 10 years to rebuild this team.
Well, Steve's on that plan.
Right.
Because if you're waiting for the young guys to come up through the system and be in year 2 or 3 of their time, you're in year 8. Let's face it. You're in year 8. Whether it's Evanson, Sofenstein, or whatever Kenny's guy is, Casper, Kosa, you're waiting for all those guys?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be in year 8.
Yeah, that's an 8-year plan for all of those guys. And by the way, those guys have to absolutely pan out if that's the plan, which is a whole separate issue.
That's the other thing I always laugh about, Kenny, is I love having prospects, but there is a huge bust rate with this.
So the only other idea that I could possibly have is we've turned that draft capital into assets. So my only thought is, hey, we have all of these young pieces now. Those could be part of a package bundle trade. And this is me hanging on to the last little shred of hope.
But you have a right to. I'm not mad at you for doing that because I'm right there in the lifeboat with you that, like, all I need to see is a first line 30, 40 goal scorer to pair with Dylan Larkin and move this thing forward. Otherwise, Kenny, I don't know where your scoring comes from.
No, that's my exact concern.
And if you're a Piston fan, if I have to hear about how this core is set, and how, guys, you're fooling yourself. Oh, you think you got a big 3, huh? You think it's all set that you don't need to participate. You think Dante DiVincenzo is going to save you. Max Strus is going to save you. You think you don't need to go out and actually get a really good ball player. I don't know how to help you.
See, and that amazes me itself when you hear the fans say that because Troy Weaver put the target on his own back by sending that letter out.
That's
and basically saying this has to be an impactful offseason.
I'm thinking maybe.
But he hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, maybe you just end up bringing Jeremy Grant back.
That cannot be impactful in my mind.
Do
That's
me a
not
favor? Do me a favor, and I say this with all the kindness in my heart. Get out. Please, kindly leave. Hey. Kindly leave for what you just said.
And if anyone...
kindly leave.
No, I am reading...
kindly leave.
Him and Tobias Harris are 2 names that they're looking at.
And if anyone is working at the airport and you see Jeremy Grant, tell him to go back to where he came from.
That's right. Put the blocks underneath the wheels of the plane. Stop.
Was this your limo driver?
No, because it's the most...
I understand.
Piston-esque thing ever.
Right, and I'm reading like, wow, Jeremy Grant, you're bringing him back. Wow. Or Tobias Harris to help Philly out.
Yeah.
But I'm leaving. I'll see you guys Monday.
Get out.
Have a good show.
Yeah. You're the go in Duck Duck. 97.1.
All right, guys. Summer is here. And if you start right now, you could probably drop as many pounds as I have. It's been 12 weeks, 47 pounds. By the time football season rolls around, that could be you. And I know it's summertime. You want to enjoy it, then enjoy it. Awaken 180 does not get in the way of your summer. It will enhance it. Awaken 180 will find ways to help you get on your weight loss journey because with Awaken 180, you're going to meet with a counselor weekly. Emma is mine. She's great. They came up with a plan just for me. Every week you'll see results. Some weeks will be great, some weeks not so great. But you know what the consistency is? I'm still losing, and so can you. You need to give Awaken 180 weight loss call so you can get an at-home consultation. 844-346-1800. 844-346-1800. You can start now, and trust me, by the time July rolls around, people are going to be telling you, oh my goodness, you look so great. Give it Awaken 180 Weight Loss a call or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first 95-degree day, like today, for your AC to be on the fritz. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they have you covered. $78 AC tune-up gets your air conditioner in tip-top shape. Save on your energy bill. It's Mastercraft. Schedule that AC tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. So we're warming up the engines here on a holiday Friday. I just want to know where you're at with it. And maybe, according to Kenneth G. Cott, Kenny's belief as our executive phone screener and show contributor and all-around admiral, his belief is, you agree with me, that you're basically, by not engaging, you're saying you don't have any patience left. I don't buy that. I don't buy it because most of the time when we bring up this Pistons thing or we bring up the Yzerman thing, I still feel like there's a good portion of the fan base that are just going along with it. And those are the people I want to know, okay, if you're on board with all of this and like the papers peaching, how about preaching?
Or peaching.
Preaching, patience. Well, then how much more of it do you have? That's really what it's about. I have none. I've said to you guys from the start, my belief is when you take over a team in most sports, maximum 3 years to turn this thing around and be interesting. 5 years to a title. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but that's it. You know, Brad Holmes is showing you. He took over one of the 3 worst franchises in the league with one of the 3 worst rosters in the post-Patricia era. Year 3, you're the favorite in this division. I won't say prohibitive because Rico gets mad at me, but you're the favorite to win the division. Now, you want to tell me Stevie needed 2 to 3 years to clean up Kenny Holland's mess? That's fine. I'm not even holding him to a title aspiration in year 5. I'm asking for him to show me he's not asleep at the wheel. Do something. You're $8 million below the cap. The floor, not the top, the floor. The ceiling is the roof, according to Michael Jordan. I
learned that last night when I went and learned hockey, like that caller told us.
And the Troy Weaver thing is simple. I think anyone with a brain understands we do need to have a level of veteran presence on this team. And in today's NBA, Cam Johnson would be a veteran. DeAndre Hunter would be a veteran. Yes, John Collins would have been a vet.
Not only Cam just makes so much sense, which is what scares me. Because he played for Monty, he's a position of need for you. He's everything that you don't have right now. Plus, he would be that leader in the locker room, helping you out, making Monty's job.
And he's a great kid because defense comes first.
Right.
So my point is, if that offer's not out by 6, I'm done with Weaver.
I mean, he would fit Detroit because he started out as a try-hard guy.
That's right.
So,
and he's blossomed.
Right. So it's like, what are you waiting for? Brooklyn can't pay him, but only so much. And either you could go your route and go 4 years, 120. You could even come in at 4 years, 100. And I think Brooklyn would be like, yeah, still can't do that.
And again, and Kenny, here's the key. I'll be interested to see if Kenny participates when the Wings fans call. He opted out yesterday. Kenny hit the transfer portal yesterday. But now emotions have subsided. Kenny, I want you to participate.
He's Chuck Brantley. He came back.
Well, Kenny, these are your people.
I just know there's a drop on your board that you could use on half of these phone calls, but that's just me.
No, I want to have conversation.
I understand.
Let's go to Dave. He bats lead off on a holiday Friday. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Mike, you there?
Yes. Hi, Dave.
Hello. Thank you for having me on. First of all, I got to say, a long-time listener, first-time caller, I really love you guys. I respect you a lot.
Okay, now I feel like you're going to drop the hammer.
Thanks, man. And you know what? You're always welcome to call back, Dave, no matter what happens.
So what is on your mind? What do you got?
So this is about this whole, Red Wings Stevie Y. How long do you be patient? What the heck is going on, right? So I have a very simple philosophy in life. Follow the money, right? So, I mean, if you, I'm not going to, capfriendly.com. There's lots of different, websites do the same thing. Where's he spending the money? How long is it being committed for? It makes it pretty darn clear what he's doing and what he's trying to do. I mean, there's nobody signed. I mean, he's got maybe maybe 3-4 players signed past this coming season and the season following. So past 2 years. He's only got 4 players signed. It's clear what he's trying to do here.
What is that?
He's trying to draft these players, bring them up through the organization, and good value out of them when he's got to extend them in a RFA circumstance, right?
Okay.
So how long do you give him? When do you get impatient? Well, he's got to spend some money. What is it, $8 or $10 million to hit the floor?
Just
Something
to hit
like
the
that?
floor, correct. All right.
Right. So what I would be watching, what I'm looking at, is I'm looking at what are the players that are coming up that he's drafted and are making the team. What do they look like? So like your Berggren, your Raymond, your Casper. Is this Edmondson kid going to come up? What about this soldering iron Bloom kid or whatever his name is, right? What do they look like? How good are they? How good of a job did he do drafting them? And can he extend them for relative value?
Why are we talking extending players who are under team control when I'm talking about we have no first-line caliber people outside of Dylan Larkin? Dave,
you're right. He's got to do.
You got to do something. Dave, I'm fine with draft and develop and all of that, but you know what I know. It is, if you're going to do that in the NHL and that's your only way of doing it, we'll be here for 7-8 years. I mean, come on, man.
And the point I'm trying to make is that he's playing a different game than what you're thinking.
That's fine. And guess what? That's fine. I don't have to like it. As fans, we are all free to have whatever flavor of ice cream we want. I don't have to sit here and tell my audience, trust in Stevie, we'll eventually get it right. He doesn't need to do anything. He's super smart. We know all these things. But that doesn't mean we have to sit here like droids, or as we call them, Steve bots.
And just accept it.
I feel like making the playoffs in year 5, and when you have this level of cap space, this level of draft capital that you just burnt through again and took a bunch of people we may never see, I'm sorry. I don't have to like that, like you don't have to like Brussels sprouts.
And also, when you're looking at the young core, you look at Lucas Raymond, you look at Mo Sider. These guys are already here. We saw Casper a little bit last year. Edvinson got hurt. But I think it's really important for the young guys that are here, especially for developing playoff chemistry. I think it's really important that you get Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond playoff reps as soon as humanly possible. They're not going to be able to fight playoff hockey. We all see what happens when really good teams or really fresh teams find themselves in the playoffs. It can be really ugly sometimes. I think it's super valuable to get these guys into the playoffs in year 5. I'm not willing to wait, is my point.
There's no argument. Let's go to Ricky, 97.1. What's up, Ricky? Ricky?
Yeah, how's it going, Jim?
There's Ricky. What's going on?
Happy for. All right, everything. I was calling. Well, when I turned on the radio, you were talking about, please don't bring Jeremy Grant back. Please.
We don't want him either.
Don't bring Matt Strus over here.
Don't want him either.
These guys are professional ball players in name only. You know, they can play a little ball. But they're not worth what you're going to be talking about paying these guys.
We don't
you
want
might well
them.
go and get Blake Griffin. You know what I'm saying?
Ricky,
I know y'all said. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm in agreement with y'all.
What
Please,
I'm saying is, why, if the Pistons have the most advantageous cap situation in basketball and are in desperate need of someone in their mid-20s at the power forward spot, stretch 4 spot,
what happened to John Collins? 2 second-round picks.
I know. Hey, Ricky, I brought it up.
Yeah.
3 at $78 million. If you don't like John Collins, you don't think he's athletic enough for what you want to do, fine. Then I better see an offer 4 at $120 for Cam Johnson by the time dinner comes around.
He's a veteran president. I'd rather give $1 million or $2 million to Patrick Beverly to come in. You know, I mean, don't go. Well, that's Weaver. I don't know what he planned on. Don't know
no,
what
but Ricky, how much patience?
With
Ricky, that's the whole point we're talking about, buddy. Is how much patience do you have left in some of these rebuilds?
It's just waiting and waiting.
I'm reading reports the Pistons are shopping at the Lethal Weapon 3 discount bin.
Pretty
Why?
much.
You have $30 million in cap space.
Because Troy feels like, well, there's going to be a lot of desperate teams out there, so I'm going to take their cast off that they were going to get rid of anyway.
But you keep saying that. The problem is you're not giving me names. And second of all, that has nothing to do with the free agents I'm listing. If they go into this free agent market, which is not what you're talking about, and they sign Booty Strus and Numbnuts McGee, Dante DiVincenzo, Rico, Torrey Craig, like if that's what they do, I'm done.
Oh. But I've given you names. You just didn't like the names. You told me to get out.
Pick new names.
Okay. I can't do that.
97.1. 4th of July weekend. At least the sun's out. You can see it through all the smoke and nonsense. Old Nation Brewing. Grab some beer for the weekend. Do it responsibly, of course, but M43, the B43, and, of course, 4th of July weekend. It's made for Shandy. It is high quality. It is small batch. They will sell out. So stop by wherever you buy your beer. Ask for Old Nation by name, and more specifically, ask for the Shandy. It's as good as it gets. So find it wherever you buy your beer. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly. So relevant, and we're going to get back to your calls momentarily, but it's relevant. It is NBA free agency window day. So we're not going to do a ton of topics on it. But 6 p.m., the doors to Target open up, and you get to shop. So let's do our little free agency primer, subpar music, because we can't play to John Tesh anymore because there is no God. David, what do you have for us?
Really?
Nope. There's the buzzer from Hoosiers.
I'm not accepting that slander before we got into the music, but whatever.
David, it's not slander.
Let's get into...
I'm just saying, if Jesus were really on our side, we'd be able to play John Tesh.
Didn't I get grandfathered in? It's like so old.
I don't know.
I was told no.
Yeah.
David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, let's start with this James Harden stuff, guys. James Harden opted into his deal his last year with the Philadelphia 76ers, but it is to get a trade. He wants a trade, but there's a lot of news coming out. Apparently, he's unhappy with the way the Philadelphia 76ers have gone towards this free agency. The belief in his camp was that it was a deal last year. There was going to be a one in, one out, but he was going to get a contract extension. That was the belief.
Then you know what happened?
They failed in the playoffs.
Those executives who had those conversations watched you lugging your corpse up and down the floor.
Yeah.
And Philly does not have a lot of money. They're stuck with Tobias. They're stuck with your dead body. Embiid makes a pretty penny. They have to take care of Tyrese Maxey. You know what? Here's what I would do. I view Harden and Kyrie as the same person at different points in their career. I don't know why anyone would want either of them. And I mean that. That's not radio hyperbole.
No, I think it's just simply for a name. Maybe not so for Kyrie, but Harden, he's going to score. Now, he plays a very selfish type of basketball, but he's still a big name in the NBA. And if you're a bad team, at least you can sell tickets to come watch James Harden play one-on-1 5.
So the thing about Harden is that's being reported by Brian Windhorst that the Knicks may be in on Harden.
Honestly,
they're going to sell their soul.
They just can't help themselves.
Well,
the Knicks actually have a nice base. They got a good young team. They made major improvements last year as the 5 seed in the East. So naturally, a good old case of Dolanitis has set in. Bad.
See, I think that would be great because now, hey, if you're Detroit and you're Weaver, maybe you're saying, okay, who are you going to get rid of? Because you can't keep everybody.
Yeah, they'll give you the dead body of Evan Fournier for an
Correct.
Unprotected first-round pick in 5 years.
Okay, you know what? You can leave.
Well, speaking of you can leave.
Happy holidays, everyone.
See, I thought maybe they can go out and get your guy and bring him here because you can't pay everybody.
Who?
I don't think they're going to give up on
Randall?
Barrett. Huh?
You talking about Randall?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the dead body of Fournier there.
They probably will have. They want to have a big three with Randall and Brunson.
But I'm saying I don't think they're going to give up on Barrett either.
No, which means they give up on Fournier's $22 million a year.
You're still here?
I'm sorry.
Let's move over to a guy
Happy
talking
birthday,
about
America.
Rico, you just asked the question. You're still here. Well, I think that's what Dallas is going to be asking with Kyrie. But Kyrie at 6 p.m. will be meeting with the Phoenix Suns. And then according to a report, Kyrie has interest in Philadelphia since they're getting rid of Harden. He has interest, not the team. He has interest.
Yeah, if I'm Philly, this is Kyrie and oops, I got hung up on.
The meeting with Phoenix, though?
I don't know what Ishbia's plan is out there to destroy a team that was just there as fast as possible. I mean, you're already paying DeAndre Ayton, and you worked the deal out. You got rid of the Cams, and the good pieces are gone.
No depth, no picks. And now you're stuck. And look.
And you're going to bring him back with Kevin Durant.
If Kyrie took the mid-level exception, which would be absurd, I think the Players Union would absolutely flip its lid.
Yes, they would.
But if he took it, they could technically put this together, but you will have the rest of the roster, the other 7 pieces, league minimum contracts.
Yeah. So now you're looking at pretty much all rookies.
Now we know why
G League players.
And there's one
Jabari Parker.
One basketball. Yeah. I think it's a laugher. And again,
because it was great with him and KD that first time around.
Right. Listen, man. I can't make sense of why anyone would take on Kyrie. He tanked it in Boston. He tanked it in Brooklyn. He tanked it in Dallas. And now he'll come to you, and eventually he'll ruin you.
Well, you said it's all the media's fault.
Apparently so. So let's talk about Max Strus for a second, because the Heat in Cleveland and a third team have discussed a sign and trade that would get Strus to Cleveland. Miami would probably get some trade exception and second-round picks. I only bring this up because it's the third team is the mystery team. We talk about the Pistons here. Is there anybody on either roster the Pistons can get involved with in a possible 3-team deal here?
Not that would be involved in something like that. Right. No. I mean,
you're looking at more draft picks, if anything.
And not good ones. No, I don't think they really need you to facilitate much. I mean, David, realistically, the Heat rotation is set. I don't want Strus, and Strus wouldn't be coming here. So then it comes down to, what is Cleveland going to offer me? Cleveland's not giving you anything of value.
Right.
And I know divisions don't matter that much in the NBA, but they are in your division. They're not handing you a value. No.
I think this is where you would just see a bunch of draft picks get dumped down on Detroit. Say, here's a bunch of number 1 picks. You happy now that you can use to do nothing with in future years?
Heavily protected. Yeah, I don't get it. No, I'm out.
So let me get your thoughts on this, because another team that was in or possibly in on Max Strus was the Indiana Pacers. But Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports is reporting the Pacers could be considering a deal worth more than $20 million annually for Bruce Brown.
I will say this again. No, I want to explain it because I knew you were going to say that. You got to gear your mind around that an NBA starter is going to cost you $20 to $22 million AAV. Now, yes, max guys get 2.5 times that, but a starter in this league is going to be on a 4-year, $80 million contract, okay? Yeah. And Bruce Brown can start in this league. So, no, it's not too much because, David, once again, if you don't want to spend that as the cap continues to skyrocket, then who are you adding exactly?
Yeah, because $20 million is not superstar money anymore. It's just
a starter
money. It's a good player money. But it's not like, oh, my God, he's getting $20 million. Yes, the NBA. So everybody makes $20 million, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't mind it because that's what you're going to pay for a starter. Is Bruce Brown good defensively? Can he shoot it a little bit? Was he a good teammate on a championship team? Yes, and yes. He's been an asset everywhere he's gone.
Well, speaking of, we rarely get breaking news when we're doing something like this, but we have a trade here in the NBA, and it involves the Pistons. The Nets are trading Joe Harris to the Pistons for 2 future second-round picks. This is a salary dump for the Nets, and Joe Harris, I believe, is making, like you said in the range, he's making $20 million.
Hey, can I come back in?
Sure can.
I can come back now? I'm not barred from the show? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the best shooters in the league. He's just not healthy, ever. And it doesn't address the power forward spot.
You're right.
And why are we in the business of helping the Nets? What are we doing here?
So that the Nets can keep Cam Johnson.
He can really shoot it, man.
Oh, you're right, Rico.
I mean, basically, you just made sure.
They can match now.
They can keep Cam Johnson.
You
got the wrong net.
My God.
Why would you take yourself out of the Cam Johnson market? Why? You just help the team pad their wallet so you can now not get the player they would rather
afford.
Keep.
Right.
Wow. There'll be more reaction to this. That is your NBA Fast Break.
Man, I really don't have a lot of spirit as I tell you about Hungry Howie's here, as David blindsided me with that.
Eat your feelings.
50 years of flavor. Yeah. So you're not getting Cam Johnson. Well, I don't know. Put a pizza in your mouth. Figure it out. Hungry Howie's can do that for you. They got this new bee sting pizza. It's a lot better than Joe Harris. Get with Hungry Howie's. Cup pepperoni, spicy jalapenos, and some of this hot honey everyone's obsessed with, $12.99. I factually would rather have one of those pizzas than Joe Harris in a Piston uniform. So if that sounds good, 50 years of flavor, do the business. Real dough, real cheese, real toppings, and limited time only. This Bee Sting pizza. Eat your feelings, because I got nothing left for the Pistons. $12.99 on the new pizza, $6.99 on the mix and match. As always, it's Hungry Howie's. Well, guys, I got to tell you, sometimes things just happen, and it's going to come to the forefront. And I just, what the hell is Troy Weaver doing? So now, David, you're telling me the Pistons had to give up 2 second-round picks?
They're getting 2 second-round picks and Joe Harris. So they're giving up nothing, according to what I'm seeing.
So wait. Because I've seen this both ways now. Make sure you're getting that part straight.
I am. Woj sent out the initial, and then he corrected himself. He says the Pistons are getting Joe Harris and 2 second-round picks.
So here's what you're getting in Joe Harris. A, he's a rental. He's on a 1-year deal. B, he's been hurt a lot in his career. A lot. He only started about 30 games for that team this year. He wasn't a starter with the Nets. He is one of the elite three-point shooters in the game. I won't take that away from him. Uh-oh. Here's the bad part. He's a terrible defensive player.
Yeah.
So you make this big hullabaloo about drafting Ausar Thompson and drafting Sasser and reclaiming the past. And then, here's the best part. You just used a vast majority of your cap space in helping the very team you wanted to ravage with Cam Johnson. Yep. You helped them, took on a player they didn't want, used your cap space, and took yourself out of the market for Cam Johnson.
Yep.
You know what, guys? I'm pretty much done here.
And according to Shams, you're going to get Harris. You're also going to get a 2027 and a 2029 second-round pick.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll be dead. I you know what? F this. Honestly, like this Troy Weaver thing, always taking on garbage. There was a real opportunity to go out and get a really nice player. Joe Harris is not that. And the best part is, even if Joe Harris is having a good year, you're not re-signing him. He has no future here. He's 32 years old. And he doesn't play defense. He's a bench player. So you didn't make yourself better. So you got a rental in Bogdanovich, you got a rental in Joe Harris, and you still have no power forwards on the team.
Yep. And it looks like, the Nets just got a $20 million trade exception.
Sure they did. They did.
Yeah.
You helped the team you were trying to kill.
Yep.
You handed the Lion the rifle.
You did.
What are we doing here? All they have, okay, right now, I want someone to call up and yell at me for saying the following. Why didn't we just take on John Collins? If this was the plan and they were never going after Cam Johnson, they were never going to extend a legitimate offer, then fine. Give me John Collins 3 at 78 before I ever Joe Harris.
Right, and it's not like you have great success with expiring contracts where you could flip that to something else.
But you know what he's going to do? Tell you what he's going to do. He's going to step to that podium, and in between copious ums, he's going to talk about what great cap space they have next summer.
Yep.
That's what we do in this town.
Yeah. This is not a home run. This
Kicking the can down the road. That's what we do.
He said he was going to hit a home run. This is not a home run.
No, he'll talk about how we got Boyan coming off the books and Joe coming off the books, and it could be $50 million.
To do what?
I know. To extend Cade. He's extension eligible next summer. Yeah. Guys, bottom line, I'd love to hear from you, but I don't think you as a fan base have anything left. I don't think you have anything left.
No, because
God help the people at the Pistons ticket office when you have to call people and say, come on down. Here you go, Nancy. Checks notes. Come on down and see Joe Harris. Yeah. Huh? I still got Kenny Kopp playing power forward.
Killed the Cam Johnson, any types of hopes and dreams because you just helped them pay Cam. So if anybody comes in now and tries to overbid, they can match. Yeah. This one didn't make any sense. But like I said, you don't flip expiring contracts and turn that into something. You held on to Jeremy Grant too long. You're holding on to Bogdanovich too long. What do you? Yeah, I don't.
Do you understand how stupid it is for Troy? Honestly, I hate saying this because these are all intelligent people. I think it's hard to get to that position in life without being intelligent. But for a moment, indulge me. Do you know how stupid Troy Weaver is in this regard? You only made the Nets give you 2 second-round picks to save their offseason. You didn't even get a protected one. The Nets called you and said, hey, I've got bleep in a box. Now, I know you want one of our best players. So this is going to hurt, but would you consider a penny for your thoughts? Yeah. And Weaver took 2 second-round picks to take Joe Harris.
2 second-round picks that you'll get in 4 and 6 years.
They don't even matter. They're in ether.
I know.
I'm not yelling at you.
Right, but it's just one of those, you're not even getting 2 second-round picks for next year. You're getting, basically, you just became their way of dumping salary and helping them out.
Mike, you just brought up a great point. They got first from the Phoenix deal. So you could have easily gotten one and say, look, you want to do this, then give me that.
Right.
What I would have said back
I don't see how this benefits the Pistons at all.
Well, here's what they have to do now. If you want to go after Cam Johnson, Troy Weaver now has to make concurrent moves, finding people to take the dead bodies of James Wiseman and Marvin Bagley and Bogdanovich. See, you can only function this offseason if you deal Bogdanovich now. Now, if you want to show me the thing, Rico always makes the joke about 4D chess. Now, if Troy goes out and there's a deal in place for Bogdanovich to be shipped out with for instance, okay, work with me.
Okay.
And we're not doing picks today, okay?
Oh, okay.
No, I don't care. I've had it. You took on a low-value asset and got very little. You helped the Nets. If you deal Bogdanovich, that's a high-value asset, which means you would get to attach low value to it and free up that space, meaning, hey, Team X, you have some space. We'll give you a good player if you take 2 herpes-ridden ones, like bad players. Like, here's a box with a hole in it.
Right.
But my point is, it doesn't make sense for you to take on something bad to then have to attach something bad to good in order to reset. It doesn't make sense to me. Why would you help the Nets if they weren't going to be forced to give you something of legitimate value for Joe Harris?
So you're saying you think there's a bigger piece out there that's about to get played?
There would have to be. Otherwise, Troy Weaver should be fired. If your offseason is truly Joe Harris and 2 second-round picks by the time Rico turns 60, yeah, I'm sorry. We're good here. And please don't call me and talk about cap space. Heard about cap space 2 years ago. Heard about cap space this past season. Now I'm going to have to hear about it next season? Yeah. Guys, all you had to do was go get Cam Johnson.
You're not really doing anything with the assets that you have. You're not turning that into a player.
You're doing the Iserman, kicking the can down the road.
You know what?
That's what you're doing. And it feeds right into the topic we started the show with and what we're going to go to the people with. How much more do you have to give, people? How much more patience do you have, whether you are a Pistons fan, a Wings fan? How much more patience are we supposed to show? NBA free agency kicked off tonight. Troy Weaver talked about taking advantage of teams in duress. And I'll be honest, the Nets played your ass. 2 second-round picks? I guarantee you.
Unless you flip this into something else.
Turn on New York radio, or I can make a couple of phone calls. I guarantee you, the people on the net side of things are going, that's all we had to give up to free up the space to keep Cam? Oh, wait, and the team who was reportedly the hottest after Cam is the one who did it for us?
Yeah. You fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
Is it possible that he thinks this is a home run? Is he delusional enough to believe that?
Well,
that's all. That's all.
Then he should be fired for lack of sane thought process.
Oh, I know.
Kenny, I'm not mad at your suggestion. Please don't take it that way. But when a player averages 7.6 points a game, has never averaged more than 14 in his career, and didn't start for the Nets and won't start for you, and is oft injured, and is a rental, and doesn't play power forward, and doesn't play defense. Not piling on. Here's your pick tonight, Tigers. All right, baseball's in full swing. There's no better place to get action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet risk-free up to $1,000. I mean, case in point. Tigers are not losing that game tonight in Colorado, -120.
How about Torque to hit a home run?
Fine.
Plus 310.
Fine. It's all fine. They're facing Aaron Gomber tonight. The guy stinks. Go to FanDuel, the official partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission, 21 and up. First online real money wager only, $10 deposit required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. I'll keep it brief. I'm going to go to the people. I think Troy Weaver's lost his mind. You do whatever you want. But believe me, you're a Red Wing fan. I want you as a part of the conversation because I need to know how much patience you've got left. Piston fan, look, I got nothing for you. And I'm sorry, but to anyone who's out there talking about cap space for next summer, you know what, man? Just keep spinning that record player. You're singing for your supper at that point. 2 years ago, it was all about cap space. This year, it was all about, we're in an advantageous position. You know what this looks like to me? Kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Harris at $20 million, you have about $10 million left in cap space now. You helped the team that had Cam Johnson. You helped the Nets get back in the market to get better.
Yep.
And you didn't even make them pay for it. Yep. 2 second-round picks?
Yeah.
Fine. Joe Harris comes in, moonlights at the 2 and the 3. He's a guy who, for his career, has scored 10 points a game. Is he a really good shooter? Yes. Equally bad defender. I'm tired of being a second-class citizen. That's what I'm really sick of. I'm tired of feeling like the Pistons are a CBA team. I'm tired of feeling like we don't deserve good players or like we can't make real moves. This is clown bleep. This is ridiculous. You had $30 million in cap space. You didn't want John Collins. You clearly don't want to make the big offer to Cam Johnson, so you helped the team retain him and didn't even get value.
No.
If you wanted me to defend this, it would be the Nets offering you 2 first-round picks to take this dead body. That's not what happened here. No. Now, if you want to tell me Troy's got a rabbit up his sleeve and we're going to send Bogdanovich out of town and then attach a dead body to him to try to get back to $25 million in cap space, I'm listening. I'm listening.
No, I think what they're going to do is tell you that the 2024 free agent class, that's where all the value is.
No, there's not.
Okay, first of all,
Klay Thompson in a wheelchair, he ain't coming here.
Klay Thompson.
Pascal Siakam ain't coming here.
Right. LeBron James.
Ain't coming here.
I'm trying to think, who was the other? Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I'm sure AD will come here. He turned down a chance to play for the Celtics and play for championships.
There are names out there. They're just not going to come here.
You know,
but we're going to set up the money so that how could they not come here?
You know what it is? Honestly, this is all just performative theater. It's like you don't have a GM, you have someone pretending to be one. Look, Troy's a good talent evaluator, and I don't really have a problem with most of his draft picks. Some of them work, some of them don't. I don't think he's a wizard like many of you guys do. But guys, what was all the cap space for? To do nothing and just roll with it?
I told you.
How does Harris and Bogdanovich even play together? You'll give up 130 a night.
And the sad reality is Cam Johnson just made way too much sense. It was just a check down the board.
But you didn't even make the offer.
No, you made sure he stayed right where
what was this rush to take Joe Harris? Why wouldn't you
What
offer?
did you get for it?
Nothing.
Right.
And you gave the Nets the ability with a huge trade exception and also the ability to free up cap space. You can't be in the Cam Johnson business.
Right. And now I was hoping that maybe, before we took the break, you had me thinking maybe there's another step to this, but now listening to the different beat people, this is it.
Yeah,
this is the home run, David.
Oh no,
this is the home run.
This is a strikeout.
This is Torkelson barely leaving the yard, but it made it over the fence.
If this deal was done a week from now, I still wouldn't like it. But at least I would maybe have a report saying they reached out to Cam Johnson and it didn't work out, and I say, oh, okay, well, they decided to do this.
You know
instead.
what? At least you bled out the Nets.
Yep.
You exhausted your options before. Like, here's my thing. Let's say Joe Harris gets dealt somewhere else. And the Nets created the space to match Cam Johnson. Well, you tip your cap. But I ain't going to be the team to help you. Instead, you've lost all leverage in the marketplace. So I was only selling some hope that now you'd have to deal Bogdanovich with Wiseman or with Bagley, get nothing back, to then re-enter the marketplace.
Yep.
Where the hell's Joe Harris going to play? I mean, he's two guard. He's not a wing. He's not athletic enough to be a wing. He can moonlight at small forward, But my point is,
well, yeah, because this team doesn't have enough guards.
But if you don't trade Bogdanovich, you can't have these two on the floor at the same time. Just like you can't play your centers at the same time. And we still don't have a power forward. And I don't want to hear about positionless basketball because, guys, at some point you do need tall people who do things. We don't have that. You can take the calls. Honestly, no, Rico, I'm serious, man. I'm not in a bad mood, but I am so pissed. I'm pissed.
No, but
I'm tired.
I had hope until now. I'm hearing that, we're going to wait till next year. Well, newsflash, LeBron ain't coming here. So unless you draft Bronny.
Just tired, man.
They ain't coming here.
When are these teams going to give this town and these people something? How the hell am I supposed to get up here and sell Joe Harris? You kidding me? I may as well put on the ice cream cone like Kenny did.
I mean, which was worse? Just Yzerman telling you, don't ask for nothing because you'll get nothing, or hearing we're going to hit a home run. We're going to really knock it out the park. I'm all about hitting the ball out the park. Troy Weaver.
I would Yzerman, because at least Yzerman said he said it and he did it. What he said he was going to do.
Yzerman set the expectations low, guys. Don't expect anything.
We don't like it.
You'll get nothing, and you'll like it.
But now Troy's saying home run, and this is a strikeout.
Weaver came out, I'm not about bunts and singles. I'm about going for it and hitting the home run.
What the hell do you call Joe Harris on a rental? And you took yourself out of the Cam Johnson market.
I don't know. I'm with you.
I'll go to the people. Doug's in Bloomfield. He leads off to 3 o'clock. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
I'm disappointed, guys. And I'll tell you why. I think Troy Weaver is the most alarming of the three GMs you talked about. He not only is he signs these big centers that can't stay healthy. He walked into Cade Cunningham and Ivy, and the only reason Monty Williams is on the staff is because Gores woke up and gave him some money. Like there is nothing you can point to and say, "Wow, Troy Weaver really put his stamp on that." It's disappointing, and then he brings in another Bogdanovich as the big move. I mean, I don't know why people are not crying for this guy to get fired at this point.
Well, it's more. I'd love an explanation. I'd love to understand, because again, we didn't get those questions at the original press conference. How do these pieces fit, Troy? I mean, Doug, you watch hoops. You can't play these pieces together.
No, you can't. And then you bring in Harris, who's going to steal minutes from the rookie that you just drafted. And if you want to bring in a guy off the bench, then trade the fifth pick for someone. I mean, you look at the Cleveland Cavaliers; they were able to bring in Mitchell. They have a great young core.
Sure.
Detroit's just like Cleveland. Why can't we do that?
And you know the worst part, Doug? I wasn't even crying out for a move as bold as that. All I was saying is, here's the cap space. Here's how the Nets won't be able to match it. Go get Cam Johnson. Let's get better.
Absolutely.
And instead, we just help the Nets. Doug,
it's head scratching.
Doug, I don't know how often you listen to the show. It's just very rare. I'm out of words. I don't know what to say.
I listen a lot, and I feel like Rico's going to be power forward next year at this point.
We're one step from it. Now, don't sleep on him. He's got lateral quicks. The vertical's an issue, but he's got quicks.
I know he's
short space quicks.
There's no reason to go down there and watch a game unless Rico's on the court.
That's it.
I can hit you with the fadeaway.
Coffee black. Get him to Jersey. David, how long have we worked together? I'm serious.
12 years, I think. I don't know.
How many times do you hear me stammering?
Not many.
I don't know what to do with this.
Pretty much every Saturday afternoon.
Oh, like with a Jay Johnson third
Right.
down
Oh,
call?
well, I wasn't counting that.
What are we? Short side sweep again.
Kenny, 3rd and 7 draw play.
Wait, the first play of the season is a tight end reverse.
3rd and 16, 24-yard completion. I'd love your thoughts, people.
But this is nowhere near the home run that he promised.
No, because
that set the bar. Maybe Yzerman had it right. Guys, I'm not going to oversell you. This is it. This is all you get.
Stevie
There's
told
nothing
you
else under the Christmas tree.
This car does not go fast.
Right.
You can't be mad when you hopped in the car and it goes 35.
And there's no gas in it as well.
Right. All I'm doing is disagreeing with his choice of vehicle.
But Weaver, I'm all about the home runs.
You paid $100 million for a head coach, and your big offseason move is taking on Joe Harris. I got nothing.
Congratulations, new chef. You have no tools, no utensils, nothing to cook with.
Here's a spatula.
Right. So what can you do with Spam?
And I know no one cares, and I'm just geeking out. I don't even know where Harris plays. I don't even know how it works. Unless you're getting rid of Bogdanovich in short order. And then my point to you would be, how are you better?
For a team that just gave up a ton of points, you didn't get better defensively.
Happy birthday, America. I don't know what to say. You better read something.
All right, you know what? This will make you feel better. Oh, will it? Yes, this will. Well, not you because you're all nice and trim. But if you're out there with some extra pounds, Awaken 180 can help you lose weight just like it helps me. 12 weeks, 47 pounds, gone. And guys, trust me, the way they set up the program, it's not coming back. This is not going to be one of those yo-yo type of things. It's a lifestyle change. They can help you out. Now, I know you're probably thinking, well, Awaken 180, I don't want to do it. It's the summertime. Doesn't matter. Enjoy your summer. Awaken 180 can help you achieve your weight loss goals and still enjoy your summer. This is not a starvation diet, but you're going to see results every week just like I do. You got to pick up the phone and call 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or you go online at awaken180weightloss.com. You talk to your coach. They design a plan specifically for you, and then you'll see the pounds just start to fall off. People will compliment you and say how great that you're looking. But you got to pick up the phone, 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, you spend a third of your life sleeping, which means when you actually get rest, make it quality. The iComfort Eco by Serta, supportive, designed to keep you cool and comfortable, feeling restored. Guys, the Serta Perfect Sleeper, pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. It's Serta. They are made in Michigan, have been for over 100 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Okay, so look, we'll wait for the other shoe to drop. What we have to react to right now is the Pistons taking themselves out of the Cam Johnson marketplace. And that's what I'm reacting to. If a deal happens in 3 days, we'll deal with it in 3 days. But I have no understanding of why you would help the Brooklyn Nets and why taking on another expiring. It is a fantasy to have all this cap space. And then you're going to trade for a guy who doesn't want to be here. Or better yet, if you think you're going into free agency in the summer of 24 and you're getting Klay Thompson or something, well then just, dude, hit the spoon a little harder. Shall we?
Yeah, Anthony Davis ain't coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. What are we doing? Go to Hunter, 97.1. Hunter, feel free.
Mike, what's going on, man?
How are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
What in the hell is Troy Weaver doing?
I don't know.
If you're telling me, get the dial tone ready. If you're telling me if we come out of this free agency as Draymond Green, as our power forward, I'm done. Or Jeremy Grant or Tobias, I'm done. I don't know what to do anymore, Mike. I don't know what to do.
I just look. My problem is, Hunter, in this town, and it's not just a Pistons thing, but in this town, you guys are constantly told, well, next year we'll have cap flexibility. How many more years are you willing to tolerate it?
This is it.
And if you couldn't, if this deal means you couldn't get Cam Johnson, if it means you couldn't get a guy who loves the coach you hired, he wasn't going to take your egregious overpay, okay? He wouldn't even sign it, and he'd rather go back to the Nets for less. If it means that, then why am I listening about cap space fantasy next summer? Because if you can't get this guy, who the hell are you getting?
Right. Like, if you're telling me that we can't go out and get Cam Johnson, what are you doing here as my GM?
That's where I'm at.
What are you doing with the job here in my city?
That's where I'm at, man. Yeah. And again, Joe Harris, I'm not making fun of the guy. Damn good shooter, damn bad defender. He's probably not a starter on a really good team in this league. And frankly, I don't know how these pieces fit, which means I have to believe there's more moves that are coming.
It has to be, because this just doesn't make a lick of sense.
And it's probably not another move then, because Weaver made it.
I mean, David was so broken, he said, hey, give me a scripture. Like, David, Jesus flipped over the table in the temple. Well, that's what I feel like doing. And I'm sure a lot of
Pistons in anger right now. I cannot believe this.
I'm going to treat this like the draft night and try to hold out some hope until 6 that we're going to get some more breaking news that the Pistons are doing something else, that this can't be it, because I understand every reason why the Nets did this. You got money off your books. It cost you a second rounder in 27 or 26 and 29.
Rico.
But I don't understand what the Pistons got out of this, except your name is now going across the scroll.
I'll tell you what they got. They got some money on the nightstand.
And I'll call you tomorrow.
I mean,
no, really.
The
I'll
Nets
call you.
texted, "Are you still awake?" Right. Came to town, served you up, left a gift certificate for some taquitos at the convenience store on the nightstand, and left.
Please, the Nets gave you 3 letters. You up.
Yeah, that's what I'm just
You up?
Just tired, man. I'm tired for these fans. I'm tired for this town. I'm tired for myself. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of being treated like a second-class citizen in the sports world. It's one of the 5 best sports cities in America. Would it kill the GMs and the owners in this town to act like it? Yeah. Troy Weaver punting to next year? Or you know what? Here's the moves that could happen, realistically. Let's assume this is the move. He'll find a way to take some of these second-round picks, maybe get Bagley off the roster, maybe get Killian off the roster, because those are kind of like I don't know where they'll find minutes. And then you're going to have a really weird power forward rotation of Bogdanovich and Beef Stew. That's your power forward rotation?
Yeah.
And then your 3 is the Rook and Harris?
I mean, yeah, they're going to really try to make this Beef Stew thing something. They're going to make it happen.
I'm just going to go to Jeff because it'll make me less angry. Jeff, how are you?
Boy, I'm supposed to make you less angry. I can't top what you guys just come up with.
No,
but
it's okay.
I just had a moment with the Red Wings. They were close to getting to the playoffs, and then they wouldn't do anything except say, hey, we're going to continue to build young players when you're maybe one adult in the room or one scorer from actually being a playoff team. So that's number one. But the Pistons thing just absolutely overwhelmed my whole thoughts on it. It comes down to, if I would have heard, hey, they tried for Randall, or they tried to get into Zion Williamson or something like that, because I would have felt different. But the last time I remember them jumping up and down about salary cap money, other than these last couple of years, what about Allen Iverson? Oh, he's coming off the books. We get all this money, and we ended up with what? Gordon and Viril or Villanueva, whatever.
Charlie Villanueva.
Yeah, that's all we ended up with. We're not going to get anybody with that money. The only way this team has ever, been successful is being that third in and getting a Ben Wallace or getting a Chauncey Billups or trading, for
So let me ask you.
Those are the only things we do that work.
Jeff, let me ask you the question, though. It's what I led the show with. How much more patience do you have left?
Not much. I mean, again, I think, we got the Lions GM has done a nice job of just continuing to build. Steve Yzerman, again, sometime you got to trade those precious little toys, those young diaper kids, and get an adult in the room and get into the playoffs. You're going to have to make that move at some time. And Weaver, at least he was making moves for the sake of making moves, and this year he doesn't even seem willing to do that. Or that, did anybody else see that he's not even trying to make moves?
It's just stunning to me to take yourself out of the free agent market before it begins, which means one of two things. Now, I mean, I've always made the joke. I think he's a terrible public speaker. I have no idea what he's going to do behind the scenes recruiting players.
Right.
But if this is a sign that Troy knew he was going to come up empty in free agency, well, then flowchart, then you're going to come up empty next year too, Tito. So
that's a great point.
If this move was,
because what improves in 365 days?
I mean, we could eliminate a lot of the ums. We could definitely make him more succinct.
You're hoping that, I guess, Cade and Ivy just really blossom and that people want to come.
More? Ken Holland or Troy Weaver?
I think it's Weaver.
Kenny Holland was up there. Kenny towards the end was something special. Not Cott, Holland.
To say, wow, Kenny, what are we doing?
I think he was just checking.
Yeah, Kenny towards the end. Kenny's retired.
Today's
his last show.
Yeah, he was just checking the Delta app to see, is my flight leaving yet?
No, you know what he's excited about? Troy Weaver's running cover for Yzerman. I mean, realistically, this move today, Red Wing fans, the Steve bots know they don't have to defend their man because someone else did something more egregious.
Because they could come out and say, our guy told us the truth. We're not going to get anything. Nothing for Christmas this year, nothing next year, nothing the year after that.
All I ask from you, the listener, and we appreciate you guys being with us on a holiday Friday, and you guys have been great. We got a ton of people who want to talk. Please don't be Wojo. And what I mean about that is, don't be, let's wait and see. That's not what we do here. Okay, wait and see, guy.
I want a straw man argument.
Right, I want to throw off a bridge. That's what I want to do to wait and see, guy. That's not what we do in live radio. We deal with what's in front of us. Now, we can say there might be another move. But in the here and now, factually, when I think a lot of us started the day going, hey, they got a real shot to get Cam Johnson. You took yourself out of that market before extending the offer.
Right. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, and you're done. I was just wondering, are they sitting around downtown smoking cigars saying, yep, got him. Got him. We got him. High-fiving, looking like an NFL draft war room. Yes, we got him.
I swear to God.
Arm, did you see that deal? Yes.
This franchise
Somebody get Frank on the phone.
This franchise is like Jason Biggs with the apple pie. That's all. I'm honest. I can't stand this franchise. I can't take anymore. I can't take anymore.
And you're the father walking in?
Dad.
I'm sorry, what are you doing?
What the hell's happening here? Wait, is that Joe Harris? What are you doing in my kitchen?
Oh, wow.
It's a bummer, man. Like,
Well, just tell your mother we ate it.
Sorry, guys.
Mike, tell him something.
I can't. It gets me every time. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I know I'm an idiot.
No.
Adam Silver, how do you butcher the name of our team like that? The Pippins.
The Pictons.
Pictons.
I mean, the pick is in. The Pistons. Pictons.
You know what? Honestly, it's for
Diddly diddly do.
Old Nation Shandy is back in stores. Perfect time. 4th of July weekend. Hopefully the weather holds out for a portion of the weekend. Old Nation Shandy, it's like no other beer out there. Not mass-produced, not half-assed. It is done the right way to their standards. There's no other Shandy like it. Try it. You know we've talked about it for a long time. They will sell out. I talked to the guys at Old Nation 2 weeks ago when they were coming through the station. You guys are buying it, so get it before it's gone. Best thing I could tell you. Stock up, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. It's 21 and older. And as always, please drink responsibly. David, some of the ticket text for damn near the first time today. Rico, that's a hell of a joke. Good for you. David, what are people saying about this?
Pistons were my favorite Detroit team. Now I'm apathetic. I don't care. They are going nowhere. Someone asked, did Alavila make this trade? See, Mike, you're right. This is absolute bull blank. I can't even believe Weaver did this. Fire him now.
Well, I think what it says, look, every general manager has an idea how free agency is going to play out. Yes, we know you can't tamper, but if you don't think things are going on behind the scenes, you're clueless. So the reality is, if this is Troy's way of saying nobody wanted our money, then you don't get to turn around and talk about all the monies you're going to have next summer.
Right there.
Cam Johnson loves Monty Williams. Cam Johnson was a perfect fit for this team, and you could pay him factually $10 million more per year than the Nets could because, as I highlighted the other day, the Nets are over the cap, into the apron. They were in cap hell. They couldn't match. It would turn Cam Johnson into like a $250 million player tax bill. And instead, you freed them from their cap nightmare and took yourself out of the market. Now, if you want to sell me hope and say, well, maybe more could happen, that's great. But as I sit here right now at 3:37 in the afternoon, I'm not going to sit here and delay doing our radio show. Well, let's just wait and see. You know what? Do me a favor. Release a podcast titled Let's Just Wait and See. Let me know how many downloads you get. Hey, what do you think of that Bears-Lions game this weekend? Let's just wait and see.
Let's wait to see the results.
Yeah, don't forget to rate, review, and subscribe. That's not what we do. Hey, Rico, what do you think of State this year? Let's just wait and see.
Well, Mike, season still hasn't happened yet.
Well, a lot of football to be played, and we'll see.
We're going to take it one game at a time, one day at a time.
David, please.
I'm not mad we didn't overpay for Cam Johnson. Cam's nice, but why be desperate for a kid who only has 30 20-point games? Why mortgage the future for a kid who's had 2 to 3 okay years?
I'll help you. A, he's 25. Joe Harris is 32.
Check.
B, Cam Johnson is a plus defender at a premium position.
Check
and
check.
And can guard arguably 4 spots. Joe Harris is horrific.
Because here's the thing. This person probably has never really seen Cam Johnson.
Thank you.
You're looking at the stat lines saying, well, and yeah, he's got a great relationship with your head coach. He can come in and immediately be the best wing player that you have.
Right.
It just made way too much sense.
And if he didn't want your money, here's my point. If Troy knew he couldn't get Cam Johnson, then why the hell weren't we involved with John Collins? I'm not saying Collins is perfect, far from it. But I think the guard play in Atlanta, the selfish nature they have, he became an afterthought. He's in his mid-20s. He's shot 40% from deep twice in his career. Now, he's not the athlete I'd like to have at the power forward spot, but he's an upgrade, 3 at 78.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, we're talking cap space. Let's get to the people. Let's go to Juan, 97.1. What's up, Juan? How are you?
What's up, fellas?
How are you, sir?
I'm highly frustrated. I mean, trust me, I was a big Pistons fan, still am, but Joe Harris, man, the first thing I thought about, I'm a big Sanford and Son fan. No disrespect to Troy Weaver personally, but Fred Sanford saying, you big dummy. Like, seriously, like, this guy is, expiring contract. I don't care about none of that. Only thing can make this right, I don't know how it permits salary cut. If you go to Golden State, get rid of Bogdanovich and try to get like Kuminga and Moody and give up Bagley. I don't know how it's going to work. That's the only thing I can think of.
And I'd hate to, Juan, I'd hate to break it to you. You'd have to have a gun to Dunleavy's head to get Jonathan Kuminga for an expiring 34-year-old sharpshooter. I love where your head is at, but that ain't happening, man. This ain't NBA
Not
2K.
Joe Harris, but Bogdanovich.
Yeah, like I said, 34 expiring. You ain't getting one of their team-controlled young pups. It's just not happening.
Well, excuse me, Mike. I'm just frustrated, man.
No, you're okay. Juan, we're all frustrated.
Juan, you know what you're doing, Juan? You're trying to make sense of this like we all are, hoping, like, Okay, maybe we're not saying something. I think it's right there, Juan. It is
Hey,
frustrating.
Rico, guess what I'm going to do to make myself feel better? I don't even play PlayStation 5, NBA 2K3. I'm going to make some trades tonight. I'm going to get the pivot together on 2K tonight.
You going to make the deal yourself?
No, and Juan, here's the worst part. Everybody at Brooklyn HQ for the Nets is lighting up stogies. You just made their offseason. They didn't want Joe Harris, and they didn't give up anything to dump him on you. I mean, Juan, if Troy was able to come back with 2 first-round picks, protections, whatever it is, and build a war chest, maybe there's a way we could make sense of it.
Right.
Juan, he got played.
Yeah, you guys talked it up yesterday when you broke down what would Brooklyn need in order for them to be able to match another offer, and exactly happened what you guys called out.
No, and that's, Juan, the worst part is we were the team that helped him.
Yep.
Like, if Cam didn't want their money, I want to see that report. I want to see that Cam Johnson turned down 4 at 120.
Right.
Because until I see that report, it lets me know you didn't make the offer.
And then Troy Weaver comes out saying, we're going to take advantage of these teams who need to cut salary. You got taken advantage of. I was expecting, okay, you're going to go out and get some great player, and it was going to be one of those deals where, man, I can't believe Troy – I'm ignoring you. I can't believe he pulled this off, but, yeah, you're just sitting there like, enjoy those magic beans.
It's just another example in this town of these teams not giving a damn about you. They all think they're the smartest guys in the room, and the reality is if you run a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 7 years like the Red Wings, I need a touch of urgency. If you run a basketball team that has not won a playoff game in 15 years, I need a little urgency. This baseball team, Scotty Harris hasn't been here that long, but I got bad news for you. When, not if, when we're 2 games out of first on Monday and we hit the airwaves, I'm asking Scotty Harris to tactfully, responsibly, why don't we get a bat? Let's go get a veteran bat. Nothing crazy. I'm not asking you to go out and trade for a high-leverage closer that would cost you a fortune. I'm not asking for starting pitching. Our pitching's fine.
Right. You know what he'll say? Why don't you keep slandering our guys? It wakes them up.
What are you talking about?
Spencer Torkelson.
Oh, I mean, listen.
No, I'm saying, hey guys,
I'm thrilled that the kid hit a couple home runs, but no offense.
I'm joking.
Can I have a month?
No, you got back-to-back games.
Good. It's good. This is good.
Got you next to Mickey out there coming.
Yeah. Woo. Players only broadcast.
Spencer bits.
248-539-9797. We've talked about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. And this year, guys, they moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. There is a reason they move that much Trex decking. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They got it all. All you need to do in reality is stop in. Now, if you don't have someone to build that deck, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just know, whatever you order, you're getting. It's in stock. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David, shall we get to the people? I think in the 4 o'clock we can do Who Said It. I know Roberto's got a 4th of July etiquette routine. Worst case, we do it Monday. But bottom line, how much patience do you guys have left? On the heels of an empty NHL draft for Yzerman, no moves yet. NBA free agency opens at 6. Pistons have taken themselves out of the free agent market by helping the very team we thought they were going to assault to go get Cam Johnson. You took on Joe Harris and his $20 million. And I don't even know how it fits. I really don't. So as it currently constitutes, here's the other thing. If you're going to have a plan, be consistent. Troy Weaver said, we're about reclaiming the past. We have to get better defensively. We drafted Sasser, Oscar Thompson. Okay. Joe Harris can't guard Kenny. Like, be consistent about what you do.
Right. He doesn't stay healthy that often.
Well, I mean, he plays, but he's always banged up.
Right.
He had 1 year he missed like 70 games.
And then you're not even the type of GM that can flip the expiring contracts where you could get better pieces down the line.
Well, that's where I go, okay, there has to be another move. Here's your thing. Ready? Show me a lineup with Harris at the 3 and Bogdanovich at the 4. I'll show you the other team scoring 130.
That's generous.
But you understand what I'm saying.
I get it. Yeah.
Versus, so did they have no shot if they offered 4 at 120 for Cam? Cam's agent would say take $40 million less to stay in Brooklyn?
No.
I don't see it.
No, especially you get to reunite with the coach that you actually like, a coach who knew how to really maximize your talent and got you to the point where you were about to make all of this money. It was a win-win for everybody.
To the people. Let's talk. Everybody's got something to say. Don is up next. Donnie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Don. What's on your mind?
It's time to call for the GM's head.
Uh-oh.
Yes, call for his head. Man, he ain't cranked up to be what he's supposed to be, man. Because he got rid of a playoff team, and now he dropped him and going getting scrubs on top of scrubs. Come on, man. Come on now.
Well, I mean, Don.
For Harbaugh's head. Y'all call for Harbaugh's head. It's time to start calling for his head.
Well, I'm just about there, but I'm going to let the year play out. I mean, it's year 4 for Troy Weaver. I have to go ahead.
I would like to start calling for his head, man. He ain't no Joe Dumars, man. How you get rid of a playoff team?
Because they had to rebuild.
Don, I would simply say this, and let's see if it's a part 2 to this deal. Maybe he has something else that's about to happen before the show ends or over the weekend.
Well, that's fine.
Where you're like, now I understand. But I'm with you, Don. Right now makes
as
zero
we sit
sense.
here hanging out on a Friday afternoon is what we have to go on. And all I'm telling you is, unless there is some intergalactic plan in place, Cam Johnson's not going to be a Piston.
Yeah.
Which means I'm not going to be happy.
Yeah. That on Monday, I'm coming back and telling you guys how great. Okay, you know what? I'll eat a little crow. Weaver did have a plan.
But again, when you look at the other moves that could be made, I want to be very clear about this, guys. First of all, if you get rid of Bogdanovich in said move, which is the only trade chip you really have, then it's a net zero. Gained Harris, lose Bogdanovich. The shooting is shooting. Right. The defense is bad for both. Okay, so didn't get better. What are you getting back for said player when very few teams have cap space to take on said player? What this other move people want to hint at, the reality is if you want to get back to the cap space you had, you're going to have to trade Bogdanovich, Wiseman, and or Bagley. Now, who the F is taking the latter two? Who? Now, if you had a brain and the Nets called you about Joe Harris, I'd go, well, I know you need $14 million to get out of luxury tax space.
Right.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a fun game. You could trade me Joe Harris, but you're taking Marvin Bagley. I'll save you 8. I'm not saving you the 14 you need to get out of the tax apron.
Right.
But they didn't do that. Let's go to Gino. What? No, I listen. I'm hoping for the best. I'm tired. Gino, what do you got, brother?
What up, though?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm happy they made this trade, actually, and honestly, because the Nets couldn't do a sign and trade if they didn't get off Harris' contract. You guys know that, right?
Correct. But why do I need them to do a sign and trade when I'm going to make them unable to match in the restricted scenario?
Because we don't want the guys we have here. We got a bunch of garbage players here that Troy Weaver's about to get rid of.
So he's going to do a sign and trade.
So take me through it. Let me see what you think's going to happen. I want to see if I'm into it.
I'm not going to take you through it. I'm just telling you that this still can happen. And Bagley and Bojan is not going to be here. Killian Hayes is probably not going to be here.
I agree with that.
So Gino, you're saying they're going to get Cam Johnson for those three players?
No. Time out. I'm not saying they're going to get Cam Johnson.
Okay.
I'm still saying it's a possibility. And I know what Mike says, like, oh, we can't wait and see. I agree with him. You know what I'm saying? Some of the things that Troy Weaver has done has been kind of head-scratching. But at the same time, I have to play let's just see what's going to happen. But
all right. And Gino, that's totally fair. I guess my thing is, right, like we're all looking at this going, well, there's got to be something. My fear is when we start looking at the other moves. Like, let's analyze it from that way, Gino, because I'm with you. Like, Killian probably doesn't get minutes here. Bagley has no role here. He can't play alongside any of the other bigs. And you're right. Bogdanovich is the one trade chip they would have. So let's say you get those guys gone and you regain space.
That's $30 million almost. Matter of
fact, I think
that's
it's 25, but I'm with you. It's enough to add pieces. My fear is they're going to go out and add 2 $7.5 million guys. Like, Gino, we need a starting stretch 4 in the worst way.
I agree. If they do that, then it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Because I do see like, oh, next year we're going to have $50 million. No, I don't think Troy Weaver's going that way. I honestly don't think. I think he's about to set up the move to where it's like, okay, no, this is where we hit right here.
I hope you're right, Gino, and the day the move happens, I hope you call. I'll be the first one if he makes a move I like. You know the way I roll. I tell you when I like something, I'll tell you when I hate it. Yeah.
You're a realist.
I want to win, Gino. I want to win.
Hey,
I'm tired. I want to win.
I want to win too, but you got to realize what he had when he came here.
I know. Well, Gino, I hope you're right, man. I do. I hope there's a lot more to come because believe me, as somebody who's here, talking to you guys 4 hours a day, this ain't no fun. This isn't what I want to do.
I see, but I can't go with, we have to remember what he had when he got here.
I get tired of that.
Because we have trash now because of him being here.
Well, it didn't help that we saw, even though it's a different sport, what Brad Holmes did with his trash, he turned it into something where now this team is competitive. And the other ones are like, give me 3 more seasons to go with the 5 that have already been here.
Here's what
then you'll get something.
Here's what I would compare it to. All right. And I want to use a different organization. But I compare the Pistons a lot to the Orlando Magic. In that, individually, I like some of the pieces, right? But the pieces don't fit. Orlando has pieces where you're like, hey, player X, I like this guy. The problem for Orlando is they have no shooting. They can't shoot the ball. So they have this ceiling of like 38 wins. And you go, well, why aren't they better? They have all these pieces. So I look at the Pistons, and you like some of the pieces. The problem is they're morbid defensively, and they don't have enough shooting. Now, you get a Joe Harris, you get shooting. You also get a terrible defensive player. Doesn't add up. Then I go, well, how do they play together? I have to see that Cade and Jaden can play together. I hope they can. It's possible. But from the 3 and the 4 spot, right, none of it fits. We know Duran's going to be the starting center. We know he's talented.
Right.
Rico. That's like when Orlando Johnny Hammond does the puzzling things, and I look at the Pistons, they do puzzling things. I just feel like, what am I missing in this?
Well, I think
What?
You're going to get upset.
I'm not going to get upset.
But I think a part of it could be that they really value Isaiah Stewart.
Get out.
See?
That's a joke.
David, I will not do a show with this man anymore.
He just said I can go ahead and say it.
I lied. That was so offensive.
Hey, I'm not saying that he is, but they
know.
may just say, you know what? We have this piece just because now you hear that he's shooting threes now, and I guess
pack his bags up. Go pack.
He's going to be their new 3-and-D guy.
Weaver can go if that's what he thinks. Bye bye. Okay. Bye bye.
Okay.
A moving company's on the way.
Look, I'm with Gino. There are more moves to come, but when you take up all your cap space with this one, now who's going to help you? How does it work?
You got 2 contracts falling off the books next year. Let's go get Bronny and Bronny. LeBron and Bronny.
We're right back to where I say get out.
Okay. You know what? How about this? How about I tell you about DuckDuckGo? Oh, great. True story. Sitting here talking with Roberto. We were talking about Jane Seymour. And what happens? Jane Seymour pops up into Roberto's feed. Why? He's being tracked. This is why you need to go with DuckDuckGo. It's a private browser that blocks trackers, and it comes with a private search. And here's the beauty of it. It's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Simply download it today for free in the App Store or visit duckduckgo.com.
All right. 4 o'clock. Great to have you guys with us. It's been a lot of fun today because people are into it. Passion, opinions. I'm down. I wish I could be more positive. This isn't fun. But the Pistons, less than 2 hours from NBA silly season opening up, took themselves out of the market. You went from having the better part of $30 million in cap space to 6.4, and you helped the Nets by taking on an albatross of a contract. They had to get rid of Joe Harris in order to get under the luxury tax. And the only thing it cost them was 2 second-round picks in 27 and 29. So I wanted your opinion. I was really hopeful for Cam Johnson. Obviously nothing egregious, but if you went 4 at 110, 4 at 120, I don't think the Nets can match. Now, if you want to tell me that by helping the Nets, they're going to help you out with a sign and trade or something, well then color me shocked. But the point I'm making is without several other moves, I really don't understand what the hell we're doing. But yes, I do. Because everyone has an infinite timeline in this town. Everyone. Troy Weaver, no pressure. I don't think people care enough. Yeah. Steve Yzerman, the best thing that happened to Yzerman this week was Troy Weaver. Because after that draft night where Yzerman stepped to the mic and said, D's nuts, we're in collection phase. Yeah, we're not there yet. None of us were asking you to go make go trade for Wayne Gretzky. We're just asking, could we get a little bit better? And by the way, Kenny, how galling is it when you hear that update? And I think Lesson was on a 747 or whatever that update was. But the point is, they bought out Bobby Yakitori, and it's they saved 2.4 of the 3.6 million. They're already $8 million under the cap floor.
They're in prime position to pounce for a big name, Mike.
So I wanted to ask this because we started the show with how much patience do you have left for either of the rebuilds? Kenny, what is the free agent that you go, okay, I'm happy?
You would have to kind of piecemeal it together. There would be a couple of people that you'd have to pick up, but there is no one singular big name right now. That's how shallow this pool is. And you also got to wait for these for teams to put players on waivers and buy players out. I know Nashville just did. I think that might be a target. I don't know. We have to wait and see a little bit. But there's not one name. There's not one. You got to have that guy. Okay. Everybody seems to be like, if we got him, cool. Like Killorn from Tampa was one of them. I'd be like, all right, cool. He could be a depth guy maybe, but
yeah, that's not first line caliber.
Right? No. But there's not. I don't think there's going to be that guy that's a first line.
The
40
only
goal
place
machine.
where the first line talent exists is a trademark.
Correct. Absolutely. Correct.
So now that we're through the draft, what does it look like making a deal for one of the players we talked about pre-draft?
I think, and I know the DeBrincat thing we've talked about to death, but I think the longer that process goes, the more pressure Dorian's going to feel in Ottawa, because then once the season starts, then, oh my God, we have until the trade deadline. And once the trade deadline comes around, I think it's a matter of waiting out him, because I feel like eventually the pressure could catch up to him.
Well, and again, DeBrincat's already refused to sign with the team. He's made his intentions known. He doesn't want to be there. Detroit is on his list of teams. The only other teams he listed by my count don't have any cap space.
Right.
So Dorian is forced into it.
Yeah, that's the thinking, and I'm just just clinging on to this scrap of hope that one of these prospects could be involved with the deal, one of the draftees, somebody that we just got.
I still wonder about that Bruins pick.
Yeah, I think that's very much in play, because he said that he wasn't going to pick first this year, but that leaves the door open for next year. And Steve Yzerman didn't refute that either.
Right. You get rid of Zadina's useless ass.
Yeah.
You throw the Bruins pick in there.
Yeah, Steve never said anything about future drafts, because now I guess I'm listening to Steve Yzerman and what he says, because apparently he's being honest now, which I'm not a fan
I do
of.
find great irony in. But no, and the question was just, how much do you have left to give as fans? You're told constantly, next year, next year, and there's no real urgency. And look, if you want an example of how I operate, like Brad Holmes has done a really nice job, but he's not off the hook. We're less than a month from training camp. I want the Lions to make a move. Now, no, that doesn't mean I want DeAndre Hopkins. I don't think that's the move.
No.
But whether it was the Yannick Ngakoue type as a pure pass rusher, whether it is this weird Chase Young story they're connected to, whether it's a smaller move, Hunter Renfrow, Raiders, slot weapon, receiver, oh, I'm not done.
Right.
I want Brad Holmes to do more. That's what this is about.
Right.
So,
yeah. Good news is at least Wojo feels the same way.
What?
So he said either Troy Weaver didn't try very hard to get Cam Johnson or he didn't want him very badly. But why give the Nets a big gift?
You know, I got to tell you something. I've never been more proud of Robert Wojnarowski. He didn't go on and say, let's wait and see.
Help me.
He didn't say, Troy Weaver's smarter than you.
No.
He also didn't say, it was the right move.
No, he finishes saying, help me understand.
Good man.
Yeah, then he continued with another tweet in response saying, I get the shooting part, of course, but they didn't give up anything. They gave up $20 million in cap space, effectively removing them from the free agent market.
Hey, by Bob's standards, that's blowtorch.
Right, he's angry.
Bob's got the brulee out. Okay.
He's angry.
248.
Very much miffed.
This is bewildering. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Brendan is up next. Brendan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I got to tell you, I love the show today. Life's good. I'm heading up north, got the dog with me. You guys keep me company.
Nice.
And this is the breaking news. This is the breaking news that I get on my way up for a holiday weekend. I'm just so sick of the complacency from these franchises. And the only reason the Tigers are halfway interesting this limping roster is because we're playing in the worst division in all of professional sports. And I'm about to get booed in Southeast Michigan, but I'll humbly admit I'm even a Packers fan. So I don't even have the Lions, who I fully expect to win the NFC North. I don't even look forward to that this fall. So I'm like, look, I'm happy. Can't wait for a long weekend. Going to have a great time. But the reality setting in with free agency in the NBA about to set up, we had so much cap space that my four beloved professional franchises aren't sniffing the playoffs anytime soon.
No, and Brendan, I think what's frustrating is, like, we don't have a limitless runway. I always hear about we have to, like, it's funny, the Steve bots will tell you about all the players you have to sign in-house, and I'm like, well, that's years away. Then the Piston fans never bring up the fact that Cade is extension eligible next summer. You don't have this time.
No, you got to figure it out right now.
And I love the point you made, Mike, saying that, Troy Weaver just saved Steve Eisman's butt. But, I mean, to hear this the day after, he had the cojones go on the podium and say, he's been a relevant Pistons team in 15, 20 years. So I'll let you guys go. I hope you all enjoy your holiday weekend.
Same to you.
Same to you, man. Have fun with the dog.
Fantastic.
But I do think that
I'm sorry we couldn't provide happier news on your drive up 75.
But like Brandon, I just think that Troy and Steve are like, wait, they're on you now? Oh, let me make a deal.
Yeah, I got something for you.
We'll shift the blame all back to me. Okay, now it's your turn. And it's going to keep going back and forth playing ping pong the entire weekend.
I'm just glad this news cycle covered up Steve Yzerman. It did a great job for us Steve bots out here.
No, I mean, I still have faith they'll get something done in Red Wing land because it would, well, first of all, legally speaking, they have to be above the floor. The Pistons, I tend to agree with Wojo. Someone would need to really explain to me why you would do this before the deadline. Why would I help the Nets? Does Troy know that Cam was going to refuse $40 million more than what the Nets could afford? Okay, well then why weren't you in on John Collins? Why didn't you just get the DeAndre Hunter thing done? And I'm not telling you those are perfect players. They're not. But Joe Harris expiring and you go, oh, well, next summer we'll have all this money. Who cares? You got to start paying Cade.
Yeah.
And then the summer after, you're going to start paying Jaden. Now, you don't have to get it done that moment. You don't. But my point is, both those guys, if they work out, those are rookie max players. There's really no in-between with the NBA anymore. So we're all rooting for the same thing. We hope that Cade and Jaden are one of the dynamic young backcourts in the game. But understand, that's going to be a pair of rookie max extensions if that works. So all I'm trying to point out is we have to begin winning games to make true evaluations on our young players. Because I have a rule in the NBA, and I don't know if Kenny thinks this translates to hockey. I'll allow him to rule on this. But in the NBA, when you play in empty arenas and you're 25 games under 500 and you're down by 20 every night, I don't really care what you do. That's not experience. Experience is we need this game.
Right.
We're on the road. We're playing to get into the play-in. We're in the play-in. We are an 8 seed with no experience. No, you need to get your teeth kicked in.
Yeah.
But playing in this void where we win 20 games a year, I can't make real determinations on guys.
You got to hope that the guys that you have, Ivy, Cade, stay healthy, and at least you got something that maybe they'll go out and get some people to come in next year. But right now.
Okay, Rico's award for the softest opinion of the day, right there. Maybe they'll get some people through the door.
I got nothing.
Just, man, read something. That was brutal. That was a brutal opinion.
You know, I can get depressed just like you.
I know, but I've never heard it mid-sentence. You had this epiphany mid-sentence that, like, yeah, this really is bad.
Right. It said,
and people through door. Yeah. I'm RL Beard. Good night.
Let me just stop. And just tell you what, everything's changing so fast these days, and sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's not. But back in my day, we're lucky if we could get one video to load on our desktop computer. Now there is Xfinity's 10G network.
Lucky you had indoor plumbing.
That's hurtful.
Were you 1923? Was that your birth
year? That's just mean and hurtful now. Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet on the fastest network, rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another is in the video playing video games in the basement, and somebody's doing the latest little TikTok dance in the kitchen. It can all happen at once. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and now through July 30th, new customers can get a 200 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network, $35 a month for 2 years. Plus, there is no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet services and devices. Actual speeds vary.
We talked about David Femininio. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, we also will tell you when you get David, you get elite communication and you get the best legal team in the state. Bottom line, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you are injured or if you know someone who is, tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. By the way, Penn and Chase resumes tonight. I know the Guardians are in first. We're not worried about the Guardians. We gotta pass Twins first. Twins are in Baltimore. You're in Colorado and favored. CTG closing the gap. 4 out, 2 Maton adjusted. Come on.
Yeah.
Just stay within striking distance. Come on. You're favored tonight. Lorenzen versus Aaron Gomber.
You got Torque knocking the ball out the park, or at least clearing the wall.
For 2, yeah, come on, man. He had 2 line drive laser
about
beams.
to,
Can we stop?
I said clearing the wall. But you know what?
Right.
Still count. Hey.
All right.
We're
just saying,
on to Colorado.
Let's not comp them to Roy Hobbs.
On to Colorado. They still count as home runs, right?
Allegedly.
Okay.
Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Mikey Rico, how y'all doing today, man?
Hey.
Confused, but maybe you can help us.
That's what I was turning to you guys for. I am just totally bewildered here. I mean, you do the Nets a favor in taking for all intents and purposes, a bad player off the books, considering the money he's making. And, the only thing that bothered me more than not waking up. Well, I woke up from a little afternoon nap, I had the day off.
Nice.
The only worst thing than waking up to that news was scrolling through Twitter and Pistons beat writer Rod Beard. God love him. I got to read this. Guys, wait and see, chill. It's, there are more moves coming. The only move I'm waiting for at this point is for Troy Weaver to rip the mask off and reveal it's just been Al Avila all along. I mean, when does this end, guys? It's always wait and see. Look, I'm almost 30 years old.
Right.
I was at the Pistons' last playoff victory when I was in 8th grade.
That's right.
Game 4, 2008 Eastern Conference Finals. How much longer do we have to wait here, boys?
Well, that's Brian.
I get it. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know it's not his fault. The ineptitude of his predecessors, Joe Dumars, Van Gundy, the list goes on. But, guys, this just seems to be getting worse and worse.
Well, and that's the point, though. No, and Brian, that's why I approached the show the way I did even before the trade. How much patience are we supposed to have left? The Pistons, no, it's not Troy Weaver's fault what happened in the 11 seasons before he took over. But that doesn't mean you whistle by the graveyard and act like it didn't happen. There has to be an approach that while we want to build this responsibly, that there has to be a sense of urgency, that in year 4 of a rebuild, with cap space, in a league where no teams have it,
right?
I can't be taking on Joe Harris, and now I don't have cap space. Wings is the same thing, Brian. 7 straight years with no playoffs.
I'll get you started there.
Well, but it's the same thing. Where's the urgency?
Mike, I just don't get it. I mean, unless the move that you're selling to fans is, hey, well, everyone was complaining we didn't get a three-point shooter on draft night. Well, look, we brought in a sharpshooter. Like, is that what Troy is selling to season ticket holders, guys?
Right. No, and what I don't like is people begin having straw man arguments where they're like, well, would Cam Johnson get us to the finals? That's not what we're arguing.
No, you're trying to get to the play-in.
You're trying to become relevant. Yeah. You're trying to take a step to the pathway. But it's the same thing. Like in the Steve bots always do this. Well, DeBrinket's not going to make us better than blank, and it's like, okay, timeout. You have no scoring. None. Here's a way to find a 25-year-old who, by the way, actually put Detroit on his list. Timeline works. Mm-hmm. You're reinvesting in Larkin, and I know there's still time to get him. But don't sit here and say that you don't get to make moves until it's the move to win it all. That's not real life.
No, and don't tell us about, well, we got to afford to pay all these other people and the contract extensions.
Right here.
Well, also the Troy bots, we got to pay Cade and we got to pay Ivy. And we can't
the difference is the Troy bots that are writers. 248-539-97. I slipped. Is this on? God almighty. They told me they were going to fix that.
Okay.
Dude, I've battled the Pistons media for 15 years. All right. When I said the whole damn run was over and it was time to rebuild, they didn't want to do it. Then I tried to fight the tanking thing. They didn't want to do it. I've been right every step of the way with this thing. All right, so I don't want to hear it anymore. When people are out here and they're saying, well, let's wait and see. Wait and see is like the laziest take in the world. Take the information you have, offer up that there might be more, but let's focus on this.
Right.
Are you cool with taking yourself out of free agency before free agency begins? Handle that comment. Don't tell me about what might happen in 10 days.
Right. Because at least there was expectation that at 6 o'clock there may be some offers out there.
Hell, I would have been pumped if Shams Charania said the Pistons made a 4-year, $120 million offer to Cam Johnson, and reports indicate Cam Johnson farted into his cell phone. Cool. At least we tried.
Right.
If Cam wanted to pass on 40 extra million, what am I going to do? Tip of the cap to Troy. You tried. But that's my whole point. Couldn't you get Joe Harris tomorrow? Who the hell was lining up to take Joe Harris for 2 meaningless picks in 10 years?
Actually, that's a great point. You're right. But it tells me that the Nets they had that sense of urgency. We need this done because at 6 o'clock, we need money. So
is there a world where now, because they're under the tax apron, they're going to do a sign and trade with the Pistons? But then the Pistons will end up in luxury tax land unless the Nets take on a bunch of our garbage. So they traded you garbage to then do a sign and trade to take back garbage? No. I'm scenario playing here.
Right.
I don't know.
Because I'm thinking, what would the Nets get?
The Nets, just so everyone knows, and I know it's geeking out, but it's relevant to a point. The Nets needed to clear north of $14 million to get under the cap. So by taking Joe Harris's 20, you got him out of tax hell, and now you allow them to have a different offseason where they could re-enter tax hell. But Rico, I really hope Monday we've got something fun.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I can't see unless you can package Bagley, Bogey, and a bunch of other things.
But then if you trade Bogdanović, you've reduced your shooting footprint again.
But if you're bringing Cam in,
okay. Now, hey,
right,
great, let's do it.
You send Bagley, Bogdanović, and somebody else. I don't know. Just like I don't know why the Pistons made this deal, I don't know why the Nets would make that deal.
Help me understand.
Help me, I'm poor.
Oh, that's what the Nets were. And Pistons say, yeah, sure, you're poor. I'll help you.
Dude, the Nets are lighting cigars today.
The Nets were like an owner telling the city, hey, we need some money to build a new stadium. Can you help me out?
We just publicly funded the Nets.
Right. I'm a little short on cash. Guys, help me out there.
You know, the shame of it is Joe Harris is a nice ball player for a winning team. A nice ball player for a team that's like, I comped it out like when you drafted Sasser. Sasser on a playoff team, and I only need 10, 12 minutes a night. Yeah. Cool. Culture guy, fall in line, earn your keep. But coming to a team that won, 17 games?
Yeah. I mean, Sasser could have probably like Gary Payton Jr.
Yeah, that's not a bad comp.
Yeah.
It's not bad. 248-539-9797. For years, we've talked about capital mortgage funding, the home purchase market. It's crazy, in a word. Multiple offers, overbidding. Yeah, I know. Rates are terrible and ain't stopping people because there's no inventory. If you need that pre-approval, call 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding, they will make the process as smooth as possible, and they've done it for years. So call them up, 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. All right, we do it every week. We're going to do it right now. Take a little break just from the Piston stuff. Rico's getting all lathered. He's starting to read the social medias. Evan's annoyed. It's exciting. I just don't know why everyone has to go all North Korea with it, but we'll talk. This is where we have to guess what the hell our coworker said. I'm terrible at this game, but it's exciting. David? All right, Roberto, what's eligible? Be very clear about it, and let's begin.
All right, so just like we've been doing before, any of the 5, even if we don't get to 5, at any point I could put in a Who Said It of one of our 97 Won the podcasts.
97 Won the podcast.
Yeah, the one podcast.
I'm the program director of that place.
Right, which scares me because I know that he listens to every minute of those. And
well, that's kind of his job.
I was about to say, it's his job.
97 Won the podcast.
Could you stop doing that?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. First one, very egregious, this first one. He was on an aisle seat, so I was looking, and it was so disgusting, he was watching some porn. It was unbelievably disgusting.
All right, I'm going to steer you guys in the right direction. I
You
don't
know what this is?
Yeah, so it was the morning show talking about people looking over other people's shoulders while like on an airplane. And I'm so guilty of this. Like if somebody's texting in front of me, I'll look at every
You'll read the
last
screen?
Oh yeah. I mean, why wouldn't I?
See, the only time I think that that's allowed if, like, you're flying on a Saturday or Sunday and people are watching multiple games. Now you're at a sports bar.
But if you're on an airplane, you can look at anybody's screen you want. It's like everywhere.
Right, but I'm saying...
Can we please
Here's
get
the
to
thing.
the point?
So I think it's the morning show.
I'll recuse myself because I know who this is.
Okay, he's out. He thinks it's mornings. I'll say Heather because I never guess Heather because I forget about Heather. So Heather. It just sounds like a news thing.
Who would find amusement out of telling this story on the air? This is a very old man, Stoney type of way to do that. I'm going to go with Stoney.
I love that
No, I
so
think
much.
Jansen would have humor telling this story. So I'm going Jansen.
I'm going to guess Milliken because I just want to clear the whole basis there.
Roberto?
I will say this. One of you is correct.
All right.
All right, Roberto, who said it?
All right, who said this? That he saw somebody watching porn on
Well,
an
it's not Heather.
airplane?
He was on an aisle seat, so I'm looking, and it was so disgusting. He was watching some porn. It was unbelievably disgusting.
There's nothing more uncomfortable, by the way, if you're watching a movie and like nudity comes on, like on the airplane.
Yes.
Oh, it's like, oh my God, I want to like keep watching, but I can't
You know
right
what?
now.
Honestly, the last time I was on a plane, I was watching Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
And because I have seen it on TBS, I forgot that there was nudity in the movie.
Well, I cut out the part because I didn't want to give it away, but I think what he was saying there, that he was on a plane with a teammate that was doing this.
He was.
Oh my! Oh, that's awesome.
Can we
More
make that a
power to
drop, by the way?
What's
what
that?
are these GMs doing? He was.
No,
I'm not going to
no,
make
no,
myself a
no,
drop.
no. And there's Kenny Cott crossing lines. All right, let's go to number 2.
All right, number 2. Has a big clue in it. If you know something about this person, this could help you. Here we go. I know where I was when I was 2.5 years old, and I have very few memories of my life when actually we lived in Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Now, hold on. The only person at this station I've ever heard tell this lie of having memories from when they were 2 our Harvard boy over here.
Oh, my goodness.
Rico wants you to believe he's got memories from being 2 years old.
I don't know how I can prove that to you, Mike,
You
but
can't
I do.
because
I
it's a
agree
lie.
I remember the first time I stood.
Right.
Like I remember holding on to the couch.
No, you don't.
Yes, you
You've
do,
convinced
Mike.
yourself of
How-
that.
How
All right,
about
let's focus.
we have, and it's just not you.
Great memories, man.
You've replaced it with Maton stats.
I think there's someone else. I think there's someone else that's on the air here that would say and claim that. Gator.
I don't think he grew up in Illinois.
I don't think he did either.
I
He said
don't know
2.5. He could have moved
Hold
quickly.
Hold on. Wojo was born in Buffalo.
Yes.
Grew up in Florida, though.
Yeah, it's not Woj.
Okay, he's out.
Woj doesn't
Tony's
remember.
Tony's
Philly.
from Philly.
Yep.
Right.
Crash is from Ann Arbor.
You know where I'm from, so that don't
Right.
count.
Go back to New York.
Right. Right.
I mean, Jansen is from the Clawson
Clawson.
area. I don't think he was
Maybe it's
anywhere
Gator.
before
Gator's
that.
the only
Where's
one that I
Gov
can't.
from?
Tecumseh area.
Yeah, the Luna Pier area.
Born and raised.
That's where he is now, but before, I don't know what his backstory
Wait a minute.
is.
You're right. What if Gov really...
Oh, the Gov origin story.
And that would be a very him thing to do, to say, oh, I remember this. Yeah. I'll say Gov. Why not?
Okay.
Hold on. What about Heather?
What does she remember when she was 2.5?
Does anybody care where she's from?
Hey,
Right.
What does she remember?
Yeah, what was the memory?
It says, I know where I was when I was 2.5 years old, and I have very few memories of my life when actually we lived in Arlington Heights, Illinois.
I don't know enough about Heather.
I want to say Gator. I'm going to say Gator.
All right,
I'll say Gov.
I'm fascinated. This is a good one. Kenny, where are you going with this?
Yeah, Gov, because we know where he is now, but what's the origin story?
2 Govs and a Gator. I'm going to go Heather because I don't know anything about her.
That's a movie. 2
Govs and a Gator. 2.5 Gators. All right, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Who said it?
I know where I was when I was 2.5 years
Wow.
old, and I have very few memories.
Why
of
don't you go
my
back
life
to
in
Illinois?
Actually, in Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Where's Arlington Heights, Illinois?
It's north of Chicago. It's where Arlington Park was.
Isn't that where the
He
Bears are
knows
about
that,
to move?
but he can't remember when he was 4.
No, that's where the Bears are trying to get land, right?
Yeah, they bought the land Arlington Park.
It's all those
stood
Phil
on.
Steele books that
Yeah,
he reads.
he can tell you who was the starting quarterback on the
Mike,
78 Spartans.
either you'll know the Tulsa starting lineup or your first memories. Give me Tulsa.
Up next, your favorite memory of Shea Seals. All right, let's
Telling you, I remember when I first stood. I remember.
You are a liar.
That's ridiculous.
Stand down. Let's go to number 3.
Okay, number 3. For a team that wants to be a good defensive hockey team, I can respect it, but you also need some guys who can put the puck in the net.
It's hard-hitting analysis.
One more time.
For a team that wants to be a good defensive hockey team, I can respect it, but you also need some guys who can put the puck in the net.
Who wants to respect things more than anybody else in this station?
Bob Winowski.
No. Who's
Karsh.
the most respectful?
Oh.
Yeah. I can respect that.
I'm going to go Wojo.
Wait a minute. Can you do that, Karsh, one more time?
I can respect that.
Not bad.
Sounds like a bad gangster.
You're right.
A little short on the money, but I can respect it.
I can respect it.
I can respect it.
You'll be in Roberto's podcast.
Yeah.
David, what are you thinking?
I'm going to go off the beaten path because he does podcasts. I'm going to guess Evan.
I can guarantee that ain't me.
Draft preview.
I'm sorry, did we release something called the Weed Line Pod?
I couldn't tell you if they want to be defensive, offensive. I don't know if they're going to wear helmets next year.
Big on the blue line, Todd.
Yeah.
Rolling 4 doobies with Evan Jenkins.
Are we still rolling out the grind line? I don't know. I can promise it's not me.
Coming up next on the Doing 4 Lines Pod with Stoney. I have no idea. Rico, who said it?
I'm going Wojo. I'm going Wednesdays with Wojo.
Yeah, I'm going to say Wojo too.
He wants this to work.
And Kenny with Karsh is hard to argue. I'll go Karsh. Go ahead. Who said it?
Who said it?
And for a team that wants to be a good defensive hockey
Oh,
team,
Christ.
but you also need some guys.
He did
who put
host
the
one
puck in
day.
the net.
He did. See, that's where Roberto's gotten good at this.
Right.
He is finding the weak spots. Oh, who only worked one day this week? And then he goes in there.
And he caught it by happen chance, by the way, too. Like, he just thought he was going to grab a Doug cut, and it was cookies.
Oh, I've discovered this. Yeah. All right. We are up again. We're only doing 3 this week. Okay. This is very good work.
I got a good one. Got one. I got
Make
a
it
good
quick.
one.
Make
Okay,
it
here we
quick.
go.
Come on, go,
Ready?
Go.
I'm not deep enough into the NHL, the hockey elite world, to say if it truly is that deep of a draft.
John Jansen.
Jansen.
I might be guilty of it. I use the term hockey elite.
I was going to guess you because
It
that's,
might be.
that's one of your terminology.
Yeah, and I'm not a nerd. Like,
Maybe
Bobby
this was after a phone
Fantilli.
call. You know
Stoney.
No, Stoney's part of the hockey elite. He's still trying to get Kenny to watch the 77 Flyers documentary.
Right? Who would admit?
Kenny, they
who
were
would admit,
called the Broad Street Bullies.
Who would admit that they're not deep into the NHL?
Me.
You know what?
Okay.
Screw it. I'll go Doug.
I'm going John.
Kenny, you guessing me? All
Yeah,
right.
I'll go with Kenny. You.
Roberto, who said it?
I'm not deep enough into the NHL,
Christ.
the hockey elite world, to say if it truly is that deep of a draft.
There's Wednesdays.
Yeah, always got to throw one in there. I love the Wojo. Love the Wojo.
What a blessing. All right. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Roberto. That is who said it. Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor, their 50-year anniversary. They've been doing this for a few months now. New items, the mix and match. So first of all, start with the menu, $6.99 mix and match. Pick the items, pair them up, $6.99 a piece. Special menu items, we'd been telling you about the 73 Classic. That's out. The new Bee Sting is in, which is simple. It's hot honey, it's cup pep, spicy jalapenos. You can get any 2 toppings of your choice. $12.99. Real mozzarella, real in-house made dough, and the flavored crust that they invented. No Space Wisconsin white cheese. It's Hungry Howie's. Limited time only on the special menu items. $6.99 mix and match all the time. As always, limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's. So a quick note before we reset everything. And I'm only bringing this up for Rico. Interesting story out of the New York Post. Miles Bridges wants out of the qualifying offer the Charlotte Hornets offered him. Now, reminder, Miles Bridges did some heinous stuff.
He did.
And the Hornets to date are really the only team that has kind of welcomed him back with open arms. Now, again, he was 24 hours from getting a max deal. Had a horrific domestic situation.
Horrific.
But now, Bridges, who is repped by Clutch Sports, has broached the subject of rescinding his qualifying offer from the Hornets, and he would become an unrestricted free agent if the Hornets indeed do that. Why would the Hornets, who you screwed over because you did something terrible, why would the Hornets go, no, here, now you're totally unrestricted, versus being able to match? Who the hell does Miles Bridges think he is? And what is the market for him?
I think the market for him is probably a 2 max 3-year deal somewhere. Maybe he just wants out of Charlotte. He doesn't want to be around there. Maybe he doesn't like the fact that Charlotte, it could be personal. He didn't think that they stood up for him enough, even though he did something very heinous. But or his agent has a deal worked out someplace else for him that he feels like he can get more money. I don't think he wants to be in Charlotte anymore. And it just could be the fact that, I mean, you know, athletes, you didn't show me enough love when I was down, so, you know, now I want out.
So also I wanted to do this. With today's news that the Pistons have inexplicably helped the Brooklyn Nets by taking Joe Harris's $20 million contract for 1 year. You know, there's this narrative being spun already by certain people about, well, next year's free agent class. Okay. Tell me if next year's free agent class is better than this one. And mind you, I don't think anyone wants your money. The Cam Johnson thing was about being able to overpay for a guy that instead of paying him $22 million a year, which is about a starter's going rate, you could offer $30. The Nets wouldn't be able to match. They were way over the cap. Well, now that's out. So next year you have LeBron James. You have Klay Thompson. You have, I think Pascal Siakam is, right? But none of those guys are coming here. So here's your free agent class this year. I'm just deflating the silly narrative. Freddie VanVleet, Chris Middleton, Draymond, Kyrie Irving, burp, Jeremy Grant, Kuzma, Bruce Brown, Brook Lopez, Cam Johnson, who we all like, thought he could help this team, Austin Reeves, Westbrook, and then it gets a little ratty in the Karis LeVert, Rui Hachimura stuff, Dylan Brooks,
right?
Blah, blah, blah. My point is, they're spinning a fantasy. Next year's class isn't better. Having all that money isn't better. It is truly, we want to see incremental steps by our teams. And whether it's the Wings or the Pistons, they seemingly are not interested. And today's move with Joe Harris is suggestive that without a seismic move, I'm talking the Pistons packaging 3 or 4 players up, they're not going to be in free agency in any meaningful way with now only $6.4 million on the books. Guys, what are we doing? I mean, I understand you want to let the kids cook. I understand we got to play the young people. No problem. But, I mean, Cam Johnson filled a real nice role here. And what I'm not going to do is when you don't get him, you do what some of the college fans do. Oh, we cooled on him. We never wanted him. Oh, hashtag academic. No, stop. Cam Johnson's a plus player, a great defensive player, 40% shooter from deep, and he can guard 4 positions. Now, is he perfect? No. Has he ever had to be a primary? No. Newsflash, he wouldn't here either. The point I'm making is Joe Harris is 7 years older, 5 years older, terrible defensive player, and he's a rental.
Just a role player.
And again, who does he guard? No one. To act like somehow they dodged a bullet with Cam Johnson, I don't think that's fair.
No.
So go ahead. I just wanted to pass those 2 notes to you.
That whole Cam Johnson thing, I don't know how you can defend that. But let's not downplay him and just call him a role player. I'll leave it at that. Take a text, David.
Time to consider firing Troy Weaver. Someone says now Weaver trades for DeAndre Ayton. Oh my gosh. You think we should go after
Hey,
Cam
Jabari
Johnson?
Parker's trying to make his way back into the league. We got a bunch of failed number 2 overall picks here. Let's go for it.
Someone says, you think we can go after Cam Johnson? Hold my beer, Troy Weaver in denial, they say. Oh my gosh. This horrible trade says Tobias Harris all over it. Troy Weaver is going to trade Bojan and Bagley in a first and a second to Philly for Tobias Harris.
Yeah, let's put the band back together.
But again, let's be fair. That's another expiring deal. Now, if you want to tell me that, hey, we only want to bring on short-term commitments and have this huge bounty of cap space, well, that's fine. But remember, eventually you have to spend that money.
Right.
Now, if it works out, Cade is extension eligible in a year. Jaden would be eligible in a couple. But, guys, unless Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey become like all NBA level players, you're fooling yourself if you think Cade, Jaden, and Duren are this big three. This is a league now of wings.
I think right now,
You have none.
I think they're hoping that they can become like your boys in Tatum and Brown, where you got this. They were drafted close to each other, and you got something that you're going to have to pay for.
What I would stress is, Rico, that's fine, and we all hope they are a dominating backcourt. But Rico, this is not a guard league anymore. It is a league of wings.
Yeah.
The difference with Tatum and Jaylen Brown,
none.
no, I mean they're both 6'8 plus. They're both able to switch everything, guard everything, do everything. I mean, no offense, Cade Cunningham hasn't proven he can shoot. Like basics.
And I think maybe a lot of Pistons fans would feel better if Cade would have played because you know what he is. You got people like David ready to run him out of town. You got other people hoping that, well, he's going to be great and going to be an all-star. We really don't know. And we don't know how these two are going to work together. And if you're the Pistons and Troy Weaver, you got to figure this out quickly because you got to make him an extension offer. And you're going to do that whether he's good or not because it's the NBA and you have to.
I hate this move, but Weaver's home run comment was referring to the draft and picking high upside guys. It was not regarding trades, free agency. I agree with you all. This is just nitpicking, though, John in Maryland.
Yeah, John, that's fair. I'm not mad about it. Fine.
Well, he didn't hit the home run in the draft, so I was giving him another chance to hit the home run in free agency.
Well, I'm not even basing it off of that. It's the letter he sent to the fans. It's going to be a special offseason, basically. You know, I'm
David, why don't you go and get the letter? And then why don't we revisit it? Dramatic music, maybe a little Ave Maria. We'll really party on a holiday weekend. Let's get it going.
Let's do that.
So let's reset the deck. Whether you're a Piston fan, a Wings fan, how much patience do you have left? Because, man, it feels like both teams are kicking the can a little bit. We'll get to it, reset everything next. 97.1. All right, 5 o'clock. Get you to your holiday. Hopefully you guys are done with work for the day. We started the show one way, got a little sidetracked because of the trade. Let's reset everything because I want to make sure both fan bases are welcome in this. But we're in a town where it just feels like we are forced to accept being second rate. And the only team in this town that looks like they've really got it together, they're acting with some urgency and getting aggressive, making moves. We all look at each other and go, hey, that's pretty slick, is the Lions.
Yeah.
Really. It wasn't just, hey, we're going to be careful. We're going to draft and develop. They rebuilt their entire secondary. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson move, it's genius.
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, they still have cap space. And there are several players they're linked to as we get near training camp. And I think they're going to make another move.
Never thought I'd be saying this about the Lions, but you're right.
The other three teams. Now, listen, Scotty Harris is in year one. So it's a weird space to be in. But if they're in this thing, I wouldn't mind a small move. And again, you can still deal Erod. You could still deal Alex Lang. This division sucks.
Right.
We're 4 out, 2 out, Maton adjusted. The primary focus is the Wings and Pistons, who are taking the hammock approach. They're just relaxing in the backyard. There's no urgency. I mean, we talked about Yzerman the other day. I mean, what is all the war chesting for if you're not going to do anything with it? You're $8 million underneath the salary floor, not cap. So it's like, okay, they're going to do something. And it didn't happen draft night. Now, Wojo would say, well, no one else did either. Well, here's your problem. No one else has cap space. I'm sorry. The Pistons, though, this takes the cake. And we've talked about it. Based on Troy Weaver's letter, we heard this was going to be a big offseason. They made a splash hiring Monty Williams. We thought free agency starts in 52 minutes tonight. We really thought they'd be making an offer on Cam Johnson.
Right.
Or someone like that.
Right.
Instead, about 2 hours ago, the Pistons bailed the Nets out of salary cap hell for free. Let me repeat. The Nets, as we outlined on the show the other day, needed to clear over $14 million to just get under the cap to avoid massive tax penalties. And they couldn't retain Cam Johnson. All right. Now, technically, they can do a sign and trade because they're under the cap. Okay. But why would they do that sign and trade with you? And then take your garbage back. Well, now you take Joe Harris, who makes $20 million expiring, 32 years old, great shooter, doesn't play a lick of defense, and is not overly athletic. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that fits. And he's 2 guard / wing. He's really a bench player. But, yeah, he's a good shooter. But here's what I'll tell you. If you put him on the floor with Bogdanovich, you're giving up 150 points. So we looked at each other and went, wait a minute. What was all the cap space for?
Right.
Oh, well, now, after Bogdanovich is off the books and after Harris is off the books, we'll have $40 million or $50 million in space. And it's like, all right, to get who? Now, my point is this. I'm not going to have a straw man argument with people that work for the team or fans that can't spell their own name. I'm just not going to do it. There is no perfect player.
No.
Okay? So whether it's me bringing up a name of a guy like John Collins, who is imperfect, or Cam Johnson, who is imperfect, I'm offering you ways to get better and for this team to take a meaningful step forward. If your retort to me is the stupid, mealy-mouthed, bought and paid for take of, well, he's not a superstar, get lost. Because the reality is those players are never coming to Detroit via free agency.
Correct.
And the trade market, the NBA is a really difficult place to exist. You need to have tons of picks. They've been devalued. You don't have a ton of those. And you have to give to get. Very rarely do you get for free. But today you got for free. Except one problem. You got a guy that's on an expiring deal that doesn't really make you better, and you help the Nets and hurt yourself. And it says to me a couple things. A, maybe Troy couldn't get Cam. Well, then what good is that cap space? Because if you can't get the guy who loves your head coach and who developed under your head coach, if you can't get that guy, who are you getting? What are you going to go get Klay Thompson next summer, age 50? Come on.
Yeah, it seems like it would have been an easy draw. I mean, everything fits. You can come here. You're going to be the best shooter out there. You can play defense. You know the coach. You can help implement the culture.
Rico, defense. He's a plus defender who can guard 4 spots.
Right.
And Troy told us how much defense was an emphasis. Well, your big move right here was taking on a poor defensive player.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to say, well, he's a role player or a try-hard guy, yeah, he's a try-hard guy that actually developed and got better. So it's what you don't see from Pistons players. He's actually good. Other people want him.
Well, it's the 40% from 3, and it's being a plus defender who can switch everything.
And you don't have either one of those.
No. So that seems to be out. If you want to call up and say, well, there's got to be more moves, that's fine. But here's what we're dealing with right now. As we sit here at 10 after 5, you have $6 million left to spend. You're not getting anything for that.
Yeah.
So I just want to know how much patience you guys have left. From a Red Wings side, from a Pistons side, how many more years are we supposed to just accept being second rate? I mean, the Pistons haven't won a playoff game in 15 seasons. The Red Wings haven't made the playoffs in 7. And while Yzerman and Weaver are not responsible for those droughts that preceded them, I think all we're asking is, can there be a level of urgency? And urgency and desperation are not the same. So spare me that bought and paid for opinion. No one's asking these teams to move their chips to the middle of the table and go all in. Not asking for it, never once. We're asking for, I don't know, maybe you guys to do your job. Like, I don't know how much longer the people of this city are supposed to wait. And this move today with Weaver really feels like they're kicking the can down the road.
It really does. Because right now, you didn't help yourself one bit. You helped the Nets. I don't know how you sell this to the owners. I don't know how you sell this to your coaches. You're not paying $100 million for it. No, Monty, this is actually a good thing. Trust me on this.
Well, and again, these other moves, let me be very clear. You would have to move Bogdanovich in any trade in order to attach the salary necessary to get back to the $25 million you were at. So let's say Bagley or Wiseman, right?
Right.
Okay, so you take a step back, then we're going to get back to where we started. Let's say ultimately you wanted Joe Harris over Bogdanovich. Whatever. Okay, now we've created the space. So what are we doing? We have no assets to enter the trade market, but we have cap space to go back into free agency and get who exactly? The same player I could have offered when the Nets couldn't have matched because they were over the tax? Now, they could have matched and they would have choked.
Right.
It's just none of it doesn't add up. And of course, none of us are going to have all the answers all of the time. I admit I don't. But as I sit here, what am I supposed to tell the audience? What the hell am I supposed to tell fans? Like, what are we doing?
That's the head scratcher. Because, yeah, and the funny thing is, he basically, the happiest person right now, Steve Yzerman.
Well, and the Yzerman thing.
We're not talking about him.
Look, I think there's a bit of a stare down here. I agree with Kenny. Dorian, the GM in Ottawa, has no leverage. DeBrincat has already turned down a long-term extension. There's still a window to get him. And maybe Yzerman liked this draft, wanted to stockpile now to use the future picks. Hey, man, I don't know. All I care about is the result. I really don't care how the meal gets to the table. I just care that it arrives.
Right.
If Steve Yzerman in this summer brings us DeBrincat, brings us scoring, forget about individual play. This team
40
has
goals.
They have no offense.
Right.
They have no scoring. And by the way, you paid Dylan Larkin all that money. Reinvest in him.
Right. Bring in somebody that can get you 35 to 40 goals.
And it's what I say about the Lions when you drafted Aiden. Reinvest in Aiden.
Right.
Give Aiden as much help as possible. You'll get the most out of him.
Right.
I don't know what is going on, but Yzerman's comment bothered me. And this move by Troy Weaver barring seismic moves to follow, is suggestive of he read the tea leaves. He knew he wasn't going to get anyone in free agency, so we'll just kick the can. That's what it suggests. And if you're telling me next year's market is great, no, it's not. Because the players you're going to name are not coming here.
Exactly.
No, 40-year-old LeBron James is not coming here.
Anthony Davis.
Not coming here.
But who else? Anthony Edwards.
Not. And by the way, you can't add another guard.
Right.
This isn't fantasy basketball. I don't have a flex position. I can't start Anthony Edwards. Guys, if you can figure it out, I would love to know.
These are the big names that people are going to see. Siakam, none of these people are going to come here. So, figure it out.
And you know what's funny? And then we'll get to the people. I guess if you had said, look, you can get Jeremy Grant or they're going to do this, I would have taken Jeremy Grant.
I would have too.
That shows you how little
how low the bar is.
Yeah, because this to me is nothing more than just, well, we'll get him next year.
This to me, like you said, it ranks right up there when owners say, hey, I need a new stadium. Yeah. Can the public help me out here? Sure. How much money do you want?
There's still 3 players on this team that I can't figure out. Well, I don't think they'll be here. Killian, Bagley, and Bogdan. I mean, how do you play Bogdanovich and Harris together?
You can't, but I mean, remember, he held on to Grant longer than his value. When teams will maybe have offered you a first-round pick, and I don't know. I'm going to hold on to him a little bit longer.
We'll get to the people. We'll take care of business with you guys, get you to the holiday weekend. And like I said, if you have a lot of patience, I'm willing to hear it. I can't sell that to the audience, guys. I can't. I'm out of. It's time to do something, right? Rico, go ahead.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer. How will they do that? They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, every incentive, and every opportunity to save you money on your new Chevy. New vehicles are being delivered every day at Hamilton, including the new June Rico deal. You said you always wanted a sports car. Now is the time. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro. $399 a month for 36 months. Walk in there with $995. Now you get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, get that sports car you've always wanted. The new June Rico deal. An auto transmission Chevy Camaro for $399 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at $14 a mile. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in this month's Rico deal. Head on over to 14 Mile and Mile. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located right in downtown. And everyone who stays at the D, you get 2 free stadium swim passes, which is excellent because Circa has become the real centerpiece of sports. And with football season around the corner, the football trips, stadium swim, or the Circa Sportsbook, it's a hell of a good time. That's really what Vegas has turned into. It's a destination for sports as much as anything. And not just because of the Raiders, who are largely terrible. So check out the D.com today, whether it's people watching, something to eat, cocktails, or just visiting when you're coming down from the Strip. It's the D.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. Nothing more satisfying than your co-host walking out as the show comes back. All right. I went, where is this guy going?
I was looking in the corner of my eye like, what's happening here?
He just synced up as the music hit. I'm out. David.
You told me to leave earlier in the show.
David,
now you want me back.
Ticket text. What are the people saying? And then we'll take some phone calls.
When Wojo is confused or not defending a move, you know it's a bad move. Weaver, take note.
And I also think the easiest thing to say when you just want to deflect a conversation is, well, let's wait and see. Guys, I ain't got time for that. Right? Like, who the hell's tuning into a show to play let's wait and see? As I said earlier, come out with a podcast, title it, let's see how it plays out, and see how you do.
Just heard about the Pistons trade. I am so done with this team. I had faith in Weaver, but now I think he may be a bona fide idiot. John in Lake Orion.
Look, I said I would let summer play out. Clearly, we need to see it. But bottom line, if this is the start to summer, if this is a part of this big offseason we were hoping for, F. Because Joe Harris doesn't do anything for me. And here's the worst part of it. If he's playing great and you're not good, what are you going to do? Going to re-sign him for at 80? No, he's 32, which means you're getting rid of him. And for what? Troy hasn't really shown a great acumen for leveraging expiring assets. So what are we doing this for again? If it's not kicking the can down the road. That's what I can't figure out. David, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
Do Weaver and Iserman think we are all going to live forever? My God, can I at least see a playoff game before I die? Can someone make Troy explain the logic? Chuck from Warren.
Trying, brother. I want a little urgency. That's all. And people can spin and twist my opinions whatever way they want. I'm not asking for desperation. I'm not asking for irresponsibility.
Right.
I'm asking for a level of urgency and, you know what, a connectivity to the people. You know, if you're Iserman, I'm sorry, legend or not, to go to the podium the other night with Emily Kaplan and say that we're still in collection mode, that honestly, it's disrespectful. It is. It just shows you don't get where people are at or you don't care. And either way, it's a bad look. Team is in a franchise record drought. 7 years without the playoffs. And honestly, if they don't make major moves, which we're all praying they do, it's going to be 8 years. As currently constituted, they're not a playoff team. Not in the East. They don't have any scoring. And unless you're going to have goaltending and a hyper defensive mindset like Kenny's favorite team, the Barry Trotz square suit Islanders from 2 years ago, and Kenny, you and I both know watching those teams was torture.
Oh, it was brutal.
Right, but that's not
like watching the going to work Pistons.
Worse.
That's a great hockey or basketball comp for that hockey team.
But my point is, while the Wings want to be defensively responsible, we're not trying to be the Devils from 95. So you need scoring.
The left wing lock.
That's where was it, Jacques Lemaire? God, he looks so mean.
Great pull.
Hey.
You may earn David's Hockey Elite card. I mean, we have one available when we took it away from David.
Oh, was Scott Stevens hit dirty on Korea, 248.
It was a clean hit back then, I tell you.
By the way, if you haven't watched the Mighty Ducks E60 or 30 for 30, whatever it was.
I was about to say the movie?
No, they did a 30 for 30. It's really good.
They did a fantastic job on that. I watched that last weekend.
I really enjoyed it. It was really good. And the American Gladiators one was pretty good. Minus the creepy dude who founded it. That guy scared me.
They did one on American Gladiators?
2 parts.
Ooh.
But a lot of it's about this weird dude who started it, and then like
Roberto was telling me about that because
stabbed his buddy in the back, and then his buddy wasn't allowed to talk because he owned his legal rights to words and things. Crazy, cuckoo.
Yeah, Roberto comped it to the Welcome to Chippendales thing, like the creepy guy who owned it.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, wow,
big time. All right, good stuff. There's your TV guide for your holiday weekend when it rains.
Okay.
Dan's in Ipsy. What's up, Danny?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, D. What's up?
Hey, so I'm a lifelong Red Wings fan, more of a casual basketball fan, but man, neither of these teams are giving me any reason to tune in.
No.
I mean, on the basketball side, oh wow, guards who can't shoot. I'm going to watch that for 0 seconds. And on the hockey side, every team ahead of the Red Wings got better. Ottawa's getting better. Buffalo's getting better. You got all the cap room. Go in and get Carlson. Be brave or something, man. You're the Red Wings. Used to be the Yankees. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, there's a middle ground, right? What I'm not going to tolerate, and again, I'm just a fan. It's not like I get to, bend the will. But like even this move they made with Edmonton, and we got a couple of hockey geeks, Kenny's buddies here at the station. And it's like, don't spin what they did with Edmonton. Oh, they added some good depth. And then a day later, they take Bobby Yakitori and throw him in a wood chipper or whatever this cat's name is.
Right.
Yabadomo. Whatever. Not going to work here anymore.
Yamamoto.
They got rid of him.
I thought it was Yabba Dabba Doo.
He was the better of the two players. And the worst part is the guy they kept is the fourth liner because, wait for it, they saved 2.4 of the 3.6 million he made. What are we doing here?
I have no idea. But you know what?
And Kenny, I'm going to ask Kenny a question. Kenny, and this is not smarmy. What is the purpose when you do the deal with Edmonton? Tying up 2 roster spots with nobodies versus, okay, if we're doing this whole draft, develop youth movement, why am I giving ice time to these guys versus guys I've drafted?
It's a great question, Mike. So great, in fact, that I do not know the answer to it. I thought a similar thing when they brought him in because they gave up nothing for them, future considerations or whatever it is. And I mean, yeah, you have those bottom slots to fill. They want to be competitive and not just throw young guys to the fire. That might have been the thought
Okay, but
process.
Yabba Zabba was a third liner.
He could have been a second liner. He was a middle six forward.
But you have a team full of middle six forwards.
And that's the part that I take more issue is why do we need more of that? It's just stocking the cupboards with more of the same guy.
All right, at least I asked you a decent question. I feel okay about that. I'll take that. That's a win for me. Let's go to Paul and Shelby, 97.1. Paulie, how are you?
I'm doing just great, Mike. How are all you guys doing today?
Super. I want to know where you're at with your teams. You're generally a very nice man, but I want to know if you're running out of patience.
I am running out of patience a little bit. And your comment about the Detroit Lions being the quickest team on track is spot on and rather in a bizarre world in Detroit here, if you
very weird.
Take my meaning correctly. But both Weaver and Yzerman, in my opinion, in their short tenures here, which are becoming a little bit lengthy as we proceed, have both shown themselves not to be complete and utter dumbasses. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. Weaver, especially on draft night, has shown us to be sort of a wizard. But he's leaving me scratching my head with this one to the point where, okay, Troy, there's got to be more. I mean, you must have something brewing up in that gray matter between your ears. And
here's the other problem, Paul. If we're going to say what a great drafter he is, he had 3 first-round picks in his first draft, and none of them are going to be with this team.
It could be very well true,
That's
but at the same time, I think he's really banking on his young core to carry and build around. But that remains to be seen. But the one thing that gives me hope is that you went out and you got Monty Williams. You overpaid for him, I guess, because you're Detroit. And if this is all you're going to do, Monty is not going to be a happy camper.
No, it's funny when you think about it.
Yes.
You signed him to a 6-year deal, brother, and you're burning one of the years if this is what it's going to be. Now, again, Let's see how it plays out. All right, baseball season full swing. No better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers, no sweat first bet, up to $1,000. Don't miss your chance. You can get that offer. Also, the home run prop on Tuesdays. They got it all because people were in a pennant chase. FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. 30 seconds. All right. You have heard me talk about Northville Lumber before. We talk about it all the time. The largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more because everything's in stock all the time. You decided you want a deck. There's no 6-8 week lead time. It's all in the warehouse. Everything you buy is in stock, and you're ready to roll. Low pricing, as low as $1.59 a foot. All colors of Trex decking, railing, and lighting. You name it, they got it. And yes, they deliver. You need someone to build the deck? Also, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So just stop by, see the showrooms that feature the Trex decking, railing, and lighting. And again, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. People, it's a public service announcement for you. Rieger is about to enter the studio with Wojo. And Kenny, I'm leaving it to you. I can't do this.
Oh.
He is on one. He is ranting and raving that in the next 6 hours before the July 1st deadline, and this player's temporary no movement clause to 10 teams kicks in, he wants Steve Yzerman to trade for William Nylander in the next 6 hours. Apparently, he has priced himself out in Toronto. If you get him before the no clause kicks in, he can't say no here. I just told Jeff, Jeff, I can't do this with you.
If that is even remotely possible and that somehow works out, you're going to have to replace the Steve Bot button on your board with me saying Steve Bot.
Right, but Kenny, he doesn't want to be here. You're on his 10-team restricted list. And if he's got 1 year left, which he does, and you send him somewhere 6 hours before his movement clause kicks in, Kenny, he ain't going to sign with you. But I'll leave it to Rieger. I can't do this with Rieger today.
What are we talking about?
Sell me this pen.
Your idiocy in the bullpen. You can't.
Listen.
No, you listen to me.
Okay, I'll
you
listen.
can't
I'll get my
sign.
headphones on.
You cannot trade for a player 5 hours before a movement clause kicks in when you're on the list of places he doesn't want to be.
You don't know that he's on that list.
You said he was.
No, we don't know. Tomorrow, William Nylander's 10-team no-movement clause kicks in.
And you
He's
said
from
the Wings are
Calgary.
on that list.
No, I don't know that. I did not say that.
You said it.
You must have misunderstood.
Shocker
I have
that
no
Rieger said something not
idea.
true.
I have no idea who's on that list. What I do know
You got his
is-
shows confused.
What I do know is this dude scores 40 goals. He plays on the wing. He plays on the top line. He's everything every Wings fan wanted.
Agree.
All Stevie has to do is trade for him now because things have fallen apart. Like you say, hey, you should have traded for him the other day. Things have fallen apart in Toronto.
Okay.
He wants way too much
And
money.
Brendan
Get on the
Shanahan's
phone.
going to let you negotiate a deal in the next 4 hours?
You're negotiating with Brad Treliving.
You're saying he's the Cam Johnson of the NHL?
Listen.
No, that's insulting.
I was
now.
pretty.
Come on.
I was pretty harsh on Yzerman yesterday. I feel he's got a chance to win me back. Go make it happen.
Oh, I'm sure that's all he's hoping for.
I just said I can't believe you're trying to execute this in the next 5 hours. That's a little bit unfair.
You know, it's like calling
But you know
around
what?
and you get a great deal on a car or something, but you got to be there before 5
What
o'clock.
about a great
But
deal
you know
on
what?
Joe
there.
Harris?
Hey, sometimes time and pressure gives you a good deal.
Exactly. Well, think about this for a second, Michael, before you poo-poo it.
Makes
And
diamonds.
Rico makes a great point.
Not poo-pooing it. I'd love to acquire the player.
But-
I just think you're on crack.
But that was yesterday. Think about. I'm trying to quit. Think about this stuff.
Kinda
If you're
hard.
Toronto,
Yeah.
and you know that he is priced himself out,
Yeah.
you know tomorrow at midnight that no trade kicks in, you are effed. So of course you're going to try to move him
Okay, but
right
this would
away.
have been,
if
you know when
decided
this
such
would have been a
things.
good idea, Bob?
If he actually knew don't you think the Wings would be a place he would want to go?
Can I just?
He's
can I-
from Calgary.
could we
I don't know.
please?
His dad played in
Yeah.
Calgary.
Do you know when a great time to trade for him would have been?
Yeah.
The draft.
But you're
Oh,
missing my
please.
point.
I'm not missing
At
your
that
point.
time, Toronto truly believed they were going to be able to sign him.
Good for them.
No,
But now-
no. And now Stevie can walk through the building with a sweatsuit on that says president on the back and say, you know what? I'm going to make the trade just like draft day.
That'd be
Yes.
great.
There
That'd be
you
great.
go.
Hey, everybody thinks I suck at my job. Watch this.
I will say
No,
that.
no
Take
one
that,
thinks
you
that you suck at your
pancake
job.
eating-
We just
Yeah.
want some urgency.
Yeah, only Rieger does.
Talk about a Friday news dump. Oh,
Alan-
baby.
Allen Iverson chimed in on the situation in Detroit sports right now as far as trades. He did.
What did he say? Practice?
You know, he said, we're talking salary cap space, not players, salary cap space,
Not your best work.
not players.
Yeah, stick with the tweets.
Oddly
No,
enough,
that's pretty good. Salary cap.
it's not really
It
great.
sort
if
of
you have
sounds
to-
like practice,
I
doesn't
will
it?
say.
Why are you doing that voice?
I will say. Okay.
I was wondering that myself.
I was.
That what didn't sound like Allen Iverson?
I was ignoring that.
Yeah.
We wanted to commend you.
Maybe,
for-
maybe a different Al.
Okay. I'm done.
Not players. Salary cap space. We're talking salary cap space. Not players.
It's like I can't say something nice to him. He won't allow it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go.
No, Rico read what you put on social media, and for once in your life, you added value and opinion.
Oh,
and
God.
we want to thank you for
Oh, about the Troy Weaver. Listen, the Cam Johnson
You don't
thing-
realize he's ripping you, too.
No,
But you
kind
just
of,
you
yeah.
just accept
Kind of,
it.
yeah. But The
He's
thing
like,
is-
you guys are right.
No,
The one
well-
time, I'll take it.
Well,
One
Rieger
time.
knows
One
that's
time.
how it works for him. But okay, maybe they didn't like Cam Johnson as much. I don't understand the Joe Harris. Like they took the Brooklyn Bridge from the Nets for $1.
And again, you didn't make the Nets pay. Like,
Right.
if you want to get rid of Joe Harris and get out of your salary cap nightmare and hurt my ability to get free agents, then what are you giving me? You can't offer me a second-round pick in 2030.
No, see that you're absolutely right. Like
It's crazy.
If they would have got
Nothing
a lot more
about this trade made sense.
yeah,
for
if they would
Detroit.
have got a lot more, everybody would have been fine. But now they're just kicking the
Brooklyn
can
is
to
just
next year.
like, so did we just do this?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do they
Do
really
you think they said, "Wow, that was really easy"?
That really worked.
Wow, that was so easy.
I mean,
It's not hard doing this job.
Mike, you're not a big Star Wars person, but they Jedi mind trick Troy
Oh,
Weaver.
I even know what that
I'll
means.
Google that.
Yeah, I know what that means.
Do you think they told
Cam
Troy?
is not the free agent that you want.
Yeah.
Did you just do the Mr. Miyagi wax on?
He did.
Wax off?
No, that
Wax
was the
Wax off.
You think they
Using the-
told Troy?
using the Force.
Pleasure doing business with you. We'll call you next year.
As I said earlier, they left a few bucks on the nightstand. I mean, honestly, like that. But Bob, that's what it feels like. We are being relegated.
No, I know. I don't like that part of it at
to
all.
accepting second-rate status. Like, why do we act this way in this town? How can you sit there last year? You know what Troy Weaver said? We're in an advantageous cap situation. This year, it's all about the cap. He sent the love letter.
What about the home run? When's that happening?
Dude, I think he meant draft night.
He did.
But,
And he meant-
I think he was
fairness-
predicting.
and by the
Torque.
way, if you want it, we've added this to the board.
whoa,
you
whoa.
have carte blanche.
Yeah. Matthew Stafford?
No, he refuses to use those.
Troy Weaver. I know they're usually
Yesterday,
not
I
turned
had
on
to
during our
beg
show.
him to turn
You
on
have
the board,
carte
and I
blanche.
crawled
It's
over
right
to
here.
use it myself.
It's right here for you.
Why don't you just flip it over here?
Can I just use the shut up?
Oh, that's a good
on
idea.
Rieger?
You can use whatever you want.
You know what?
Shut up!
You know it comes on this side too, right?
No,
That's
no,
a
it
good
doesn't.
idea.
Rico,
I
stifle.
will have access to that.
Stifle.
Oh,
You
no,
didn't know
now
that,
you guys
Rico?
want me to talk. It's
Oh.
past.
No, stifle.
Oh my
Okay.
God, I can use the drop board today.
No,
do it
you
again, do it again,
cannot.
do it again, do it again,
Would
do
you
it again,
stop
do it again.
giving him information?
Oh my
Keep
God.
him in a little bubble.
Kenny-
Talk about
Kenny
a
can help you
holiday
out.
weekend
All right.
present.
All right.
Not a player.
Kenny can help you out. All right.
Entertain-
I've had my
entertain
weekend now.
All right. The
Oh,
Willie
my.
Leonard press conference is going to be at 9.
Happy birthday, America.
All right. All right. Well,